Convenience store in Seoul. A pack of cigarettes thrown by someone's hand falls onto the counter. The woman demands her money back. The young man behind the counter asks if she has a receipt. The woman says that she only wants to get money for cigarettes, and why does she need a check? Hwi-sung replies that why return the cigarettes at all? The woman shouts that the buyer is always right, and if she wants, then they must give her every penny. Hwi-sung insists that he needs a receipt that confirms the purchase from their store, and the woman says that she threw it away. Hwi-sung refuses to return the money, and the woman says that he really takes his residence document with him every time he leaves the house. Hwi-sung is interested, but she always throws away documents about her place of residence, and the woman doesn't know what to answer. The seller says that he needs to make sure that the cigarettes were not bought at a discount in another store, and now the woman does not want to make money on the difference in their store. A woman does not want to hear herself called a liar. She threatens to complain to customer service. A fly swatter flies over the counter. The seller waves it and shouts that the flies have become completely impudent. The woman leaves upset that her plan failed. The salesman with the fly swatter looks after her skeptically. The bell above the door rings, and someone enters the store. The salesman says that Junghwan has finally returned, and the man who comes in replies that Wheesung has done a good job and can go home. Wheesung notes that the newcomer has a black eye. Junghwan replies that he was hurt during sparring. The salesman sadly says that Junghwan is just great, goes to school and then plays sports. Junghwan replies that they both work and study. Wheesung asks if being beaten up forever is really that much fun. Junghwan says it's hard to describe in words, but it's so addictive, and his friend would understand if he came to training even once. He says that his friend was famous at school, and why doesn't he want to compete in MMA? Wheesung replies that the art of fighting and fighting are not the same thing, and he gave up. Junghwan says that Wheesung worked out a lot before. He sadly replies that that is why he knows what he's talking about. Then Junghwan invites the guy to come cheer for him at the upcoming fight. This Sunday, the Amateur League at Fight Club opens, and Junghwan will be competing there in a professional competition. And if he wins there, he will become a professional. Junghwan says that watching the fight live is much more interesting than on TV, and his comrade promises that he will definitely come. Wheesung goes home from work. He walks down dark paths, and the thought that someone can become a pro in martial arts haunts him. The next day, he stands in front of the entrance to the building, where the competition will take place. He walks inside and is surprised by how unorganized and dirty everything is. He wanted to watch some fights, but now he thinks he will only watch Junghwan's fight. He enters a room that is crowded with people. They all scream and look intensely at the ring. Just at this time, the fighter in the ring throws a right hand at his opponent. Then he tries to hit him in the eyes, but he jumps back. The fighters strike each other. Then one of them kicks the opponent's neck, and he is declared the winner. He triumphs in the spotlight. The spectators loudly express their approval, shout that the blow was good, and the winner joyfully throws his hands up. Wheesung looks at this and his fists clench. At this time, Junghwan approaches him and is glad that Wheesung came to watch his fight. He says that this place is very cool, and Wheesung replies that the atmosphere is tense. One of the men who accompany Junghwan says that they don't have time. Junghwan invites his friend to celebrate later if he wins, and he agrees. Sung-hyun says that Junghwan's opponent is in very good shape. The judge introduces the fighters. In the blue team, Junghwan. Red team fighter, Choi Seop. The fighters approach the middle of the ring. The fight has begun. The fighters are ready to defeat their opponent. The red fighter immediately rushes to the attack. He hits Junghwan with a backhand. He bends over and Choi Seop hits him again. And then she hits him in the face again. Then Junghwan hits his opponent in the jaw. And another one in the face, which he misses. Wheesung watches the fight and notices that Junghwan is getting too tense. The fighters exchange blows. One gets hit in the face, then the other. Wheesung yells for his friend not to tense up so much. At this time, Junghwan misses a blow straight to the head and flies off towards the net at the end of the ring. His opponent runs towards him, and the decision to finish off his opponent is written on his face. Wheesung yells for his friend to dodge the blow. But Junghwan no longer has the strength and again misses the right blow that Choi Seop inflicts. Hwang falls and the referee stops the fight. The fight is over. The judge names the winner, Choi Seop. Wheesung thinks that Hwan couldn't withstand the crushing blow to his chin. He unfortunately was defeated, despite his success in professional fights. But Choi Seop attacks his opponent after the fight is over. He beats up the unconscious Hwang. The referee pulls Choi away from Hwan and shouts that the fight is already over. But Choi pushes the judge away and continues beating Hwang. His fist strikes one after another. Hwang's trainers call for security, but there is no security nearby. The audience says that this is how he will kill Hwang, and Wheesung runs without hesitation. In one leap, he jumps over the barrier, and he clamps his hands on the idiot Choi Seop's neck to pull him away from Hwan. He throws Choi's sub into the far corner of the ring, and leans over to Hwan to see how he's feeling. Choi is very unhappy that some goat got in his way. Viewers warn Wheesung that danger is behind him. Choi Siop is standing behind the guy and is going to kill him too. Song yells at Hwan to wake up, but Hwan's gaze is completely empty and unfocused. The dream shouts into the hall for someone to call an ambulance. At this time, Choi Siop attacks him. The dream sees a fist flying straight at his head and manages to intercept him. But he cannot resist the force of the blow and flies into the ring net. Sop runs at him and yells that no one dares to interfere in his fight. Wheesung blocks his face and gets hit with a series of 3 punches. The next moment he dodges and the enemy's fist goes past. Choi Siop then knees him in the face. Hwang's trainers are outraged how Choi Siop could hit an ordinary person, not a fighter. The referee runs into the ring and demands Choi Siop to stop. He shouts that this time Choi will not get away with a simple suspension. The consequences will be more serious. Wheesung dodges the killing blow again. He was very angry with that bastard. His fist is clenched and ready to strike. He takes a fighting stance, placing his feet on the floor. And with all his might, he strikes his opponent from below in the chin, wanting him to finally fall away from him. Choi Sub's head fell back and his eyes rolled back. Hwang's coaches opened their mouths at this unexpected turn. There was a dull thud as Choi Sub's body hit the floor of the ring. Wheesung raised his hand in victory, and then he started asking Choi if he was okay. At this time, he was attacked by the guards who finally arrived. They grabbed his arms and legs, despite his cries that he was only defending himself. Wheesung was carried out of the hall amid his indignant screams. One of the spectators said admiringly that he had found a real diamond. Late in the evening, 2 comrades were sitting on a bench on the street. They were literally crushed by the events of the day. Wheesung asked Hwan what was heard from the results of the fight. He replied that they were cancelled, and Choi Siop was immediately suspended from the wrestling championship competition. Wheesung asked if this meant that Hwang would continue to develop as a professional, but he replied that he did not win the fight and did not improve his qualifications. He thanks Hui for rushing to save him when he was passed out, and Wheesung says the best thank you would be for Hwan to allow him to replace him at the store. Hwan says he has another offer for Wheesung. He invites him to try his hand at boxing. He gives him a business card with the name Chan Young-woo written on it, a famous fight organizer. Hwang says that Jang Young-woo was amazed by how Wheesung took down a major league fighter, and he wants to make him a professional MMA fighter. Wheesung thinks that such offers don't come often, and Hwan confirms this. Wheesung isn't sure if he can handle it. He tried to play sports in the past, but only brought a lot of problems for everyone. Hwang told Wheesung that he fell in love with boxing because he found the fights fun to watch, and now he has become almost a professional. He's not going to give up, but he doesn't want to be a champion either. He does boxing because it's fun and interesting. Therefore, he does not have a huge dream. He is already doing what he loves. Wheesung remembered how he beat up the impudent Choi Siop. His hand clenched into a fist. He warmed up, said that it was already late and got ready to leave. In parting, he said that he would start work tomorrow. Hwang wished him to do his best. Hwang looked at his friend's departing figure, and I saw him enter the ring. This is how he imagined the future of his comrade. He sighed contentedly and leaned back on the bench. Jang Young-woo was talking on the phone. His assistant asked if the director had a meeting planned, and Chan replied that he had with the most talked about guy in the major league this season. The assistant said that the internet has gone crazy. Everyone is talking about how an ordinary person knocked out a professional athlete. The assistant asked if the director was really going to make him a pro. After all, this guy was just lucky that he hit a tired athlete. Chang-woo replied that the assistant still had a lot to learn if he thought it was just luck. Choi Siop creates problems, but his ability to recover is higher than the rest. Therefore, even if he was tired from the battle, a simple person would not be able to knock him out with one blow. With these words, the director looked at his watch and realized that he was already late. Chan-woo thought that for a professional, qualities are as important as skills. No one relies on wrestling skills anymore nowadays. Sometimes fighters swear, provoke their opponents, have quick reactions and humor to control the situation and the behavior of the fans. Chan-woo thought that guy had the potential to become a star. Wheesung came to the interview and asked Chan-woo what he saw in him that made him an offer to become a professional fighter. He invited the guy to watch something. He opened the laptop and showed the recording of the fight. Here Choi Siop is about to knee a guy, and here is the uppercut with which Wheesung responded to the attack. Wheesung said he was just lucky. Chan-woo analyzed in detail all the movements of Wheesung. He transferred all his weight to his left leg. He then fixed his right leg to make it easier to rotate his upper body and waist. The director said that this was not a simple uppercut, but a right uppercut. And after all this, does Wheesung still think it was just luck? Wheesung replied that Choi could have taken it out, but he opened up and Song hit him. The director realized that Wheesung saw that the enemy was open and struck, and was glad that his instincts had not failed him. He asked if Wheesung played sports before. The guy replied that he played baseball for 3 years in elementary school, and 6 years of high school wrestling. Chon-woo understood where his interlocutor got such reactions from, and he directly asked why he didn't do MMA. Wheesung replied that he wants to try it out, but he knows about the financial aspect. Popularity will not fall from heaven, and if he wants to become a professional, he will need to invest a lot of money, and he does not want to worry his parents because of his ambitions. Chang-woo thought for a moment and then said that these issues can be resolved. Wheesung listened attentively. Chang-woo continued that the guy doesn't have to worry about the equipment. They provide it. In addition, Wheesung can work extra hours. He will have to pass a sparring test, and if the CEO likes him, he will be hired. If not, then the guy will continue to live as he lived before this conversation. Wheesung asked when the sparring would take place, and Chang-woo replied that in a month in Junghwan's gym, the sparring would take place there. Wheesung asked if it was possible to change the test date. Chang-woo replied that of course, because he understands that a month may not be enough for a newbie to train. Wheesung replied that it would be better to spar today, and director Jang-woo choked on his coffee. He didn't understand what was wrong with this guy, and at first he thought he had misheard. But Wheesung confidently confirmed that he was ready to fight today. Chang-woo wanted to hear an explanation of why the test needed to be carried out today. Maybe a beginner doesn't understand that MMA is a serious sport. But Wheesung replied that he understands everything, but his skills will not improve in a month. The director thought that, strangely enough, it sounded convincing. However, he answered no because he needed to find a sparring partner. So he decided to postpone the test for a week. In addition, he advised Sonu to learn at least the basics of combat this week, and he agreed. At this point the meeting ended. Chan-woo said that the test would be carried out in a week at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He asked if Song would regret his decision, and Song confidently replied that he would not regret it. The director thought that the outcome of the newbie test, which had been prepared for a week, was already clear. Soon Wheesung arrived at the training room. Some of the athletes were pumping iron in the gym. The trainer taught someone to keep their hands closer to their body. Someone was fighting in the ring. Wheesung noted that the athletes in the ring had amazing punches. His friend Junghwan approached him, accompanied by a man. Hwang asked Sun why he stood rooted to the spot. The man introduced himself as team coach Park Sung-hoon. The coach said that he heard that Wheesung was going to take part in the tests in a week, and wouldn't it be better to refuse these tests? Wheesung didn't answer, and both friends went to change clothes to start training. The coach thought it was a waste of time. What can you learn in a week? He suggested learning only those strikes that would be necessary in sparring. Coach Park Sung-hoon asked the student what, in his opinion, is the most important thing in wrestling. Wheesung replied that it was a strike, and the coach said that strategies vary, but the ability to damage an opponent is the basis of all basics. They were the first to master the jab, and Terraner demonstrated this blow. Wheesung noted that the blow was weak and clumsy. Then the coach showed another blow, which was much better than the first. Wheesung really liked him. But the coach said that Wheesung will learn the first kick. Wheesung wondered why. Park Sung-hoo replied that in MMA, you need to watch not only for strikes, but also for pushing and blocking. In this case, distance plays an important role. The second punch is used primarily in boxing and should have a specific purpose, but in MMA the opponent will be standing nearby, so the second blow will be less effective. Stance is different in MMA and boxing. In MMA the stock is lower, and the legs are wider apart. This is where the difference in strikes comes from. The next blow is straight. It is similar to a boxing one and can be alternated with a jab. You need to jab and return your hand to the reverse position. At the same time, turn your body and extend your other arm straight. The trainer continued, when you're done, return your hand to your jaw and place your front hand in front of your face for protection. Wheesung said that he understood everything. The coach said that this is all his student needs to know at the moment. Wheesung was taken aback by this turn, but the coach said that if his student mastered these two blows, he would be halfway to victory. And he ordered him to train until his body remembered all the movements. Finally, Coach Park Sung-hoo advised Wheesung to be careful when the bag flies towards him, and not to injure his wrist. And the coach left. Hwang asked his trainer it was not enough, he told his friend, and the trainer replied that it was enough. Hwang continued to insist that theory alone was not enough, and the coach asked what would change if he trained Wheesung well. Even if you have talent, it is impossible to learn everything in 1 week. Hwang objected that Wheesung was his friend, and the coach said that if Song wasn't Hwang's friend, then the coach wouldn't even tell him the theory. And in general, stop hoping for a miracle. Let the guys train and go home. Wheesung began training alone. He practiced endless jabs, then straight punches, then combinations of punches. The coach and Hwang looked at Wheesung in amazement, and the coach could not believe that there was a newcomer in front of him. Hwang also couldn't believe that his friend was so good. The pair cracked and was ready to crumble from Wheesung's blows. The coach thought things were getting a lot more interesting. Wheesung practiced kicks so that splinters and foam rubber flew from the equipment, but Park Sung-hoo was unhappy and said that this was ballet and scaring away flies with his feet. He said that Wheesung was wasting his energy in vain. You need to choose one point and aim at it. You need to learn how to kick quickly. The training continued. At this time, a large man entered the hall. The trainer asked him how the seminar went. The man replied that it was as usual. The man asked who this new guy was, and the coach said that this was the one that Director Chan noticed. The coach introduced Wheesung to leader Hwang Sang-guk. Sang-guk asked the new guy if he liked MMA. Wheesung replied that he often watches tournaments and finds it fun. Suddenly he felt that the room became very cold. Sang-guk advised Wheesung to try hard, and then he will achieve good results. The day before the test, Wheesung was overcome by doubts. He had 1 day left, but he could not master the correct blow. No matter how hard he tried. He didn't know what he was thinking when he said he'd be ready in a week. Sang-guk entered the hall and asked what the guy was doing in the hall so late. Wheesung said he couldn't hit the shot correctly. Then Sang-guk asked to show how Wheesung performs a kick. Hui asked how old the man was, but he told him to shut up and do as he was told. Wheesung swung and kicked the bag. He asked Sang-guk what he thought about his punch. Sang-guk replied that the blow was bad. He noted that Wheesung only uses his legs, so his kick is very slow. You need to use your abdominal muscles. The hips work together with the abdominal cavity. Wheesung uses only half of the muscles, and it is impossible to achieve success this way. Sang-guk said that he will now show Wheesung how to work correctly. You need to tighten your abdominal muscles to work your hips well, and raise your legs as soon as you begin to turn your waist. Simultaneously with these words, Sang-guk dealt a crushing blow to the bag. This is exactly the kind of strike Wheesung imagined, but did not know how to do it correctly. Sang-guk asked how the newcomer liked the blow, and Wheesung said that it was amazing, and apparently Sang-guk is a seasoned fighter. Wheesung prepared to throw a punch and tensed his abdominal muscles. He made a U-turn and swung his leg. This time the blow was much stronger. Sang-guk noted that it turned out much better now. Sang-guk said that now he understood why Director Jung was interested in the guy. After all, he grasps everything the first time, and he thought that for Wheesung it was just fun. Song couldn't understand why there was suddenly entertainment, and Sang-guk reminded him that Wheesung said it himself. The guy remembered his words and felt ashamed, but Sang-guk said that he also does MMA because it is fun and interesting. Sang-guk told Wheesung to finish and go rest. Wheesung thanked Sang-guk from the bottom of his heart for the lesson. Sang-guk said that since the guy is on their team, he must do everything right, and wished him good luck in tomorrow's test. The next day, Wheesung is warming up for the test. Next to him, an unfamiliar fighter is also preparing for sparring and listens carefully to the coach. The director of the elite fight club, Kim Seung-yap, enters. He asks about Wheesung. Is he the guy who does flying kicks? Chang-woo confirms this. Hwang supports his friend and advises him to relax and do everything as in training. The coach advises Wheesung's opponent to fight easier so as not to hurt the newcomer. But he replies that he is in the featherweight category and the newcomer will not be harmed by him. But he wants to show the newcomer his place and show who is the strongest here. The fighters go to the center of the ring. Wheesung closed his eyes, and the coach encourages him and says that this is sparring without fighting, in which there are many restrictions and opponents fight while they are on their feet, like in boxing. 3 rounds of 2 minutes each. Wheesung stands with his eyes closed and tries to regain his inner peace. The gong sounds and the fight begins. The enemy immediately attacks Wheesung, and he dodges a series of blows. The fighter hits Wheesung with his right hand, but he manages to dodge. Wheesung also successfully blocks a kick. Director Kim notes that the guy has very good defense. Wheesung jumps to the other corner of the ring. His opponent thinks that the new guy is running away and runs to attack. He throws a hard punch right at Wheesung's face. This is immediately followed by a strong blow to the body, and without a break, the opponent carries out a series of 4 jabs. Director Kim says the new guy is being hit too hard. Chan-woo replies that the guy hasn't lost yet. However, Chan-woo begins to doubt the success of the battle. The enemy attacks Wheesung again, who retreats again. But in the heat of the attack, he accidentally opens up and Wheesung hits him with a strong blow from below. Director Kim is impressed by the blow, and Jang-woo is triumphant. Nice hit! The enemy becomes disorientated for several seconds. Director Kim interested, but he quickly comes to his senses and delivers a direct blow. Wheesung turns and dodges. At the same time, he instantly hits the opponent with his right hand in the jaw, and barely dodges the next blow. Wheesung's opponent misses another blow to the jaw, and then Wheesung gets hit in the head. Hwang watches the fight with Sang-guk, and happily says that his friend does not give in even to a professional fighter. Sang-guk doesn't express his feelings, but he's also happy for the new guy and wishes him victory. The first round is over. Break. The fighters disperse to the corners of the ring. Wheesung thinks that the beginning of the fight was strong. It's hard but fun to get hit and hit yourself, and thinks that he should have taken up this matter earlier. Second round. The fighters met in the middle of the ring and immediately began showering each other with blows. But Wheesung is starting to run out of steam. His breathing is labored and he is tired. Director Kim says that Wheesung lacks experience and is not strong enough to focus on the fight. The opponent again carries out a series of 4 jabs. Wheesung sets up defense. He doesn't move anymore, he just defends himself. The enemy laughs and shouts that he thought the new guy was better. He again carries out a series of 3 strikes. Wheesung again puts up a defense and nothing more. The gong sounds and the second round comes to an end. Wheesung falls exhausted onto a stool in his corner of the ring. Director Kim believes that there is nothing to see here, and is about to leave. Chan Woo agrees with him. Director Kim notes that the new guy has some talent and advises Chang Woo to give him a good coach. But then a voice is heard, to which both club leaders turn. Sung Kook angrily asks Wheesung what his behavior in the ring means. He says that only a jerk cuts his competitors some slack. Does Wheesung's opponent not understand what concessions we are talking about? Sung Kook continues his speech and says that MMA is a sport for real men, and one must act decisively and strongly. Don't try to help your opponent. Wheesung throws off the helmet that kept getting in his way. The final round begins. Director Kim decides to take another look. Wheesung says that he has gotten rid of the ballast and is ready to fight seriously. He enters the ring where his opponent is already waiting for him. The enemy notes that Wheesung has changed a lot in those few minutes. Despite the fact that Wheesung was beaten by his opponent both rounds, he is now relaxed and calm. Wheesung's opponent stands up and is ready to continue sparring. He throws a punch, but Wheesung dodges, and it starts to move strangely. It feels like it's hot for him to stand on the floor. Chan Woo is in complete despair. He understands that it will no longer be possible to sign a contract with this guy. Wheesung's opponent decides to finish off the new guy and end the fight. He runs up close to the newcomer, and he receives a blow of monstrous force, which throws him to the other end of the ring. Sung-guk is surprised that the pro missed the shot so easily. The fighter throws a left hand, but Wheesung ducks under the arm. The enemy is about to strike again, and hopes that it will be the last in this battle. But Wheesung dodges this blow as well, and strikes the enemy's body from a very awkward position. He immediately jumps away from his opponent, who cannot reach him. He doesn't understand what the newcomer's tactics are and seems confused, and Wheesung calls his opponent to him with a smile. Wheesung's opponent is very angry about this method of fighting. He lunges towards Wheesung, but his blow misses the target. He throws rights and lefts, straights and jabs, but Wheesung easily avoids all the blows. An experienced professional does not understand how it is possible to dodge all blows. At this time, Wheesung attacks and the enemy tries to dodge. But Wheesung hits next to his opponent. This is just a clever feint. Wheesung prepared to strike again. The fighter blocks to deflect a blow that he cannot dodge. Wheesung kicks his opponent's side. Director Kim notes that the professional fighter is completely defeated. He looks at Wheesung's fingertips, his feet, and the expression in his eyes. Director Kim realizes that the newcomer was using a combination of movements that were different from his tempo. He has doubtful but unexpected blows, careless but elastic steps. He has a lightness of movement that balances between roughness and dexterity. Director Kim wonders how a rookie can fight with such determination, and what kind of style does he have. Wheesung's opponent realizes that he is exhausted, and the new guy has overpowered him. But he is not going to lose, and rushes to the attack again, and he runs into a strong blow to the jaw. Wheesung delivers the next blow with his foot and hand at the same time. The fighter gets hit and flies to the side. Wheesung stands in the ring, and a defeated professional fighter lies nearby. Coach Park Sung-hoon stops the fight and says that Wheesung can leave the ring. Wheesung's support group cheerfully greets him. They really enjoyed the fight. Director Kim stops Wheesung and says that the outcome of the fight was unexpected, and he liked it. Wheesung thanks his boss. However, the director continues and says that he noticed a bad habit in the new guy. In the final round, he turned the fight into a brawl. The director tells Wheesung that they are all athletes, not fighters. In sports, there are rules and other things that athletes are required to follow. In the opinion of Director Kim, if a person does not see the difference, then he does not deserve the title of athlete. You can be rude and cruel, but you can't cross the line, continues Director Kim. Wheesung listens intently to his boss, but doesn't say a word. The director asks him if the newcomer understands what he is talking about, and Wheesung replies that he understands that sportsmanship plays a big role. But can't he do everything except illegal moves to win? After all, a loss shows the complete uselessness of an athlete. The director says that they will discuss this later, but now they need to sign the contract. Wheesung refuses to sign the contract. Director Kim can't believe his ears. Wheesung says he doesn't think he's cut out to be an elite fight club athlete, and Jang Woo has a fit at what he hears. Wheesung asks everyone in the room to forgive him and bows. Evening Seoul, small cafe. Song-kook is talking on the phone. At this time, Wheesung enters the cafe and apologizes for causing a lot of problems. Song-kook is ready to listen to the young man. First, he asks why Wheesung wanted to join their club. Wheesung replies that there is no reason. He wanted to because he wanted to. Then Song-kook asks if the guy wanted to take revenge on director Kim for criticizing his fighting style. But Wheesung replies that he can tell right from wrong actions. He explains that he has been involved in sports all his life, and his coaches have always demanded that he do as they tell him. They often punish disobedient students. Wheesung believes that talking, "You must do this, you must do that," kills the individuality of an athlete. But Song-kook is completely different. He told him to fight the way he liked, even if it was brutal. Song-kook says he just blurted it out when Wheesung was losing. But Wheesung believes that it was these words that helped him win. That's why he wants to learn from Sang-kook. Sang-kook is very surprised by this proposal. He says that many people come to MMA for the love of the sport, like Wheesung. But they leave after a couple of years because MMA is a sport for those who have a lot of money. Therefore, everyone wants to get into the association and earn money there. Wheesung says that he won't fight for money, but Sang-kook objects and says that 99 people out of 100 give up and leave. Wheesung thinks that if there is one chance, then he is fine with it. He promises Sang-kook that he will be that one chance and doesn't want to go back to a life that is limited by money. Sang-kook drinks a glass of vodka and asks the guy if he is sure that he will not regret his decision, even when he remains broke. He replies that he will work like a snake or a worm. Sang-kook realizes that this guy won't leave his side and says that they need to strike while the iron is hot and they will start training next week. The more Sang-kook watched Wheesung, the more interesting this guy seemed to him. He believed that athletes needed pure obsession, but money is a better incentive for athletes. Wheesung has no financial interest, and Sang-kook didn't know what would happen next, but now he didn't want to let this guy go. Therefore, he invited him to fill out the entrance papers to the association. Wheesung immediately asked to be given a discount on tuition. This made Sang-kook laugh a lot, and he advised the guy to talk to Coach Park Sung-hoon, who knows what to do. Wheesung asked if he could postpone the payment because he wanted to file a tax bill on his father's card, and Sang-kook said that it was possible. Wheesung did not stop and demanded more and more discounts, and even to keep a new uniform for himself, and drove Sang-kook to a nervous breakdown. He just tore his new rookie uniform. A week later, Wheesung came to the gym where he had already trained before. Coach Park Sung-hoon told him to move because they had a lot of work to do. They entered the staff room and the coach offered the new guy coffee. Then he carefully felt Wheesung. The coach asked how long the guy had not trained, and he answered that about 2 years. The coach asked how his weight was, and Wheesung replied that he had gained 7 kilograms, and the weight had stopped there because he was watching his diet. With these questions, the coach wanted to determine which weight category Wheesung belongs to. He noted that the guy is in good physical shape, and most likely he will fall into the lightweight category. But Wheesung was worried that he would have to lose 10 kilograms and might lose his stamina. The coach reassured him that he would only lose weight for fights, so there would be no problems. The coach's next question was about training. Usually athletes take a test at the main office and join the club, but Wheesung is special. He passed without learning the basics or training. Coach Park Sung-hoon was not happy with such a student. He said that a beginner needs to learn jiu-jitsu, kickboxing, wrestling, and train for a fight. Wheesung listened in horror to the entire list of things he should know. The coach gave the guy a training schedule. On Monday and Thursday, general strength training on Friday and Saturday, jiu-jitsu on Sunday, a day off. Wheesung had no questions, because he had been involved in sports before. The coach warned that the training would be difficult, but Wheesung replied that this was not his first training, and he would forgive the coach to be stricter with him. The coach liked the new guy's confidence. They decided to start training right away. Wheesung was lying on the floor and could not get up. The coach was watching him. Park Sung-hoon said that if his student continued to lie around like this, he would lose his breath, and the student thought that he was going to die. He sat down and that was the end of his strength. The coach asked where his fighting spirit was. Did he really give up on the rookie course? And when preparation for the competition begins, it will be even more difficult. Pump up your abs with a bench press of 90 kilograms, lift weights weighing 28 kilograms with both hands 12 times, then again 12 times, squat with a weight of 140 kilograms. The weight gradually increases with changing tasks. Fighters even in the middleweight category cannot withstand such training. Although the coach laughed at Wheesung, deep down he was surprised that this guy was able to lift this heavy weight. At this time, Wheesung laughed. He said he liked the sore muscles and feeling tired. Then the coach said that I needed to do some stretching. Wheesung reminded him that they had already done stretching, and the coach was just making fun of him. At this time, a voice sounded, reminding him that Wheesung had failed the test of strength. Wheesung saw who entered the hall and shouted loudly, It was muscle and strength coach Tae Yong-hyun. He said that he would conduct the second half of the training. Holding his new student's neck, Coach Hen said they were getting started. Wheesung realized that he was in trouble and shouted that it was not good to change the coach during training, and that he would work everything out with Park Sung-hoon. Hyun asked Turner Park what they would do. Coach Park looked at the guy's pleading face and smiled, and he left the hall, saying that he had finished training and now it was time for Coach Hen. Wheesung loudly demanded a stretching workout, but no one listened to him. Coach Park walked down the corridor and thought that rarely did anyone have such will, feelings, and perseverance as Wheesung. It is obvious that he will be the new guy who will lead the market sales in MMA. And the training went on as usual. Coach Hen was yelling, and his student was praying to God to help him survive. The trainer in the ring throws punches at Wheesung. One jab, two jab. Wheesung needs to dodge, but the coach is very fast. His training is observed by Coach Park and Jiu-Jitsu coach Lee Soo-hook. The trainer in the ring praises Wheesung for his good job and takes a break. Hwang came to his friend to chat about sports and life during a break. Sang-guk enters the training room and everyone greets him happily. He says he has an announcement for everyone. All the athletes gathered to listen to what Sang-guk had to say. Sang-guk raises his hand, which has some papers clutched in it, and asks if everyone knows what this is. Who says this is a proposal? And Sang-guk agrees and says that he has 4 of them. He stole them thanks to his speed and recruited a group. Wheesung asks Hwan what these offers are, and Hwan responds with an invitation to the championship. 4 offers means they are invited to 4 different matches. Wheesung asked if anyone could participate in the matches, and Hwan replied that of course not. This is only possible because the organizers know what kind of show their team can put on. Sang-guk began to announce the names of the athletes who would be participating in the match. Wrestling coach Kang Young-kun, hitting coach Yun Tai-chun, who just held a training session with Wheesung. Both of these coaches were awarded gold gloves. The third girl was Yoo-jin, and Wheesung thought that she looked the same age as him. Min Yoo-jin, winner of X1, won 5 of 5 rounds in the 52-kilogram minimum weight class. She became famous for her awards and received the name MMA Goddess from her fans. Wheesung thought that he cares about this girl like he cares about the moon. And the last person Sang-guk called was Wheesung. The guy was very surprised. All the athletes were no less surprised than he was. Sang-guk asked if anyone had any objections, but there were none. Everyone who received invitations had to approach Coach Park, and Sang-guk approached Wheesung and offered to talk face-to-face. In the staff room, Wheesung said that the team was not very happy that he received the invitation, but Sang-guk replied that it was the organizer's decision. Wheesung felt happy and anxious at the same time. He asked who the offer came from. Sang-guk replied that it was from X1. X1 is the best organization in Korea. How could they know about Wheesung? Sang-guk replied that the video of the guy fighting with the pros turned the Central League upside down. They call Wheesung a monster who destroyed a professional fighter. It turns out that Wheesung will be debuting, and it is too unexpected for him. But Sang-guk said that there was one problem, and handed Wheesung a program with the data of the fighters, in which it was written that the fighter Jung Soo-cho, 23 years old, height 183 centimeters, weight 87 kilograms. Boy competed in the welterweight division. The match schedule indicated that the fight was scheduled for September 9th. Wheesung said that this is a mistake, because today is already the 18th of August. But Sang-guk replied that it was a switch match. The first fighter was removed due to injury. Wheesung will be his replacement. In 3 weeks he needs to lose weight, analyze his opponent, and prepare. The enemy is larger, well-trained, and more experienced. Training for 3 months before and after a match is a natural process in MMA. Fighting a top-notch opponent without good physical balance is no different from suicide. But Wheesung said he was willing to try. Sang-guk said that then all that remains is to sign the contract. When HVM Song was already leaving the training room, Sang-guk asked him if the guy's parents knew that he was participating in MMA competitions. Wheesung replied that they didn't know. Sang-guk expressed his opinion that parents should be informed and their consent should be obtained. He suggested that the guy ask his parents today and sign a contract tomorrow. Wheesung was not happy about this proposal, but Sang-guk persuaded him that he needed to tell his parents the truth, and if they did not agree, then the guy could participate another time. Wheesung doubted whether there would be another time, but he promised to tell his parents everything. After he left, Sang-guk thought that Wheesung was worried because his sports activities had caused a lot of problems for his parents in the past. Wheesung came home. Mom was surprised that he came so early. She advised him to take a shower after training to freshen up and wash away the fatigue. Just then his father jumped up from the couch and punched the air. Mom reacted instantly and grabbed her father's neck. Wheesung wanted to say something to his parents, but they had no time for their son. Without letting go of his father, The mother advised her son to take a shower first. Finally, the whole family gathered in the living room, and Wheesung told his parents about his plans. Mom said that her son always did what he wanted, but now he asks permission. She continued that he confronted them with the fact that he would do mixed martial arts. The father replied that his son wanted to discuss this with them. Mom was categorically against it. She screamed that she had not slept or eaten at night for 10 years so that he could play sports. She stopped communicating with friends and just grew older. And now my son says he wants to be an MMA fighter. How long will she compromise and think only about the fate of her son? Wheesung told her that he understood what she sacrificed for him, and he was always ashamed of it. Therefore, he wants to get her permission and forgive her to trust him one last time. Mom said that let her son do what he wants and left. The father told his son not to be upset. His mother was just worried about him. Wheesung already knew this. The father put his hand on his son's shoulder and noted that his son had already grown up. He told his son in confidence that Mom is always angry, and his neck is proof of this. Dad agreed with his son's decision and understood who his son would blame if he didn't do what he wanted. He advised Wheesung to go to his mom and cheer her up. She needs support. By the way, Wheesung asked his father to lend him his credit card so that he could pay for participation in the team and also earn points and reduce taxes. Dad hoped that his son would return this money to him, and the son promised to return 3 times as much when he became famous. The father said that if his son could succeed, he would have done it long ago. Wheesung said that he would be shown on TV. The father objected that this would never happen. Then Wheesung said that he would make friends with girl groups, and the father broke down and asked how much money does the future champion need. Wheesung promised that his father would not regret supporting him. Mom watched her men through the crack of the door. MMA Association Training Hall. An athlete practices blows with a huge hammer. He finished shadowing and threw the hammer aside. This is team member Sol Jung-soo Cho, and he asks the coach if they found him a partner. For 2 weeks, they can't find a replacement for a fighter who was eliminated due to injury. This is already ridiculous. The coach advises him not to strain himself so as not to clog his muscles, but Chan says that if this continues, all his efforts will be in vain. The coach promises that he will call and find out, and thinks that his ward has a difficult character. Finally, the bell rings, and the coach is discussing something on the phone. He tells Jong-woo that a replacement has been found. Chan was very happy when he heard this. The coach says that this is some Hwi-sung, and he has never heard of this guy. The coach isn't even sure if this Hwi-sung is worth it in any league. But Young doesn't care. Neo gained a fighting spirit and went to train. In another gym, Wheesung was training in the same way. Coach Park called Wheesung into the coaching room to explain some details to him before signing the contract. He said the prize money was divided 9-1. Wheesung takes 9 parts. 1 part is taken by the audience. Wheesung heard that usually the winner gets 7 pieces, and the hall takes 3. Their director Sang-guk believes that his athletes are a priority, and does so. The contract is one time. The prize fund is 2 million won. The winner receives another million won. An athlete needs to monitor his weight. If Wheesung weighs more than allowed, he will pay a fine of 30 or even 100% of the prize fund. After all, it is only the fighter's fault that he weighs a lot. Wheesung asked how much he would get if he wins. The coach said that part of the prize fund will go to taxes, 10% will go to the organization itself, and tax will also be paid. 700,000 won will go to 3 companies that support the club, and the winner will receive 3,300,000 won. Wheesung was drooling because he couldn't earn even 5 million working in a store. But here he was making so much money for 1 fight. Coach Park asked Wheesung if he was going to quit after this competition, but Wheesung firmly said that he would continue. Then the coach said that if the guy didn't try, he wouldn't have any more opportunities. Organizations do not engage in charity. They never waste money. Everything is tied to the show and success. You can't just win and lose fights. You need to know how to win the audience's attention. This is the only way fighters become world famous. If Wheesung doesn't have enough skills, let him show his confidence and fortitude. The coach said that Wheesung needs to learn strategies and tactics to defeat Jung-soo Cho. The sport is wrestling, and Wheesung started training. The fighter who was put into sparring with Wheesung rushed to attack. Wheesung put up blocks, but the fighter deftly bypassed them and squeezed the guy in a vice. The coach noted all of Wheesung's mistakes and was indignant that he so easily allowed his opponent to make a pass. Wheesung recalled a conversation with his coach, in which he said that wrestling was suitable for delivering crushing blows and would be included in his training. Wheesung's opponent Jung-soo Cho's style is simple, from attacks to captures. He knows well how to avoid them. He understands the enemy well and is quite trained. He is blessed with a good physique and is very experienced. He would definitely use grips. The coach was sure that Wheesung would not be able to even extend his fist, not to mention the fact that his stamina would immediately decrease. Wheesung said that he had never wrestled before. The coach was surprised, because Wheesung said that he was engaged in Korean wrestling. Surium is the oldest sport in Korea. The goal of the fight is to knock the opponent over onto the sand, using the strength of the arms, legs, and back. Wheesung said that he would beat anyone in Surium, and the coach replied that then he would master wrestling. To begin with, the coach put Yong-kun in sparring with Hwi-sung, and now the guy fought with him. He felt like he was fighting a gorilla, and his stamina was melting away like ice in the sun. The enemy squeezed the grip with all his might. Hwi-sung hits Yong-kun's leg with his heel, and he lost his balance. Hwi-sung managed to escape the grip and jumped to the side. He attacked his opponent, and Yong-kun realized that this guy was very good in battle. Then Hwi-sung made a tackle at the opponent's feet. He picked him up and tried to throw him down. The coach who watched the fight with Park said that the guy is not inferior to Yong-kun. He uses grips well and keeps his balance. He will easily excel in jiu-jitsu. But Hwi-sung's opponent is a veteran of fighting in large weight categories. However, he found it difficult to resist Hwi-sung. Both athletes tried to knock each other down. Yong-kun lifted Hwi-sung into the air and noted to himself that his upper body defense was weak. But Hwi-sung hit his opponent under the knee with his heel. Then he hit me in the thigh, and he freed himself from the grip, throwing Yong-kun aside. It was an unconventional move, and the opponent noted it. Yong-kun took a fighting stance and prepared for a new attack. He remembered that before this, Hwi-sung had blocked all his grabs and knockdowns. He told Hwi-sung that he knows a few moves. Hwi-sung replied that he had a lot more interesting things in store for Yong-kun. The fighters rushed at each other. Coach Park watched and thought that he was wrong when he thought that Hwi-sung would be bad at wrestling. The coach was driving Hwi-sung in the car to the competition. He asked how much he weighed, and Hwi-sung replied that 77 kilograms and 300 grams. X1 allows an advantage of up to 500 grams, so Hwi-sung must pass. Sitting next to Hwi-sung was Yoo-jin, who was also traveling with them. Hwi-sung was annoyed that the other fighters could not go, and was rude to the girl. He wanted her not to interfere in the conversation and just sit quietly, because she was taken to keep an eye on things. The coach happily said that he was pleased that the guys had become friends, and asked Hwi-sung how his friends reacted to the news that he would fight. Hwi-sung said that he didn't tell anyone anything. Yoo-jin said that the guy was afraid of losing, so he didn't tell anyone. They immediately fought, and the coach thought that these two had already got him. When they entered the hall, Hwi-sung was amazed by what he saw. The hall was full of people, the scoreboard was lit, everyone was in joyful anticipation. Hwi-sung sat down in the seat that Coach Park indicated to him. Not far from him he saw his rival Jung-soo Cho. The coach ordered not to look at the opponent before the stop-down. A battle of glances, not to talk or greet him. Tomorrow the duel was supposed to take place, and the opponents were not supposed to communicate. Both fighters looked ahead, but each felt the presence of the enemy nearby. X1, weighing will begin now. To ensure accurate weighing, each team provides one observer. The coach said that it was time for them to go, and Hwi-sung jumped out of his pants to the great amazement of the coach and the girl. He immediately received a strong kick in the ass. Yoo-jin asked if he was crazy for taking off his pants before the announcement. Moreover, it's a shame to show panties like his to people. Fighter Hwi-sung was invited to come up on stage and walked in his terrible boxers to the shame of the coach and Yoo-jin. He calmly passed the weigh-in, and the girl demanded that he put on his pants, but the guy flatly refused. Of course, they had a row again. Then they noticed that everyone was watching their performance. The girl was very embarrassed by the looks. Screaming, "Idiot," she threw Hwi-sung his pants and ran away. Jung-soo Cho also calmly went through the weigh-in, and Hwi-sung couldn't understand why Yoo-jin was so embarrassed. The fighters were called to the stand-down and they stared at each other. Jung-soo Cho noted that the opponent looks exhausted, his skin is dry, and tomorrow in the ring he may look completely different. Hwi-sung thought about whether he could win. Chan asked what the fighter, who is not even in the amateur league, was thinking when he agreed to the fight. Does he want to embarrass himself? Has he ever been to the Octagon? Jung continued to ask, did the director help him? That he made it into the match without participating in the league. These words infuriated Hwi-sung. He replied that Chan himself asked for a replacement 3 weeks before the match, and he was here to fix the problems that Chan himself created. Hwi-sung continued that Jung should thank him for saving this match from failure, and stop whining. If you don't like it, let him refuse the fight. Both fighters became very angry and were ready to bite each other. Jung said that he would smear Hwi-sung on the wall, and Hwi-sung hit him in the throat. Chan stopped and coughed. He rushed at the guy but was stopped. Hwi-sung put on his pants and told Jungwoo that there was a year difference between them, so Jungwoo shouldn't talk so impolitely. Then he stuck his tongue out at his opponent and walked away. Hwi-sung came home. Mom was hanging out the laundry and said that his father was invited by the director to go fishing. Hwi-sung hugged his mom and said that he had a fight tomorrow. He said he would fight better if he felt her support. Mom was silent, and Wheesung said that tomorrow he will be shown on TV. Mom offered him something to eat so that he would have strength before the fight tomorrow. Wheesung realized that his mother was on his side and picked her up. The arena of the hall where the fight is to take place. The coach gives the last instructions to his student. After a few minutes, he releases him to rest. The second coach notes that Wheesung is in good shape. Sungkook notes that Wheesung is completely relaxed. Sanguk advises the guy to hit Young-soo Cho in the face 10 times first. Wheesung has no idea how he can do this in battle. Sanguk says that he needs to come up with a tactic, move quickly and provoke Young to strike, and then strike. And the second advice is not to panic, and if everything gets out of control, listen to the voice of Coach Pak. He will tell you what to do. Wheesung asked what to do if his instincts tell him to do the opposite of Coach Park Sung-hoon's advice. Sanguk said that then let Wheesung do as he sees fit. Coach Park, who was listening to their conversation, was very surprised. The radio announced that members Wheesung and Young-soo Cho were being called to the ring. The whole team went to the ring. Wheesung began warming up before the fight. Coach Park asked Sanguk why he told Wheesung not to listen to his advice. Sanguk replied that he was afraid that if Wheesung lost because of his coach's advice, he would never return to the sport out of shock. Wheesung told him that the coaches always told him what to do, and that's why he abandoned the elite club. So Sanguk decided to let him do what he wants. In addition, he is interested in watching the guy in action. Commentators introduced the participants in the fight. In the blue corner is Lee Hwi-sung. This is his debut fight. He has only been training in MMA for 40 days and has not competed in the amateur league. Although he has no career under his belt, he defeated an opponent from the semi-pro league with one punch and excelled in sparring. In the red corner of the ring, fighter Young-soo Cho is gaining popularity, a rising star with 3 victories under his belt. The public is sure that this time he will have another victory, but will he live up to the expectations of the audience? The main fight is X61, the first fight in the 77-kilogram weight category. In the blue corner is a guy 178 centimeters tall, weighing 77 kilograms, a mysterious athlete, the rising star Lee Hwi-sung. In the red corner is a fighter, 183 centimeters tall and weighing 77 kilograms, the future of Korea in the welterweight division, the wild stallion Young-soo Cho. The opponents met in the center of the ring. Young-soo Cho noted that the opponent's physical form is very good. He knew that he needed to avoid falling into this guy's grips, and out loud he advised Wheesung to learn as much experience as possible from this fight, because this fight will be Wheesung's last. Wheesung asked if Jung was such a loser that he was still angry. Chon became very angry and growled that he would kill the impudent man. The opponents exchanged blows with gloves. Blue is ready, red is ready. The referee announces the start of the fight. Coach Park notes that Wheesung isn't nervous and is sorry to bring a bucket of water and Vaseline beforehand. Then a surprised roar is heard from the stands, and the coach turns to understand what happened. Wheesung stands, and his opponent is already lying down. What happened? The fighters met in the ring. Chon rushed to the attack. He punched with his left. Wheesung dodged slightly. Then Chon didn't understand what happened. He missed a powerful right hand from his opponent, and now he is already sitting on the floor. And the commentator shouts that Lee Hwi-sung took out Young-soo Cho in 10 seconds. Jung's trainer yells at him to get his act together and continue the fight. Young-soo Cho is full and the fight continues. Wheesung attacks. Young-soo Cho tells himself that he needs to calm down, and although he lost the initiative, he can get back into his rhythm. Wheesung attacks, and Jung realizes that the enemy is too fast, and he does not have time to react to him. Wheesung's fist hits his opponent straight in the face. Chon throws his head back from the blow and loses his orientation. Everything swims before his eyes. His gaze stops. He puts up a defense, but Wheesung attacks from all sides and Jung misses the blows. A strong blow to the body almost knocks him down. He becomes furious and starts screaming, and he hits without looking, hoping to hit at least somewhere, but Wheesung easily dodges and strikes back at the opponent's head. Young-soo Cho screams. Dai goes on the attack and is about to strike with his right hand, but Wheesung misses the punch under his arm and throws a counterpunch that lands. Young-soo Cho thinks that it is impossible to move as fast as his opponent. He staggers and loses his balance. With the last of his strength, he pounces on Wheesung and grabs him. But Wheesung managed to survive and frees himself from the grip. He throws the enemy away from him. Commentators shout that this is impossible. A fighter who has only been practicing MMA for 40 days is playing with a high-ranking veteran. Who could have predicted such a turn of events? Coach Park thinks that Wheesung is completely in the lead in the fight, although he is fighting an opponent who surpasses him in size and skill. He wonders how Wheesung gets such good hits. Wheesung does not stop, but continues to throw such strange blows that his opponent does not know how to react to. His coach notes unconventional movements and irregular strokes. This tactic makes it possible to defeat Young-soo Cho. He analyzes that the same thing happened in the fight with Yang Tai-sun. Hwi-sung ruined the pace of his opponent's fight. He jumps from normal pace to another. Without preparation, it is impossible to use such a technique. Hwi-sung grabs his opponent's head and jumps up, and carries out a clear knee strike in the air. It was a strong blow. Young-soo Cho falls after losing his balance. Young-soo Cho is about to make a pass, but Hwi-sung's legs are too wide apart. The commentator shouts that it's time for Young-soo Cho to wake up and start fighting. Hwi-sung easily frees himself from the grip. Hwi-sung tells his opponent not to talk in vain, but to prove his strength in battle. He throws a punch to the chin that causes Young-soo Cho to splatter blood and throw his head back. Hwi-sung's support team celebrates, and Young-soo Cho's coaches understand that it's all over. Young-soo Cho stops moving and the referee stops the fight. The fight is over. Commentators shout that such a debut has never happened before. The fight lasted 1 minute and 49 seconds. This is incredible. An undeniable victory. Those who watch this fight will never forget it. The commentator is sure. Now everyone will know the name Lee Hwi-sung. Hwi-sung is sleeping in the car while Coach Park and Sang-gu are having a conversation. They both think that Hwi-sung was surprisingly good at fighting today. The coach remembered how happy Hwi-sung was after the victory. Coach Park was silent during the fight, and people might think he wasn't paying attention to his fighter. Leader Sang-guk gave Hwi-sung confidence in what he was doing. The next day, Hwi-sung walked into a cafe. Young people greeted him there. Hwi-sung approached them and asked how they could drink coffee so calmly when a superstar was walking towards them. One young man said that Hwi-sung was crazy, while another countered that he had always been like this. They asked him why he fought in the ring in his underpants, and received the answer that they were not underpants, but boxers. The guy asked Hwi-sung why he didn't tell them everything, and she had to get the news from the internet. Hwi-sung replied that he only had 3 weeks to prepare and couldn't think of anything else. Then they asked if friendship over so many school years really meant nothing to him. Another said that Hwi-sung is already acting like a star. Hwi-sung denied this, although he did not deny that he had already received several admiring glances. For 10 years of playing sports, no one paid attention to him, but now after a 2-minute fight, he gets a lot of attention. He asked his friends how they were doing, and Hae-bum replied that he was focusing on part-time work for now, and would be returning to college next year. Hwi-sung advised him to find a permanent job, but Hae-bum replied that he had just entered college. The second friend said he was going to become a civil servant. The friends started laughing because Min-woo was a slow student. Min-woo recalled that his friends also did not shine with knowledge. Friends remembered their school days and laughed. Hwi-sung's phone rang. It was his father. The father asked what his son was doing, and he replied that he was hanging out with friends. My father said that he was at a corporate party and would be late. He asked his son to come home early and have dinner with his mother, because she was now home alone. Hwi-sung replied that he was going to come home early. The father told his son that he watched the fight and was proud of him. Hwi-sung said goodbye to his friends, although they hoped that they would all hang out together until the morning. They agreed to meet next time. After he left, his friends said that they already knew that Hwi-sung was a mama's boy, and Hwi-sung, very happy, went home to bring joy to his mother. On the way home, Hwi-sung's phone received a message that he had been transferred 11,650,000 won for the match. Hwi-sung heard that his fight was chosen for the main night, and for this he received a bonus of 10 million won. He realized that he was poor and could not earn money even after several years of frantic exercise. And his arrival in MMA gave him immediate income. If this happens all the time, he will be able to pay off his debts and give his family the opportunity to live the way they want. He saw his mother bargaining with a shopkeeper asking for a discount on vegetables. He noted that his mother still looks very elegant. In her youth, she was a beauty and had many admirers. He caught up with his mother and hugged her, which scared her very much. He asked why she shops here, because there is a store next to the house, and it takes longer to walk here. Mom replied that it was cheaper here and a walk would be good for her. Hwi-sung promised to himself that he would repay his parents for what they did to him 100-fold. He suggested that Mom have lunch at a restaurant and leave the food for tomorrow. He said he could afford to take her to a restaurant because he earned some money. Mom didn't believe him. He asked what she wanted. Sushi, sashimi. They walked down the street and talked. Gangnam Territory Building X1. In the director's office, a man watched a video of the fight between Hwi-sung and Young-soo Cho. At some points, he stopped the recording and looked at something in detail. The man walked into the room, turned on the light, and asked what impression Hwi-sung made. The man replied that the guy was a damn good fighter, and he asked if he was really a newbie. He hadn't seen it before. He said that while he was on a business trip in Japan, a real treasure appeared here. The second man said that this treasure was training in team attack. The man remembered that he heard how a newcomer refused money from an elite club and began training with Sang-gun and Park. The second man said that Lee Hwi-sung was 22 years old and had completed his military service. He receives 2,000,000 won and half of the winnings, and for the last fight, he was given a bonus. Then the man said that they need to get Wheesung for themselves. We need to offer him better conditions. The man with glasses said he would start this after Chuseok, the Korean autumn holiday. He added that there was another person who caught his attention. He left, thinking that he had not seen the director so excited for a long time. X1 MMA director Han Gun-ho sat alone in his office and thought that Wheesung was a very good fighter. Wheesung walked down the street and enjoyed the good weather. He noticed Yoo-jin and called out to her. The girl turned around indifferently, looked at him and moved on. He caught up with her and asked if she always walked this way, to which she replied that he should pass by and not enter into conversations with her. Wheesung snatched the book from the girl's hands. He did not understand what kind of book it was, and the girl angrily replied that it was a book on philosophy. He asked why read this and whether Yoo-jin understands what is written there. She replied that the book was written about the concept of wise relationships, the art of living and the history of mankind. Wheesung made a face when he heard about the contents of the book. Yoo-jin read the book carefully, and Wheesung looked at her and thought that he couldn't get used to her character. Coach Park came into the room and called the guy. He called him to the director's office and gave him some papers to read. It was a contract from X1, which really surprised Wheesung. The coach said that Chief X1 contacted them and wanted to sign an official contract with Wheesung. Wheesung was surprised because he thought it would happen later. The coach, on the contrary, was not surprised because he was sure that the managers were impressed by his fight. The coach added that, of course, Wheesung showed class in battle, but only because Young-soo Cho could not fight in his usual style. Wheesung pointed out that the coach was right. Fighter Chan simply underestimated Wheesung and succumbed to provocation. If he had been calm, Wheesung would have lost the fight. Wheesung was about to sign the contract, and the coach began to explain the conditions to him. The contract is for 3 years and 3 matches. If Wheesung is unable to play all the matches, the contract will still end only after 3 years. Wheesung asked, if he fights 3 times in a year, does that mean he won't be able to fight for 2 years? The coach explained that there is a clause in the contract that allows him to participate in other teams. Wheesung will be able to fight in the Singapore organization, for example, which also belongs to X1. Fighter exchanges usually include an agency tax. This clause skips that requirement and allows organizations to negotiate directly with each other to prepare for matches. But the training camps are paid for by the fighters themselves. Wheesung thought that he would have to pay a lot, and he didn't like it. The coach replied that yes, the prize money may be small, but with a contract a fighter cannot be caught, even if he loses all the fights. Therefore, the coach advised Wheesung to pay attention to the advantages. X1 always supports its fighters. The next point states that if Wheesung joins the SFC, the contract will be cancelled. SFC is a rival, so exchanges of fighters are prohibited. SFC has self-proclaimed itself as the best MMA venue. As fighting standards have increased, the reputation of small and medium-sized organizations has correspondingly fallen, but SFC still holds the title of impeccable organization. Wheesung really liked SFC. The next clause of the contract is fight insurance in case of injury. The fighters pay for it if it is 500,000 won. If more is needed, then the insurance comes into force. The weight and penalties are the same as everywhere else. Being late is a 20% fine. The first failure to collect is a 50% fine. The second failure is 75%. The third failure is to take away all the prize money. Monitoring weight is a fighter's responsibility. The lowest salary is 1,000,000 won. The basic salary is 2,000,000 won plus 50% of the winnings. If Wheesung wins a match, then the salary increases by 700,000 won. If he wins all 3, then by 3.5 won, then by 4,800,000 won, and so on. Wheesung said that the bonus is less than what he received the first time. The coach said that debut fighters on the X1 undercard get 1,000,000 won. If they make it to the main card, they get 2,000,000 won. If they become amateurs, they need to win 8 fights in a row to get that kind of money. Coach Park said that as he sees it, X1 is providing Wheesung with the best conditions possible. The last clause of the contract talks about the bonus system, the main fight of the night, and it goes to the fighter who arranges the most interesting and exciting fight. Wheesung already knew this. Finally, the coach told Wheesung that in the future fights will not be so easy, because now everyone knows what he is capable of. The guy will have to learn fighting in different styles and work hard. Wheesung was ready for this. The guy signed a contract and became an official X1 athlete. Coach Park had another surprise. On December 31st, there will be Wheesung's second match, and his opponent will be A group of men with bats and iron rods in their hands surrounded an unarmed guy in an underground parking lot. They were aggressive and intended to beat the man, who was preparing to defend himself. The blonde bandit swung his bat and wanted to hit the guy on the head. Toth stepped aside and the blow whistled. At the same time, the man's fist crashed into the blonde bandit's cheekbone. Another bandit attacked him from behind, hoping to knock out his opponent with one blow of his stick. But the man instantly reacted to the danger from behind and slammed his foot into the attacker's jaw. Screaming, "You vile bastard," the two gangsters rushed at the guy. They rushed at him with huge leaps and shouted, "Die!" The guy jumped high and made a U-turn. He fought well with his feet. His blows sent his opponents flying in different directions. He swung his long leg, and another attacker became no longer dangerous for him. The powerful blow sent him flying against the wall. Footsteps were heard in the basement, and the guy turned around at their sound. Opposite him stood a gray-haired man. The fighters prepared for a fight. They rushed at each other with fury, as if they wanted to kill their opponent. The guy missed a kick to the head from a gray-haired man, but in response he managed to land a kick in the enemy's chest. He winced in severe pain, lost my balance and fell to my knees. His opponent froze and silently looked at the bandit who sat in front of him. There was a cry, "Stop, cut," and the director thanked everyone for filming. The director told actor Sang-hoon that he did a great job. The gray-haired actor, who continued to sit on the ground, was approached by a man from the film crew and asked about his well-being. He said that the guy didn't have to try so hard, he shouldn't overexert himself and expose himself to blows. Extra actor Choi Hwi-sung stood up and responded that he didn't want his comrade to get in trouble after helping him get the role. His friend said that when he becomes famous, he will not forget about Choi Hwi-sung. At this time, Choi's phone rang and he answered the call. His comrades listened carefully to what he said, that he was very happy and of course agreed. When the conversation ended, Choi Hwi-sung told his friend that he had received an offer. He was told he would be on the main card, and the battle will take place on December 31st. Here he is, Wheesung's opponent. Choi Hwi-sung was fighting in the ring, and his opponent just landed a right hand. The opponent was very fast and furious. It seemed that the guy had no chance, but he instantly kicked him in the body and immediately delivered a straight left blow to the jaw. The opponent fell, the referee stopped the fight, and Choi Hwi-sung became the winner. Coach Park and Wheesung watched the tape of the fight, and Wheesung said that he saw a normal fight without holds. The coach said that Choi has only 4 matches in the amateur league and 2 matches in the professional league. He is based on karate, he has a 3rd dan and a victory in an international competition behind him. The coach said that such athletes are a real pain in the ass because they attack a lot, as they have enormous endurance and endurance. Endurance is very important. If you are very exhausted, you will not be able to move. Why do professionals who have trained for many years freeze in place and get the full benefit? Because they can't move. For this match, the coach saw 3 types of dribbling. The first is grappling. Choi is bad at grappling, but so is Wheesung, so that's out of the question. Wheesung shouted that he had room to grow and he would learn. The coach did not listen to him and said that the second option, to overpower him in stamina, flies by because Wheesung has so-so stamina and a small physique. Wheesung was convinced that Coach Pa hates him and says bad things. The coach asked Wheesung what he thought was the third option, and Wheesung replied that he didn't know. He just had to go into the ring and beat his opponent. Coach Park exclaimed that Wheesung is absolutely right now. Bingo. Wheesung must attack mercilessly and break through his defenses. Wheesung grieved that he was not strong enough, otherwise he would not have thought about tactics and attacked until victory. Coach Park said that such a technique exists, and it's called Muay Thai, the strongest attacking technique in the world. It is especially pronounced in the elbow and knee techniques. If you study it well, you can break through Choi Hwi-sung's defense. And the coach knows such a Muay Thai specialist. This is Junghwan. Hwang says that the coach asked him to teach Wheesung the elbow and knee techniques of Muay Thai. But he does not agree with the coach. In mixed martial arts, you cannot hit your opponent with your elbow on the ground, and you cannot do low knee strikes, so such techniques are useless. Hwan thinks that Wheesung needs to study Plam. Wheesung doesn't understand what this is all about. The flame is one of the grips in Muay Thai, and is very important for good use of elbows and knees. There are many matches in which participants lost due to ignorance of the flame. Example, SFC match for the title of champion of the middleweight category. Rich Flake used a flame on Anthony Silver and finished him off with a knee. Hwan is going to teach Wheesung how to grab first. First, with your left hand, firmly grab the opponent by the neck from behind. The opponent will do the same. Then you need to pull your opponent's left hand down, using your right, and create the desired angle. This is basic flame capture. And when the correct angle is created, you can easily hit your opponent with your elbow. Hwang showed exactly how to carry out the strike. He showed that his fingers were now free. Therefore, the one who takes a comfortable position faster will win. And he had a brilliant reception. Wheesung couldn't help it and screamed, so that his friend would act easier, because this is just a training session. Junghwan suggested that he not whine, but think about how he could get out of this position. Wheesung suggested that he would simply grab the opponent's arms and shake him off, but Hwan said that he would knee him while he got out. Will Wheesung take all the blows without defending himself? Wheesung said to defend himself first, and Hwan asked, and then can we continue to hit him? Hwang said that there is no room for Wheesung to move. Hwang will just push his head down harder and hit him hard. Wheesung asked if he could retreat to avoid the blows. If he lowers his stance and forces the fighter to break the hold, what happens? Hwang replied that if his friend brought his head closer to his knee, it would hardly get better, because he would need to hit it perfectly on time. Wheesung tried to break free from the grip, but he couldn't. Hwang said that in the first half of a hold, you can shake off your opponent because the fighter has some strength left and can react quickly. But there is nothing worse than being caught in a fire when you are already tired. Wheesung asked, what to do if you get caught in a flame? Hwang replied that he would show him now and told his friend to grab him. Wheesung grabbed his friend by the neck with his left hand. Hwang made a quick movement with his shoulder, and he threw Wheesung away from him. He explained that in a fight, you need to tense your neck and back at the right angle before the enemy tries to catch him in the flame. If the opponent is the same height, then Jason's arms will be almost straightened, which will give him an advantage in the shoulders. Under such circumstances, the opponent will not be able to properly use the force, and his hands can be easily shaken off. Hwang advised Wheesung to turn his body and use his shoulders, in a word, to spin. But if the opponent has already completed a grab and is pressing on you with his muscle mass, neck strength alone will not do. If this happens, one option is to knock the opponent to the floor while he throws knee strikes. Hwan again told Wheesung to grab his neck with both hands and press hard. He said that when you are firmly stuck in the flames, you can put your hand between the opponent's hands. But once the grip is complete, there is very little space between the opponent's hands. He will know what Wheesung is going to do and will try to stop him. But if you turn your shoulders and force your opponent to look inward, it doesn't matter how little distance there is between the hands, the fighter can always slip out. You need to put your hand inside the grip. Junghwan quickly threw Wheesung away from him. Hwang went on to say that it's hard enough to find space to get out of a hold, but the situation can completely change and develop into many different outcomes. Wheesung saw a new side of his friend and was amazed by his skill. Hwang was very pleased with the praise. Wheesung said that he thought his friend was a so-so fighter, but he's actually good. Hwang promised to kick Wheesung's ass for underestimating his skill. Hwang said that training was over for today and shouted to someone that they were already free. Ki Tai-yong appeared on the threshold of the hall. He was in a hurry to train Wheesung and was very happy about it. Wheesung did not expect to see this tough coach here at all, and the news about training with him horrified him. He angrily asked his friend how did this butcher end up here. Hwang replied that the back and neck muscles are very important for the flame, and Ki Tai-yong is the best strength training coach. Wheesung shouted why he wasn't asked if he wanted to work with this person. Ki Tai-yong came up behind him and asked what kind of person Wheesung thought he was. In his mind, Wheesung considered Ki Tai-yong not a human, but a gorilla. But he said out loud that he couldn't believe that such a busy person would train him personally. Tae-yong said that he did not expect such attentiveness from Wheesung. He suggested that Wheesung, since he respects his coach so much, take him for a ride. After all, Wheesung didn't lie that he respects and loves his coach, who weighs only 120 kilograms. Wheesung had no choice but to put the trainer on his back and walk with him around the ring. Hwang advised his friend to hold on and not die prematurely. Tae-yong said that Hwan is happy early. He will also roll him around the ring. Hwang was not happy about the unscheduled activities. He tried to escape, but Tae-yong deftly jumped onto him from Wheesung's shoulders. A few days later, Wheesung was practicing techniques with sparring partner Junghwan. The enemy tries to make a grab, but Wheesung blocks the attempt. The fighters exchange blows and dodge them. Wheesung makes a grab and hits his opponent with his knee. The opponent bends down and is about to slip out of the grip. Wheesung blocks his hand with his right hand, and at the same time he hits his opponent's side with his knee. The fighter puts his hand under Wheesung's arms. He manages to break free from the grip, and the fighters fly apart. At this point, they decide to end the training. Wheesung thanks his friend for his help. He says that Wheesung quickly grasps everything and grows. Wheesung thinks he is lucky that his comrade Hwang is a professional Muay Thai fighter. He feels that his muscle strength and endurance have increased greatly. It was as if he had reached a new level, which was helped by training with Tae-yong. Yoo-jin sits next to him. She is very depressed and does not want to communicate. Yu-jin started losing weight a month ago and gave up fast food and salt. It's very difficult for her. She cut out pizza, fried chicken, all snacks. She is required to drink 6 liters of water a day, but now she is prescribing 8 liters due to the fact that there are 10 days left before the match. Considering her weight, drinking so much water is taking a toll on her morale. Wheesung encourages the girl and says that there are only 10 days left until the match. The girl is irritated and does not want to talk. The coach calls her to drink water and she leaves sadly and irritably. Wheesung sympathizes with the girl, but then Tae-young comes up and calls him to practice. On his t-shirt it says, "I will kill you." Wheesung thinks that today Turner is pushing him, and he could really die. Time flew by due to training. Wheesung's team had 5 matches. They stole an offer from another organization, and Junghwan participated in the Central League battle. The other 3 matches were won without any problems. Yu-jin competed in a difficult match and won in the 3rd round, becoming a rising star in the lightweight division. Junghwan blew again. He almost won the match, but he opened his face and missed a counterpunch that knocked him out. Tae-young was so angry that he said, "What if Junghwan opens up in battle again? Then the coach will personally tear off his balls." Seoul, Apgujeong Official Hall X1 weigh-in day. Wheesung feels bad about the weight cut, but the weigh-in today is very simple. Just fighters with trainers and 2 cameramen. He is invited to weigh in. His weight is 77 kilograms, 200 grams. Fighter Ju Ho-seok is called in next. Nobody comes out. He is called again. The fighter comes out of the toilet and apologizes for being late. He looks very exhausted, and he is alone, without a trainer. However, he passes the weigh-in, with a result of 77.5 kilograms. At this time, Wheesung is thirsty, but the water bottle was forgotten in the car. Ju hands Wheesung his water bottle. He says he had a hard time losing weight because of his work. Wheesung asks what kind of work it is, and Ju replies that he plays a little kind of bully in a movie. He leaves, and Wheesung notes that his opponent is very polite and well-mannered. The trainer says that in the ring he will attack Wheesung like a pit bull. Wheesung understands that a match is a match, and he will also give it his all. On the day of the match, Wheesung munches on tasteless diet food and dreams of fried chicken. Yu-jin comes up to him and says that despite her day off, she came to help Junghwan, who also has a fight today. She gives Wheesung a snack of red ginseng and chocolate, and says that if eaten an hour before the fight, it will improve stamina and blood circulation. Wheesung asks why she is giving them to him, and the girl says that they are her leftovers. Wheesung doesn't believe her, and says that's how she could have said that she found that food on the floor. The girl loses her temper and yells that it was her leftovers, but Wheesung imitates her, and gets hit in the face with a cabbage leaf. Yu-jin checks her cell phone and says she has to go. Junghwan has a lot of things and needs help. Wheesung peels a cabbage leaf from his face, and thanks the girl for taking care of herself. Yu-jin says he always has to answer this way. She advises him to just go and win the match, and not act like an idiot. Wheesung promises her that he will definitely win. Coaches watch the fights on a screen in the waiting room. They say the fighting today is crazy. Knockout after knockout. Tae-young notices Wheesung eating something and asks what it is. Wheesung says Yu-jin gave it to him and told him to eat it an hour before the match. But it is very tasteless. Even chocolate has a nasty taste. Then he covers his eyes with a towel and says he wants to meditate before the match. Coach Park notes that Wheesung's calmness worries him. Maybe he is deaf or blind. The coaches talk about thinking positively, while Tae-young discovers that Wheesung has been sleeping and yells at him. The 63rd X1 match begins. Fighter Lee Wheesung enters the blue corner of the ring. Loud applause is heard. The hall is about to explode. Commentators say that everyone remembers his last match, and isn't the athlete's schedule too busy. X1 expects a lot from this fighter, and today we will find out whether their expectations will be met. In the red corner of the ring is fighter Ju Ho-seok. He looks stern and confident. Fighter Ju Ho-seok enters the ring. He looks bigger than Wheesung. Wheesung sizes up his opponent and thinks he looks huge, even though they are almost the same height. But he has huge muscles, so he can fight mindlessly. The judge asks about the fighter's readiness. The fight begins and Ju Ho immediately rushes to attack. Lee Wheesung throws a couple of punches to test his opponent. Ju Ho sneaks closer and holds the line. Lee Wheesung throws a knee, but his strike is blocked by Ju Ho. Wheesung accidentally opens up, and Ju Ho seizes the opportunity and hits his opponent right in the body with his left. Wheesung is angry that he made such a mistake. Wheesung throws a combination and approaches the edge of the ring. Ju Ho indifferently perceives all the enemy's maneuvers. Wheesung is surprised that his opponent isn't angry at his combinations. Coach Park yells for Wheesung to keep up the pace and control Ju Ho's attacks. At this time, Ju Ho goes on the attack and throws a right punch to the opponent's head. The blow stuns Wheesung and he barely manages to cover himself. The coach thinks that Wheesung's opponent is much stronger and tougher than they thought, But Wheesung defends himself against attacks he can't avoid, and dodges blows to the head. Meanwhile, Wheesung once again blocks Ju-ho's attempt to hit him, and kicks the opponent into the center of the ring. He puts his foot down to stop the retreat, and prepares for the next attack. But he is surprised by his opponent's behavior. Wheesung lowers his hands, stops defending himself and clenches both fists. Wheesung's coaches don't understand what he's doing. Has he gone crazy? Why did he suddenly stop defending himself? Wheesung lowered his hands and a triumphant smile played on his face. Everyone was shocked by his behavior. Commentators are shouting that fighter Lee Wheesung has completely revealed himself. He goes to his opponent, but now is not the time to relax, because now he can fall under a series of attacks from the fighter Ju-ho. Ju-ho thinks that now he needs to maintain his rhythm and deplete his opponent's stamina reserves, but then he gets hit in the head and staggers back. He thinks he missed that jab because Wheesung didn't even move, and he couldn't predict anything. Wheesung's next move is also lightning fast. He throws a right hand at his opponent's jaw. At first, Ju-ho thought it was a low kick, but it's a feint, it's actually a left middle kick. Again, this is a bluff. Ju-ho became entangled in the avalanche of feints and bluffs that Wheesung unleashed on him. Commentators are screaming that fighter Ju-ho is being mercilessly deceived by Lee Wheesung, who has led him into a corner. As a result, Ju-ho retreats and is afraid of blows. Although Lee Wheesung never attacked him, Ju-ho loses his temper and gets angry, and he is caught by a flying rear jump kick from fighter Lee Wheesung. The blow was so strong that it could break the opponent's blocking arm, and right behind him, Wheesung throws a high kick aimed at fighter Ju-ho right in the face. A few minutes ago, Lee Wheesung stood on defense, but now everything has changed. Ju-ho has to move closer to the edges of the ring. Lee Wheesung doesn't let him move and chases him in a crab position. It seems that he is provoking his opponent. Ju-ho sees that his opponent has again switched to feints and deceptions. He misses another blow, and the counterpunch misses the target. Coach Park thinks it's hard for Ju-ho to react when your opponent attacks you, and feints and gets into weird timing. Wheesung pins his opponent against the ring net and throws punches. Ju-ho understands that his opponent has caught the right moment, and now it will be difficult to get out of this position. Ju-ho needs to hold out. He is sure that Wheesung will deal a serious blow soon. He hopes that he will not miss this moment and turn the situation in his favor. Ju-ho throws a right hand, but Wheesung dodges it. He guessed his opponent's intentions and lands a strong blow to Ju-ho's ribs. Ju-ho can't move his body and his chest aches. He strengthens the defense, but he receives a strong blow with his knee, and he can't straighten up. It was a strong blow, so Wheesung waits for Ju-ho to raise his head. Fighter Lee Wheesung approaches his opponent in the center of the ring, as if he was out for a walk. Ju-ho is stuck in his seat. Wheesung walks up and Ju-ho looks at him confused. Fighter Lee Wheesung looks into Ju-ho's eyes, standing completely open in front of him. Despite participating in a series of attacks, Ju-ho is unable to even stretch out his arm. Wheesung says it's time for him to have fun. Ju-ho tries to block for protection, but Wheesung unleashes a flurry of blows on him, and Ju-ho is completely defenseless and cannot even counterattack. It looks like Ju-ho can't do anything while getting hit all over his body. It's amazing how he's still standing. But Ju-ho can't give up so easily. He makes a tackle and throws himself at Wheesung's feet to take him down. Wheesung swings his legs into first position, and Ju-ho slips past him, and he sees the opponent's hands, which are ready to squeeze his neck. Commentators are shouting that this is a Muay Thai takeover. Lee Wheesung uses a Muay Thai hold. He successfully captures Ju-ho and has no way of getting out. And then he does a knee strike, and it looks very powerful. The knee strikes don't stop. Fighter Ju-ho unsuccessfully tries to shield himself from blows. Coach Ju-ho yells at him to break out of the series of attacks. Ju-ho tries to distract his opponent with a punch, but Lee Wheesung cannot be penetrated. He continues to throw knee strikes. Blow after blow, Ju-ho can't escape. It's getting dangerous. No matter how tough Ju-ho is, it is too dangerous. A strong knee to the face from Lee Wheesung breaks Ju-ho's defense. Ju-ho ends up on the floor, and Lee Wheesung seizes the opportunity and continues to beat him up. Coach Park yells for Wheesung to put pressure on his opponent's neck. Wheesung hears the coach and follows his advice. He presses on Ju-ho's neck. Coach Ju-ho yells at him to grab Wheesung and throw him to the floor. With incredible effort, Ju-ho rises up, makes a tackle and tries to knock down the opponent. But Wheesung slips out of his opponent's hands and grabs his neck in pincers. The commentator yells that it's a front choke. Lee Wheesung escaped the hold and went for a choke. He holds Ju-ho tightly, and it seems to be a stalemate for Ju-ho. The referee stops the fight. The match is over. Lee Wheesung won by submission. He defeated the impenetrable Ju-ho. Having started uncertainly, he ended the fight with a submission. In this match, he earned the title of an excellent fighter. 4 minutes and 18 seconds. The second time he wins in the first round. The coaches say that their player is an amazing guy. After all, he only recently learned grips. Coach Park remembers his MMA fights and would like to repeat them. He puts Wheesung on his shoulders and they go to celebrate their victory. Everyone celebrates the brilliant fight. Wheesung gets a call from his mom and asks what is he doing. Enjoying dinner with colleagues? Wheesung replies that everyone is crazy and congratulates him. Mom has a strange voice and Wheesung asks if she's drunk. Mom replies that she drank to her son's victory. Dad went to the store to buy alcohol and will be back soon. Mom drinks at home, so no need to worry. Mom apologized to her son for not supporting him in his endeavors and continued to say that she did not like it. Mom explains that she was scared and was afraid that her son was getting sick, that she was making him fight over money. She is drunk and reproaches herself for being a bad mother. Wheesung tells her to calm down. Then Dad comes and takes Mom's phone. He says that his son can rest and he will take care of his mother. The father tells his son that he performed excellently today. Wheesung thinks that he needs to work even harder so that his mother won't worry. In the cafe hall, Wheesung is joyfully greeted by his colleagues. They say that besides wrestling, he needs to take a couple of vocal lessons because he is very bad at karaoke. The 20th of January, office of an elite fight club on the day of the Central League. The coach is yelling at the top of his voice. He grabs Junghwan by the throat and yells that he is hopeless and can only die. They are separated, and the coach shouts that he told his ward not to rush. The coach is ushered away and thanks Junghwan for a job well done. Hwang sits down on the bench in a bad mood. Wheesung comes up to him, gives him a drink and tells him not to worry so much. Hwang says he didn't live up to expectations. Friends sit on a bench and discuss the match. In his fight, Junghwan did not lose, but he did not win either. He was careful in the first round, started with a straight punch in the second, and won the audience award. Tae-yong yelled at him to go slow and put pressure on his opponent. But Hwan was too worried, ignored Tae-yong's advice and attacked his opponent's defense like a clockwork one. Once he started losing stamina, he opened his chin. It was a bad habit of his, and in the end something happened that shouldn't have happened. Both fighters hit him in the face at the same time, and both fell unconscious right in the ring. But since Hwang didn't win soon, he won't be able to debut as a professional. Wheesung thought his friend was fit to be a fighter, but he gets stage fright, and his body freezes as soon as the match starts. Wheesung told his friend that he will definitely win next time. Hwang turned to his friend and said that he wanted to talk to him about an important matter, but at this time they were called. Hwan immediately got ready to go, and Wheesung asked what his friend wanted to tell him, but he turned around and replied that it was nothing important. Wheesung followed him, and his back seemed so small that day. Coach Park said that they had good news for their gym. Young-kun signed a contract with SFC. Everyone was very happy that now they would have an SFC fighter in the gym. They wanted to get an autograph. Wheesung told Yoo-jin, who was standing nearby, that the world is so strange. Yesterday, Hwang lost the opportunity to debut, and today, Young-kun received an offer from SFC. The guy didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Yoo-jin said that actually, Junghwan happily hangs on Young-kun's arm and is not upset. Coach Park said that there will be a match in mid-June. He will be the coach and he needs one more person. Everyone's eyes lit up. All the fighters wanted to go with Coach Park. One shouted that he had been working here for a long time. The other is that he is never late. The coach said that everyone has an opportunity, except those who made their debut as professionals and are preparing for the match. The coach said he couldn't choose who would go with him, so he suggested they play Amidakuji. The first person comes up and chooses a number. The coach will change everything several times so that the number and line are impossible to guess. The coach drew the board. He said that no matter who is chosen, there should be no objections. Wheesung was called first. He drew along the line to the very edge, on which there was an inscription, selected. Wheesung was very happy. He asked the others for forgiveness and said that he did not think he would be so lucky. Coach Park congratulated him, but he asked if Wheesung is qualified. Personal trainer certificate or sports trainer certificate. Wheesung had no qualifications, and the coach explained that if he wanted to be the second coach in the SFC, he needed to have a license, and to get it, he needed a sports-related qualification, which is provided by the government. If there are no such qualifications, then Wheesung cannot go with Coach Park. The coach suggested playing again, but then Wheesung shouted that he was not going to give up and would qualify before the match. Coach Park wonders how Wheesung is going to qualify for the match in June. Wheesung says that the test for a second-level sports coach will be in Gachala of May. He will do everything in time. Young-kun counters that no one cares whether the guy gets qualified, and they can't depend on it. Young-kun proposes this solution. If Wheesung gets qualified, he will go with them to the matches, and if he doesn't qualify, then he will treat the whole team for 300,000 won. Wheesung agrees, and the Pranis shake hands. The whole team is confident that a good treat awaits them, and they began to create a menu. A few days later, Sang-guk walks into the training room. Sang-guk saw Wheesung sitting in the break room with his textbooks and asked what he was doing there. Coach Park revealed that Wheesung is preparing for the test. Sang-guk asked what the tests were because he had been working outside the gym lately and didn't know what was going on there. Coach Park revealed that Wheesung got the position of Coach Young-guk, but he is not qualified. Sang-guk says that Wheesung has received an invitation to the ranking competition that will be held in May. But this match is in the lightweight category. The coach is very surprised by this and asks why. Sang-guk says that Wheesung's physique is more suited to lightweight, and that his opponents have outweighted him before. From now on, his opponents will be stronger, so he must move to his weight category. Sang-guk says that Wheesung has little experience in losing weight, and if he adds to the stress of preparing for the qualifications, he may not be able to cope. They decide to ask Wheesung, and he confidently says that he can handle everything. Sang-guk explains to the guy that he will need to lose 10 kilograms of weight. It is difficult, and if you add training and passing qualifications to this, it will be very difficult for him. Wheesung suggests they try and see how it goes. He asks Sang-guk to give him a chance, and if he feels that he is not coping, he will immediately let the coach know. Sang-guk thinks about it, but he already knows how stubborn Wheesung is and agrees. Wheesung's joy knows no bounds, and he promises that he will not let you down. Sang-guk sets one condition. Training, studying, diet, everything can overlap each other. Wheesung shouldn't sacrifice sleep for studying. Wheesung agrees. Sang-guk says that this time he will train Wheesung before the fight. This time the enemy is different from all previous ones, and you need to know how to fight him. This is a special fight, whether Wheesung wins or loses, and how he plays will affect his entire career. Wheesung says he's willing to bet his life on winning. He gives Wheesung a dossier on his rival. Wheesung reads the name. Mitsushima, and Sang-guk confirms that his opponent is Japanese. A man comes into the store and asks Mitsushima if everything is okay. Mitsushima Yasuke from Team Momotaro greets the newcomer. The store owner asks Mitsushima how things are going, and the guy says that one customer forgot to take 80 yen in change. What to do with them? The owner replies that Mitsushima should take them for himself. Mitsushima thinks that the buyer might come back and cause a scandal, or maybe he won't have enough money for the subway. He's clearly afraid. The owner is surprised how you can be such a coward if you are a man, and he suggests that this is why Mitsushima doesn't get along with people. The owner says that the guy's shift is over and he can go home. Mitsushima walks down the street. There are a lot of people and he runs into people, and he politely apologizes all the time. He enters Momotaro's training room. The gym is full. All the fighters are training. Everyone tries to stay away from Mitsushima. He enters the locker room. He takes off his unfashionable glasses, and he comes out into the hall as a completely different person. He warms up his muscles before training, and he approaches the punching bag. The rest of the athletes are watching him. Mitsushima begins to practice punches. They are powerful and accurate. The fighters say among themselves that his blows can drive you crazy. They even sound different. At this moment, Mitsushima is completely happy. His coach shouts that he told Mitsushima to come into the office right away, and Mitsushima instead ran to hit the bag again. The coach says that they received an offer from X1, and the match will be in May. Mitsushima looks at the photo of his opponent, Lee Wheesung. His face lights up with a smile. He is happy. In the middle of the training room, Wheesung sits on the floor and says that he doesn't understand anything about the test questions. Yoo-jin comes up and asks why he's not in the break room studying. Does he want everyone to see how cool he is? Wheesung says he couldn't concentrate. He asks the girl to help him understand the issue. The two of them begin to explore complex topics. Wheesung thinks that Yoo-jin is very cute. It's not for nothing that she is called the MMA goddess. She has big, beautiful eyes, clean, velvety skin, and it smells good. Yoo-jin asks why Wheesung was staring at her like that. He replies that she smells delicious. The girl is embarrassed and says that she just got out of the shower. She asks what else Wheesung doesn't understand. He says he understands everything and thanks her for her help. The girl is about to leave and goes to the door. Wheesung calls out to her and asks her to go along. Yoo-jin turns around and looks at the guy. He decides that she will refuse now, and pretends that he forgot that he promised to help the coach. Yoo-jin asks how long he will help the coach. Wheesung says he doesn't know, and the girl leaves on her own. Wheesung stands in disbelief and does not understand what just happened. Just then his phone rings and the sound makes him jump in surprise. His boss sent a video of Mitsushima's fight. Wheesung starts to look and what he sees amazes him. He thinks what's wrong with that idiot in the video. Wheesung watches Yoo-jin in the training room and sighs. He wonders if the girl noticed that he was trying to hit on her. She seemed distant lately. Yoo-jin asks what is he staring at. Sang-guk comes up and asks what Wheesung is thinking about. He asks what Wheesung's opinion was after watching the video of Mitsushima's fight. Wheesung says his opponent is completely crazy. Mitsushima is an excellent boxer. He has outstanding speed and striking power. Furious finishing blows stun opponents and bring him closer to victory. However, he has a personal problem. Even after the match ends, he continues to attack his opponent, loses control of himself, and tries to continue the fight, despite the referee stopping him. At such moments, the expression on his face resembles that of a madman. But during the weigh-in, he can't even look his opponent in the eye and looks shy. That's why everyone thinks he has a split personality. In comparison, Choi Hye-seob seems like just a naughty child. Sang-guk reads that Mitsushima Eisuke has a 10-win streak and 1 loss. His history in X1 is significant with a series of 6 victories, all completed by knockouts, which means that he is a fairly successful fighter. He is fast, does not miss his opponent's mistakes, and has a well-developed strike and defense against tackles. Given Wheesung's strengths, he needs to box in this match, but Mitsushima is much better at boxing. Also, their styles are very similar. Sang-guk asks if Wheesung saw the match between Choi Do-hee and John Sicily. Wheesung replies that he did, and Choi Do-hee won by TKO. Although he is weaker and slower than John Sicily. Despite this, his strikes were preemptive, and even if they hit each other at the same time, Sicily's strikes were not as strong. Sang-guk asks Wheesung why he thinks. Wheesung doesn't know how to explain this. Sang-guk says it all depended on the timing and accuracy of the strikes. Choi Do-hee hit a little faster almost all the time. This was reflected in Choi's hitting on Sicily, although technically Sicily should have hit faster. Even though both were punching at the same time, reducing the time between turning and attacking by a split second, he was able to dominate Sicily's rhythm, which subsequently forced Sicily to rethink his punches and slow down. The same applies to his hitting accuracy. He didn't just hit, but used speed and accuracy to hit only certain spots. If someone can achieve this, then the strength of his opponent will not play a significant role. Sang-guk said that Wheesung will practice these 2 things during training. Sang-guk said that it would be difficult to do it in 2 months, but Wheesung should be able to do it. He is a gifted guy and he needs to learn to use his talent. And they started training. First, Sang-guk told Wheesung to pump himself up, and Yeon Tae-young was involved in the matter, who squeezed all the juice out of his student. Wheesung wished that his coach would die quickly. Wheesung also went through a series of exercises according to the Barbara program. 15 weight lifts plus 10 kilograms, 30 push-ups with a weight plus 10 kilograms, 40 times abs plus 10 kilograms, 50 times rack plus 10 kilograms, 70 times exercises with resistance and ropes. And all this was considered one approach that needed to be completed as quickly as possible. There was a 2-minute break between BVL approaches. There were 5 approaches in total. Despite the fact that there was a break between approaches, Wheesung slowed down more and more. Starting from the 3rd approach, the break was 3 minutes. Wheesung was out of breath, and the coach told him not to open his mouth, but to breathe through his nose. Wheesung said that his hands were already shaking, and asked how long such training would last. Yeon Tae-young said that the coach ordered them to be held 3 times a week, and Wheesung was crazy about this arrangement. He said he had read about overwork, and that it causes muscle loss. Tae-young reassured the student that he was keeping an eye on this. Sang-guk came by to see how the training was going, and asked Tae-young if he had gotten the most out of Wheesung. Tae-young replied that he had done everything he could. Sang-guk said that everything is great, and now it's time for technique training. First, there was a training session with the ball, and Sang-guk asked Junghwan to demonstrate how it was done. Junghwan willingly showed the technique. He deftly dodged the ball flying straight into his face. Sang-guk said that this training came from boxing, to practice the timing of punches and their accuracy. If Wheesung can use this bag like Junghwan, he will improve his upper body tempo. Wheesung started training. It was hard for him. The pair kept swaying at a strange angle. Sang-guk said that it's because Wheesung sees the fixed target, and he doesn't have the right balance so he can't hit the target. We need to continue these trainings. The next stage is tap ball, an ideal exercise for improving the accuracy of strikes, the dynamics of visual sharpness and return strikes. Junghwan again showed how to do it. The ball was small and it flew terribly. Sang-guk told Wheesung to try now. Wheesung put the ball on his forehead and started hitting it. He liked this. He shouted that it was cool, and that he trusted the ball as a coach. Sang-guk thought that his ward was an idiot. Sang-guk loudly shouted one word, "Forehead." Wheesung hit the ball hard. The ball flew straight into his face, but Wheesung managed to dodge, and the ball hit Tae-young right in the face, who had just gone to watch the training. Tae-young asked if he had offended Wheesung in some way, and he chased after Wheesung, who decided to flee. Sang-guk analyzed that the ball not only accelerated but also deviated along a curve, but Wheesung saw that the ball was flying towards his face and quickly changed its trajectory. Now Sang-guk's guesses have been confirmed. He understands what Wheesung is capable of and he just needs to reveal it. While he was thinking, Junghwan also joined the fight. After training, Wheesung returns home. Suddenly he sees his mother in front of him. He caught up with her and asked what she was doing on the street so late. Mom was embarrassed and replied that she was meeting with friends. Wheesung said that Mom smelled like fried meat. She had a delicious dinner. Mom mumbled something incomprehensible. They walked home together along the way, discussing Wheesung's plans. Mom was against him preparing for the match and qualification at the same time, but she understood that her son would still do as he wanted. May came and it was time for the second test. Wheesung tried to write it as best as possible. Ta-young asked Wheesung how the tests went, and he replied that it was unknown when the results would come. Ta-young said that now we need to focus on training, and Wheesung went to warm up his muscles. He worked with the ball in training. Both of his coaches watched him practice and discussed how Wheesung was doing better. Sang-guk noted that Wheesung is in a difficult situation right now, which is why he is lethargic. There are two difficult stages when losing weight. The first is dehydration, which occurs a week before the weigh-in. As the water drains, all physical abilities also disappear, including muscle strength. The state before dehydration begins and resumes afterwards so that a person is fully prepared for battle. Therefore, 2 weeks before dehydration, you need to focus on strengthening muscles and endurance. Now Wheesung is in this stage. At this stage, athletes should not consume creatine because it helps retain water in the body. Athletes diet and train hard, so this is the worst time of their lives. However, Wheesung tried very hard. Sang-guk has already asked Park Sung-hoon for advice and is now asking Tae-yong to help Wheesung avoid a nervous breakdown. Although sometimes he thought that Tae-yong could be the source of a nervous breakdown for Wheesung when he gives him excessive loads. There are 5 days left before the match, and Wheesung is very tired. Yoo-jin approached him and asked what he was doing here. Wheesung rudely told her to leave. Then he remembered how Yoo-jin, who was preparing for the match, was rude to him, and realized that now they had switched places. The girl gave him nuts and chocolate, distorted that they would help him satisfy his hunger for a while. Wheesung realized that the girl had specially prepared this for him. He thanked her for her concern. Yoo-jin was about to leave, and Wheesung invited her to lunch after the match. Wheesung thought that the girl was very cute when she was angry, but it was hard for him to even laugh, and he got ready to go home. At this time his phone rang. It was his father calling. He told his son that he was in intensive care at the hospital. Wheesung ran into the hospital ward. At the reception desk, he asked where patient Lee Kang-woo was. At this time, his dad called out to him, who was sitting on the bed with his head bandaged. Wheesung began to ask why his father had a head injury, and why he was wearing such strange clothes because he wears a shirt and tie to work. Father and son came out to talk. The father said that in his company, where he worked, a situation occurred that did not allow his father to stay there and he quit. The father could not remain without work because the family had outstanding loans and he went to work in construction. The father said that his son did not need to worry so much. In a few years, everything would stabilize. Wheesung remembered how he met his mother at a late hour and asked if mom really worked too. Her father said she went to work in a restaurant. Wheesung said that he knew that his parents always paid for all the coaches he had when he played sports. Although the grandmother was against it, the parents wanted their son to do what he loved, and therefore became mired in debt. He felt guilty towards his parents and wanted them to be able to rely on him. The father sternly told his son that he and his mother did not support him in order to listen to whining. They themselves decided to support their son. Moreover, at first he was a schoolboy and could not make decisions himself. The father told his son that life cannot be filled with roses, and all people face problems. All problems end sooner or later. Everyone in the family is healthy and they have such a wonderful son. The father advised his son to live with pride in his family. Wheesung burst into tears at his father's words. He asked why his father was so bandaged and if his head was okay. The father said that his son finally figured out to ask and suggested calling his mother, who is now very worried. He said that he would soon go on a business trip to the village, and it's time for the son to go because dad is alive and the son has an important match. Wheesung understood that he could not help his father. He asked where his mother worked, but his father said that she would be uncomfortable if her son saw her. Wheesung said that he would look from afar, without showing his mother's eyes. Mom worked as a dishwasher in a restaurant. Wheesung watched her from the window. He thought that his mother tried so hard at work, but at home she did not show her fatigue. He promised himself that he would definitely win the upcoming match in order to earn a lot of money and help his parents. He was very active during boxing training, quickly dodged blows, and he attacked his sparring partner so hard that he told him to fight easier. The coaches could not understand what had changed so much in their students' behavior. Sang-guk saw that Wheesung not only became mentally stronger, but began to move and dodge with minimal effort. He reads Taijun's timings and moves constantly. Sung-guk saw that Wheesung was developing, and he liked it. The day of the weigh-in arrived. Lee Wheesung passed with a result of 70 kilograms, 490 grams. Mitsushima Yatsuke passed with a weight of 70 kilograms and 100 grams. Stradown is next according to plan. Wheesung looks at his opponent and thinks that he is small, but he has great muscle mass. He didn't have to lose weight and he looks impressive. Mitsushima does not look his opponent in the eye. He looks at the floor and repeats one word all the time. No, no, no. Wheesung tells Mitsushima that treating an opponent like a toy is not cool, and calls him a crazy idiot. The battle of views ends, and the coaches separate the athletes. Coach Park asks why Wheesung provoked his opponent. He answers, then Mitsushima started first. He kept repeating no, and it gave Wheesung goosebumps. The coach confirms that this fighter is very strange. Wheesung is still confident that he will win this fight. On the day of the match, Wheesung continues to train. The coach praises him for his good shots and lets him rest. Sang-guk approaches Wheesung and asks why he is so quiet. Wheesung replies that Sang-guk said that this match will show what he is capable of. So they wondered what his value was as an athlete. Sang-guk asks what conclusion did Wheesung come to. The guy replies that Sang-guk will see the answer to this question after the match. The hall worker says that the previous match is over. Wheesung should be backstage in 10 minutes. The 73rd main card in the second match will begin any minute. In the blue corner of the ring is Lee Wheesung. He is very relaxed and shows his love for the audience. He's definitely confident in his abilities. He has reason to be confident. He has already shown what he is capable of in the previous 2 matches. The commentator continues that this time Wheesung will have a tough opponent. He has 7 victories in the lightweight category. In the red corner of the ring, living weapon fighter Mitsushima Yatsuki. He's wearing a honey mask. He calmly enters the ring. He always plays a fierce game in the ring. Sang-guk says the match lasts 15 minutes. Wheesung shouldn't engage until he's sure he has the advantage, and the more skirmishes, the calmer he should be. Mitsushima's coach tells him that if he crosses the forbidden line in this fight, he will not have any more offers. The fighters are invited to the center of the ring. The commentator says that there is a big difference in the physique of the athletes, and it is surprising that they are in the same weight category. Wheesung is 6 centimeters taller than Mitsushima. It won't be easy for Mitsushima, but he has always beaten opponents who were bigger than him. Mitsushima has a lot more experience, and it will be a competition of physical strength versus experience. Blue fighter is ready. The red fighter is ready. The fight begins, and Mitsushima's face changes. The fighters study each other's movements. I wonder who will be the first to fight. Mitsushima attacks with his first right hand, and immediately makes a combination. Adds a left kick. Wheesung dodges. Mitsushima throws a low right hand. He aims for his opponent's chin. Wheesung leans back. The blow misses the target. Amazingly, Lee Wheesung skillfully uses upper body movements to evade attacks. Seeing an opportunity, Lee Wheesung counters with a low kick. He immediately kicks the opponent's shin. Mitsushima took advantage of the time, took a breath and rushed into battle. He sends a direct punch to Lee Wheesung's head. Lee Wheesung barely dodges and moves away. It's incredible. Both fighters demonstrate excellent defense and offense from the very beginning. Mitsushima attacks with lightning speed. What amazing speed. He used a straight punch to close the distance in a short period of time. You can feel his desire to continue attacking until he breaks through the enemy's defense. And these attacks go on and on. Many opponents have fallen under this wave of aggressive blows, but Lee Wheesung is not far behind, and responds to his blows with dignity. Eventually, Mitsushima's punch breaks through the defense. What amazing power. Due to a powerful blow, Lee Wheesung flies into the ring net. Mitsushima seizes the opportunity and continues a series of attacks to destroy Lee Wheesung's defense. Lee Wheesung pushes Mitsushima away and ducks to the side, but Mitsushima immediately closes the distance. Mitsushima thinks it's a lot of fun, and there's nothing better than beating people to a pulp. Another series of terrible attacks from Mitsushima. This is getting dangerous. Mitsushima's coach sees that his ward is wound up again, although he told him to remain calm. Mitsushima doesn't stop. What a brutal series of blows. Yes, he is at the peak of his skills today. Coach PK says that this is already dangerous, but Sang-guk says that Wheesung doesn't just allow himself to be beaten. We need to take a closer look. The metronome counts down the seconds in Wheesung's head. Mitsushima continues to attack and break through the enemy's defense. He swings again and again. Wheesung remains calm. The metronome in Wheesung's head freezes. At this moment, Wheesung straightens out like a compressed spring and punches Mitsushima in the jaw with his left hand. Mitsushima does not expect this and misses the blow. Immediately, Wheesung carries out a combination and delivers a crushing right blow to his opponent's head. Wheesung's coaches froze in delight at their student's success. It was an incredible one. What happened now? Lee Hwi-sung landed a control jab and followed it up with another punch. Viewers witnessed mind-blowing fighting instincts and a perfect sense of timing. Sung-guk understands that since the opponent throws punches so thoughtlessly, the fighter automatically has more chances to predict his attacks. But he didn't think that Wheesung would learn this so quickly. Lee Hwi-sung requests viewers' support. No one has ever seen a more relaxed fighter in the middle of a match. He looks at Mitsushima, who is sitting in the ring, and tells him, "No. The referee will ask the fighters to get up and take their positions." They look at each other again, but now the atmosphere is completely different. Mitsushima can't pull himself together. Lee Hwi-sung makes the first move. He maintains his distance and attacks his opponent with a series of jabs. Mitsushima tries to break the distance and retreats, but Wheesung catches up with him and strikes him again. Mitsushima tries to counterattack, but misses a double hook. Fall again. This is Mitsushima's second fall today. He is trying to get up, and he misses a knee strike right in a shaky position. The blow sends him flying towards the ring net. He doesn't like all this very much and is very angry. Immediately after the first, a second knee strike flies towards Mitsushima. Lee Hwi-sung doesn't give his opponent a chance to respond. Mitsushima's defenses are weakening. At the same time, a high kick combo lands right at him. He is a little late in defending and takes damage from the blow. Having barely blocked the blow, Mitsushima ducks to the side. Lee Hwi-sung spreads his arms, provoking his opponent. It's as if he's saying, "Hit me if you dare." Mitsushima sees an opponent opening up in front of him. Lee Hwi-sung throws an unexpected straight punch, but Mitsushima manages to dodge it. Mitsushima tries a jumping hook. Wheesung dodges the blow by leaning back. Mitsushima predicted that the enemy would do exactly this, and delivers the next right blow to the head. But Wheesung dodges this blow as well. How amazingly fast Lee Hwi-sung moves. He was able to dodge Mitsushima's surprise attack. Wheesung openly laughs at his opponent. An enraged Mitsushima attacks again. He closes the distance with lightning speed and hits with his left hand. But Wheesung dodges the enemy's furious attack again. Mitsushima is confused and thinks why all his attacks don't go through. Commentators say that Lee Hwi-sung dodges attacks like he's dancing. Next, he throws a middle kick at the speed of the wind. 2 finishing middle kicks. Mitsushima strengthens his defense. No, it wasn't a middle kick. Commentators are wondering, what kind of kicking technique was that? Is this some kind of percussion dance? Wheesung's coaches say that now the guy is just having fun and doesn't let his opponent breathe. Mitsushima screams in rage and powerlessness that his opponent is a bastard. Mitsushima's coach yells at him not to be fooled by Wheesung's provocations. Mitsushima lands a nasty right hand. He fell for Lee Hwi-sung's provocation. Another instant counter flies straight at the enemy. Mitsushima falls for the third time. Lee Hwi-sung seizes the opportunity. Mitsushima is in great danger. Lee Hwi-sung's killer elbow breaks through his opponent's defense. Mitsushima is bleeding. Wheesung thinks Mitsushima needs to find out how the people he beat felt. The referee intervened in the battle between the two fighters. He stops the fight. Lee Hwi-sung wins all matches in 1 round. The commentator doesn't know how to describe him. The athlete, who has not been involved in professional fights for even a year, has shaken the lightweight division of fighters in X1. It's time for all lightweight fighters to take a closer look at him. The entire audience shouts Lee Hwi-sung's name. Lee Hwi-sung won the first round in 3 minutes and 38 seconds by technical knockout. The next day, everyone was writing about Wheesung's magnificent victory. The community also appreciated the fight, Wheesung's mentality, and his love for fame. Sang-guk sees that Coach Park has changed a lot too. He laughs more and more often, and it's nice to see it. At this time, Wheesung receives a message that he has passed the tests. He already called his mother and said that he would go abroad as a second coach. But he did not know that there were difficulties. He did not take into account that only the written exam results came in. He needs to pass a practical exam, an oral exam, and successfully conduct training to receive a certificate, and the minimum time for this is 10 days. The coaches understand that Wheesung will not be able to go. Wheesung is barely alive and can hardly move, but he dreams of America, Germany, and matches. He is very angry at everyone for believing that 4 months would be enough for him to qualify. The coach says that he has already apologized to him and asks him to come to Eugene. She became very ill, even lost her voice, and lives alone, with no one to take care of her. Wheesung wonders if there is anyone else to go but him. The trainer says that the other fighters are too rough and will eat her up. He gives Wheesung his card to buy food and medicine for the girl. Wheesung can buy something for himself, just let him bring the receipt later. Wheesung approaches the house where Eugene lives on the 23rd floor. He tells the guard that he came to visit his sick girlfriend. He rings the doorbell and Eugene answers. Wheesung says she looks so bad that he will have nightmares about her. The girl is very angry with the newcomer and slams the door in his face. Wheesung knocks again and shouts that he didn't go to the other side of town to stand in front of a closed door. She asks where the guy got her address and he says his coach gave it to him, and he thought that the coach would warn Yoo-jin. Finally, the door opened, and the girl invited Hwi-sung to come in. She wants to go back to bed, but Hwi-sung says he brought food and she needs to eat. Finally, they sit at the table and eat. Hwi-sung says he wanted to take her out for lunch, but he didn't think they'd be having lunch at her house. He asks when she got sick. Yoo-jin says 3 days ago. Hwi-sung says that if she hasn't showered for 3 days, it's no wonder her head is so dirty. The girl gets very angry. Then she laughs and thinks that this idiot makes her even sicker. But she feels better because someone visited her. But it would be better if someone else came instead of Hwi-sung. She says that she saw Hwi-sung's match while she was sick. She was surprised. This was a new level of combat. Hwi-sung says it makes him happy to hear Yoo-jin's compliments, but she says it's not a compliment, and she has to confess, which Hwi-sung hated. For the guy, this confession comes as a surprise. He says it was strange not to notice, but why is she talking about it now? She says that at first, she thought that he was hired only for special abilities that others did not have, and he did only what he wanted. She thought he was a self-centered piece of shit, but it turned out that this was not the case. The girl saw that Hwi-sung had skills, hard work and confidence, not vulgarity. Now she asks for forgiveness for having such an opinion about him. Hwi-sung tells her to forget about it so as not to ruin their relationship. The girl says she didn't say that to make Hwi-sung feel better, but so she wouldn't feel so bad. Suddenly the girl becomes worse, and Hwi-sung realizes that she has a high temperature. Because MMA athletes go through rigorous training and dieting, they have low immunity and are more likely to get sick. In 10 months, Yoo-jin participated in 2 matches and performed at fan meetings. It is not surprising that due to severe overwork, she fell ill. Hwi-sung puts the girl to bed and gives her pills to take. Yoo-jin takes the pills and immediately falls asleep. Hwi-sung decides to clean her apartment and then go home. The girl barely audibly thanks him in her sleep and says that she doesn't hate him anymore, although he's still a jerk. After a while, the kitchen in Yoo-jin's apartment is sparkling. Next, Hwi-sung notices another room and wants to clean it. He opens the door and sees things piled on the floor. He decides not to figure out what is clean and what is not, and wash everything at once. Hwi-sung arrives at the training room and is told that the coach was looking for him. The director of the MMA organization, X1 Han Gun-ho, is sitting in the coaching room. He says he came to discuss Hwi-sung's contract. He says they were contacted by the SFC. They want Hwi-sung to be reassigned there. Hwi-sung asks why they contacted Director Han and not him personally. The director says they probably wanted his approval before sending the proposal to Hwi-sung. After all, X1 transferred many fighters to the SFC. The director said that he hopes that Hwi-sung will refuse. It's still too early for him. It's difficult for even champions to survive in the SFC, and it will also be difficult to gain attention. The guy is popular here. He needs to consolidate his success before leaving, because he's only 23 years old. Honestly, he won't interfere if Hwi-sung agrees. But he hopes he won't because the guy is doing good business for their company. The director says that they will create conditions for Hwi-sung on equal terms with the SFC, and if he takes into account all the input factors, he will understand that X1 is a more profitable option for him. The conditions are as follows: a permanent salary of 8 million won and a bonus of 100% for winnings. They discussed this issue with Sang-guk, but Hwi-sung needs to decide. Hwi-sung says that he trusts his boss Sang-guk with everything. Sang-guk asks Director Han about reputation and symbolism that SFC puts before money. Can they discuss it? The director asks him to explain what Sang-guk means by reputation. SFC is the world's largest arena. Any fighter who is as good as Hwi-sung will want to fight in the SFC. Director Khan says that this is all in the past. They exhaust their fighters to the point of exhaustion. What reputations and symbolism are we talking about? He asks Sang-guk to tell him the conditions. Sang-guk is asking for a starting salary of 10 million won, and the same for winning. Hwi-sung thinks he heard that the 20 million won salary is only given to national-level champions. Director Han says he will pay 12 million won, and the same amount for winning. The guys can't believe their ears. Director Han continues to say that he will connect them with one of the sponsors, which will bring in an additional amount of 30 million won every year for Hwi-sung personally. Of course, this amount will be available if Hwi-sung wins the match. Hwi-sung asks what will happen if he loses. Then there will only be the 20 million that the director proposed. In any case, they win. The guys don't understand the reason for such generosity, and Director Han says that he can't say everything right now. But he is preparing for something and hopes that Hwi-sung will be part of this project. Sang-guk says that they agree, and that makes Director Han very happy. The director leaves promising to send the contract, and tells Hwi-sung that his boss Sang-guk is a very good person, and Hwi-sung should listen to him. Sang-guk seems worried about the new proposals. Hwi-sung asks why. Sang-guk explains that Director Han is not the kind of person to make a losing deal. Sang-guk says that he won't cheat, but Sang-guk doesn't know how Wheesung will be used. Wheesung says that he completely trusts Sang-guk, thanks to whom he got so far. Sang-guk replies that you shouldn't trust all people like that. Someone might betray the guy. But Wheesung is willing to take risks for money and fame. In any case, Sang-guk advises not to tell anyone about this proposal until all the official papers are signed. Wheesung walks down the street, and his heart jumps out of his chest with joy and excitement. He dreams of 12 million and a prize from a sponsor, and thinks that no fighter has ever received such conditions. But the best news is that the SFC paid attention to him. He decides that if he changes his mind about working with director Han, he will become the second fighter in the SFC after Young-kun. He hopes that if he continues in the same vein, he will be able to very quickly help his parents pay off their debts. His phone rings and Kim Sun sees that it is Yoo Jin calling. She immediately shouts why Wheesung came into the room. Her voice sounds loud, which means she's feeling better. But she is very angry. Wheesung says he cleaned it up and washed the clothes. The girl screams into the phone that he is a crazy bastard. Wheesung tries to explain that if he didn't wash the clothes, the girl wouldn't have anything to wear. And she screams that she shouldn't have touched anything. Wheesung doesn't understand at all how to communicate with Yoo Jin. June has arrived. Wheesung is invited to watch the match and he accepts food delivery. There is a lot of food. Pizza, chicken, enough for everyone. All the fighters gathered to watch the match, which they care about more than their own. SFC represents today's fighters. In the blue corner of the ring is the invincible Bob, the champion of the middleweight category with a score of 12 fights and 12 victories, Ricardo da Silva. In the red corner of the ring is a fighter who has defeated many athletes, Kang Yong-kun. The referee announces the start of the fight. The fighters are ready for battle and assess each other's movements. They exchange blows. From the very beginning, Kang Yong-kun tries to take Silva down. The guys in Korea react joyfully to such activity of their comrade. But as soon as the second round began, Kang Yong-kun began to lose ground. Had he used all his stamina in the first round? The fans were despondent seeing this turn of events. The third round begins. It is clear that both athletes are tired. Silva tries to make a pass to the legs. Will Kang Yong-kun fall? Kang Yong-kun was able to successfully transition into the front throttle before Silva made the grab. The match is over. This is Kang Yong-kun's first victory in the SFC. The joy of the guys who were so worried about their comrade knows no bounds. Wheesung thinks about the match and understands that both athletes are champions in their organizations. There are only champions there, gaining titles. This means that there are a lot of monsters there that are stronger than them. After watching the match, Wheesung is confident that the decision to sign with X1 was the right one. He is still too inexperienced to stand on such a stage. While everyone is celebrating, the phone rings in the trainer's room and Wheesung answers. It's Chief Sung Do-sik calling and asking how the match went. Wheesung tells him. In addition, Chief Song says that he is offering Wheesung participation in the main match in September. At the cafe, Young-kun tells his friends about the match. Coach Park asks Wheesung about the offer he received. Wheesung says that he is worried about the offer. The choice fell on two opponents, but Pereira was recommended. Coach Park understands that Wheesung will have to fight the Nomar alone. The other candidate is number 3, Kim Ja-hyun. That is a very serious opponent. Coach Park says Pereira has a nasty personality. The sidekick, the barn and the jumping elbow strike are all techniques that help incapacitate opponents. If you're lucky, you can get away with rehabilitation, but none of his opponents ever entered the Octagon again. He gained notoriety due to doping. Injections, steroids, diuretics. He was caught doing everything. A scoundrel who is ready to do anything to win. Because of this, he was temporarily expelled from 2 organizations, and other organizations refused to cooperate with him. For this reason, he signed a contract with X1, the 5th organization to offer him a contract. If the fight gets out of control, Wheesung will never return to the ring. Next up is Kim Ja-hyun. He's nothing to worry about, but he's just as well trained as Pereira. He's so strong that he's been nicknamed the guardian of his weight class. He has a lean, athletic body, and is a merciless monster for beginners. Wheesung thinks it's better to choose Kim Ja-hyun, but Coach Park says it's not that simple. The match will be the main event. Kim Ja-hyun has won 80% of his matches due to a referee's decision. Usually the judges' decisions are made after the 3rd round, but in the case of main matches there may be 5 rounds. Kim Ja-hyun has a huge amount of stamina, so the length of the rounds will not affect his productivity. For this reason, Wheesung, who can withstand 2 rounds, will easily give up. Wheesung needs to win in 2 rounds, but no one could knock out Kim Ja-hyun, or force him to submit through submission in his entire sports career. If we talk about fighting styles, Pereira is more suitable. Wheesung didn't know what to do. and the coach advised him to first watch videos of his opponent's fights. At night, Wheesung thought about the fact that he watched the fights for 2 hours and still couldn't decide which opponent to choose. At this time, he receives a message on his phone. Sang-guk asks if Wheesung is awake and asks him to pick up the phone. He will call now for an important conversation. Wheesung can't figure out what happened. Sang-guk says that he heard that Wheesung is choosing his opponent. He tells Wheesung to choose who he wants to fight, and Sang-guk promises that he will train the guy for the upcoming fight. Wheesung is upset that he spent so much time choosing, because in fact he wants to fight, and with whom is still a secret. Children play football on the playground, and the ball rolls to a person's feet. The kid goes to pick up the ball. A man is sitting on a bench. The boy looks at him. The boy shouts joyfully, "Dad." "Son," the man rejoices in response. The boy tells his dad that he has become much better at playing football. He is trying very hard. The father tells his son to go play, and he will wait for him on the bench and watch him. The children tell the boy that his dad is very scary, but the boy objects to them. A man comes up to his father and says that his son has grown a lot. He says Pereiro needs to keep his phone on all the time. Pereiro says they haven't seen Costa for a long time. Pereiro says he sees his son once a month and would like to talk about business later. But Costa replies that he received an offer from X1. He says the match will be in September in Korea. Pereiro liked his opponent, and therefore there was a chance to accept the offer. But Pereiro says they're likely looking to replace someone who left at the last minute. Pereiro refuses and says that he won 9 times in X1, but only those who lost to him receive offers for matches. Now he doesn't want to agree to the match. Costa says he asked Pereiro not to do things that crossed the line. Because of them, organizations disliked him. Pereiro has no money, and Costa tells him that if he stops doping and starts respecting his opponents, he will get more offers. Pereiro replies that whoever doesn't like it, let him fight himself. Costa says that if Pereiro accepts the offer, he will get a whole column in the article. Pereiro says this is a completely different matter. He calls his son. He tells Juan that he will soon become a champion and invites him to the cafe. Juan is very happy that his dad will become the strongest. Wheesung's face is filled with misery as he slams his hand on the floor and gives up. The coach says not to give up so quickly until he teaches Wheesung the correct technique. The coach doesn't know what to do with this little rat. Then he offers a fight, and if Wheesung can defeat him at least once, he undertakes to feed him lunch for a whole month. Wheesung really likes it. He agrees to fight there and then, and takes a fighting stance. The coach makes a tackle to Wheesung's knees. He begins to carry out the takeover. This is a deception. The upper body attack is real. Wheesung also tries to make a grab. He grabs the coach and tries to throw him to the floor. The coach thinks Wheesung has an incredible transition to the ground. Wheesung thinks that if he just puts his left hand under the coach's arm and pulls his wrist, he will be able to overcome him. The coach sees Wheesung's mistake. He did not check whether he had properly fixed the opponent's legs. He rolls over and grabs Wheesung's hand. He changed his grip position in a second, and now Wheesung needs to get out before the coach pulls his arm. But he doesn't have time to do this. He is securely fixed by the coach. Wheesung admits that his coach is very good and is sorry to let him go. But the coach believes that it will be useful for Wheesung to feel all the pain of this technique. Wheesung completely disagrees with him. After training, Wheesung can't get up from the floor. Coach Park praises him for his good job. His trainer is Lee Soo-hook, Franklin of the Brown family karate. Coach Park says that Wheesung almost beat him. Most people can't even knock him down, but Wheesung did it without being attacked. Maybe it has to do with past training in Korean wrestling. Very few people master Surium. This sport is so problematic to learn. You could say this is Wheesung's unique skill set. Coach Park says they were contacted by X1. Wheesung was chosen for a random drug test. Tomorrow inspectors will take hair and urine samples. The coach says that their team has never failed the test, so Wheesung won't fail the test unless he takes something without the coach's knowledge. Wheesung says fried chicken won't hurt the dough. The coach can't believe his ears and sternly asks if Wheesung really ate fried chicken. Wheesung is silent. The coach asks, "Was the curiua in soy sauce?" The guy replies that it's in a spicy marinade. The coach puts his hands on Wheesung's shoulders and quietly says that the match was announced a long time ago. And he still eats such food? Wheesung feels like his shoulders are going to break. "Fried chicken is already harmful," the coach yells. "But have you eaten it in a marinade? Do you have any idea how difficult it will be to lose this weight?" Wheesung screams that he only ate 3 small pieces and tries to escape. The coach runs after him. Soo-hook watches Wheesung's parenting process. Tae-yong comes up to him and says that everyone who works with Wheesung is crazy, and especially Coach Park's son Who. Wheesung is lying on the floor. Coach Park asks other trainers to work with the guy and make sure he doesn't eat too much again. Wheesung runs with all his might and is sweating profusely. The coach rides behind him on a bicycle and commands him what needs to be done. Wheesung then moves on to shadowboxing, then run again. After classes, shower, and food consisting of steamed foods. Wheesung is not very happy with his lunch. Pereiro is more physically developed in comparison with Wheesung. Therefore, in order to reduce the difference between them at least a little, you need to increase his weight to 82 kilograms. And naturally, he needs to maintain a larger supply of water than usual in accordance with his weight. That's why you can't eat carbohydrates. During lunch, the phone rings, and the coach is informed that Pereiro is already in Korea, and Wheesung needs to prepare for the interview. A week before the match, on the day of the press conference, the coach says that it's good that they weren't late. Wheesung is wearing a very uncomfortable suit. Director Han is standing behind the podium. Lee Hwi-sung arrived at the press conference. Wheesung shakes hands with Director Han and says he's doing great. The director says that this is the guy's first press conference, and Wheesung asks for some recommendations. The director advises him to be natural and not swear. All participants of the press conference are present, only Pereiro is not present. The secretary says something in Director Han's ear. The director addresses journalists and asks for understanding, because fighter Pereiro is stuck in Tehran Row traffic jam. They will start by interviewing the participants of the joint event. Pereiro is already 20 minutes late. Director Han is very angry. The journalist says that the interview with athletes Park Ki-hoon and Choi Man-hwan has ended. Although athlete Pereiro is a little late, we will move on to athlete Lee Hwi-sung. Lee Hwi-sung takes the microphone and introduces himself to the audience and reporters. The first question is, although your past has not yet been revealed, I want to hear your reaction to, isn't he a newbie? Or, did he work with another organization? There are a lot of similar questions. What do you say to this? Hwi-sung says he started training in MMA last July, and his match against Jung-soo Jim was his debut and first fight. They ask him if he really made his debut without qualifying for the league. He replies that Jung-soo Jim's opponent at the time was injured 3 weeks before the fight, and Wheesung became his replacement. Wheesung answers reporters' questions so well that many don't believe this is his first press conference. He doesn't overstep boundaries and remains confident. Every word he says is interesting. He definitely knows how to attract attention. At this time, the athlete Pereiro enters the hall in a very unusual suit. Pereiro enters the hall apologizing for being late. Wheesung doesn't understand. Does Pereiro really not care about the press conference? Pereiro approaches Wheesung, extends his hand to him and says something. The translator translates that Mr. Pereiro said, "Nice to meet you, and I wish you a good fight." Wheesung shakes hands with his opponent. Pereiro looks at Wheesung and thinks that there is nothing special about him. He looks more like a girl. Pereiro takes the microphone and excuses the journalists from asking questions. All the journalists are asking about his resignation. Pereiro says that he is bored answering such questions, and is it really interesting? He says that initially, he was not happy about the offer of a fight with such a child, but Director Khan offered him a title shot if he won. The opportunity to fight against the current champion, to challenge the title with a fighter who is a direct contender due to his position in the ranking. Pereiro forgives journalists to mention this in articles and promises that he will smash his opponent. Director Han is about to end a controversial press conference, but Wheesung asks the question, did the conference take place after the match or before? To get the title shot, Pereiro must first defeat Wheesung. The reporter asks if Wheesung is confident that he can beat Pereiro. Wheesung says that he would not have participated in the fight if he was not confident in his victory, and suggests a headline for the newspapers after the match. Pereiro failed to get the gold belt. Pereiro asks if the brat really thinks he has a chance. Wheesung replies that he will find out when the fight happens, and his opponent is full of weaknesses. Pereiro replies that it's all a bluff, and there are no facts. Wheesung replies that there are plenty of facts, as well as steroids in the enemy's body. Director Han demands that Wheesung stop criticizing his rival. Wheesung replies that he just wanted to tell his opponent to untie his hair when the match starts. Otherwise, he will burst out laughing when he sees this face. Then a bottle of water flies into his face. Pereiro shouts that he will rip out Wheesung's tongue right now. Wheesung says that although his opponent is balding, he shouts loudly. Pereiro shouts in rage that he will kill the boy. Wheesung addresses the reporters and says that everyone knows that he is a beginner, but not one of his opponents lasted one round. And the only thing that distinguishes Pereiro from them is his love for drugs. This ended the press conference. Afterwards, Wheesung asked Director Han if he had overdone it. The director said that the topic of drugs was dangerous for their organization, so he was worried. But what's much worse is that Pereiro mentioned the title shot. Now this match will be sensational. Wheesung says he won't let Pereiro win. Director Han watches Wheesung leave and thinks that he has no idea how difficult it is to be number one. In any case, events are developing. The match will be interesting. Now the beginning has been made, and all that remains is to watch until the very end. Where will Wheesung's hunger take him? Wheesung had to lose a lot of weight this time, but the methods are much simpler. Usually the final step in weight loss is a sauna, but this method increases the risk of dehydration. But Wheesung needs to hold out a little longer. During this time, he noticed that his friend Junghwan slipped and fell during training. Junghwan's league match will take place the day after Wheesung's match, and this greatly affects his nerves. Hwang will turn 26 next year and needs to debut quickly. Coach Park said that he really hopes that Hwang will not miss his chance, and Wheesung confirmed this. He yelled at Hwan to try harder. Match day after weigh-in, Wheesung conducts training. He practices knee strikes with his opponent, avoids tackles to the feet, throws straight punches and jabs. Finally, he says he needs to rest. Coach Park again noticed Wheesung's complete relaxation before the match, and I wondered if he would ever worry. The coach reads what the journalists write about the match, and almost all the headlines are only about Wheesung, and only one mentions the title shot. Coach Park thinks that no matter how their gym prepares athletes, Pereiro is still ranked first in this weight class. But they write mainly about Wheesung. Any move this guy makes is a hot topic for discussion. Maybe he is destined to become a star. The main event of this evening, Wheesung versus Pereiro in the lightweight division, begins. In the blue corner is Lee Wheesung, and now he is showing the public his shadowboxing. Commentators say he is confident of securing a place in the main match a year after his debut. Is there anyone with similar records in the Korean MMA arena? He is the only one. Even if we take into account only his skills, he is more than good. In the red corner of Pereiro, he walks with his head held high, showing off his tall and strong figure to everyone. Compared to Wheesung, Pereiro looks much bigger. According to official records made 3 hours earlier, Pereiro's weight is 83 kilograms, 800 grams, commentators say. This means Lee Wheesung needs to be 5 kilograms or more heavier. Will he be able to cope with a difference of 14 kilograms? This is unrealistic. Like Glass and Thibault from SFC, Pereiro is recovering well. Now when they meet eyes, you can see that both have a strong psyche, but it seems as if Pereiro is from a different weight category. If you adhere to the theory that weight affects victory, you come to the understanding that Lee Wheesung is much inferior in weight even for his weight category. Wheesung also sizes up his opponent and thinks that Pereiro is shorter than him and has the body of a typical elite wrestler. The referee separates the fighters into the corners. The blue fighter is ready. The red fighter is ready. The fighters met in the middle of the ring, and the fight began. Pereiro extends his hand in greeting. Wheesung also extends his hand. These are basic rules of decency before a fight. But Pereiro's hand does not collide with Wheesung's fist, but follows further. Coach Park screams furiously, "Scoundrel!" and Pereiro lands a powerful blow to the head of the unprotected Wheesung. Commentators are shouting that instead of formalities, Pereiro simply attacked. Professionals should not use such dirty tricks. Pereiro moves like the wind and attacks. Coach Park yells at Wheesung to focus. Pereiro hits Wheesung in the head with a crushing blow. Being subjected to continuous blows, Lee Wheesung can only keep up his defense. The coaches realize that Wheesung received a stunning blow and can only defend himself. A hail of blows rains down on Wheesung, who cannot move and covers his face. Wheesung is pinned to the corner of the ring. He's doing poorly because he's already taken a lot of hits from his opponent. The coach yells at Wheesung to immediately come out of defense and move to the side. Wheesung moves away from the hail of blows, but Pereiro catches up with him again. And again he strikes him in the head, and then he hits Wheesung in the body. Coach Park sees that instead of finishing his opponent, Pereiro wants to land as many punches as possible. Although he is unstoppable, unlike Mitsushima, he is completely calm. A hail of blows rains down on Wheesung. Pereiro goes for a takedown and grabs Lee Wheesung's leg. Lee Wheesung responds immediately and prevents Pereiro from getting a takedown. After defending himself for a long time, Lee Wheesung revealed his face. It is covered with wounds. This is the first time viewers have seen Wheesung's face like this. Pereiro tries a move and thinks his opponent is very tenacious. He tries to take Wheesung down, but Wheesung knees him, and he jumps out from the corner of the ring to which he was pressed. Pereiro continues to attack and thinks that after defeating this idiot, he will take the belt and become champion. He will make a comeback, and everyone who ignored him will become afraid of him. He will prove to this woman and child that he is the strongest. Pereiro throws a jab. He was able to get past Lee Wheesung's guard and hits him right in the face. Lee Wheesung falls and it is very bad for him. Wheesung gets up and dodges his opponent's next blow. He dives up to his hand. An expression of hatred appears on his face, and he clenches his fist. And he punches Pereiro right in the face. Pereiro is thrown back, his head thrown back by the impact. The next knee lands straight for Pereiro's face. Pereiro understands that he must defend himself, but he doesn't have time to defend himself, and he ends up on the floor in the corner of the ring. Wheesung says it's his turn to hit the idiot, and now he's going to finish off his opponent. He quickly attacks the enemy and deals him a brilliant counterblow. Pereiro thinks Wheesung's counterpunching is impressive, and he needs to recover first. Now Pereiro goes into deep defense, but Wheesung breaks through and throws an elbow right into Pereiro's face. The blow was very strong. Pereiro is bleeding. The last blow hurt him badly. The next blow sends Pereiro into the ring net. Wheesung lands 3 body shots in a row and has no intention of stopping. Pereiro's defense could not withstand the sustained attack and fell. Each attack clearly reaches its target, and now the blow flies straight into Pereiro's face. Commentators say that the battle is very spectacular. Lee Wheesung completely bypasses and plays with the opponent's defense. It is worth paying attention to his movements. Either this is the result of long training or incredible talent. Pereiro throws a left jab, but Wheesung easily dodges it and immediately kicks the enemy in the side. Wheesung ducks a direct blow and kicks Pereiro in the side again. Another successful kick towards Pereiro. He's not in a good position right now. Additionally, Lee Wheesung slaps Pereiro with an open palm. Now Wheesung raised his hands. What unconditional self-confidence. This was not just your average hit. He was waiting for the right moment to do it. Pereiro thinks Wheesung has a fast pace and wants to break him. He makes a tackle at Wheesung's feet, but Wheesung quickly jumps out of the grip. Now Wheesung makes a tackle on Pereiro. Pereiro thinks he will quickly get out of the hold, but instead he gets a kick to the jaw. The takeover attempt was a deception. Lee Wheesung hits a high kick with his knee. His opponent does not have time to put up a defense. Lee Wheesung was preparing for this, and Pereiro did not see the attack coming. A fallen Pereiro climbs onto Lee Wheesung, but he throws his opponent off and strikes again. Pereiro is thrown back into the ring net. Lee Wheesung is about to hit his opponent with a jab, but then it turns out that this is a hook. The technique is quite strong. Pereiro wants to block the blow and then counterattack, but Wheesung fakes a hook and lands another knee. Now the defeated Pereiro has no choice but to receive continuous blows from Lee Wheesung. Pereiro took a forward point position, in which both hands touch the floor of the ring. In this position, kicks and knee strikes are prohibited. It is too difficult for Pereiro to block Lee Wheesung's attacks. Then Wheesung unleashes a series of punches on Pereiro, and when he gets up, he kicks him in the back. Then Pereiro wants to move away from Wheesung, but Wheesung does not allow the enemy to leave. A very impressive performance from Wheesung. For the first time in his life, Pereiro felt trapped, and again a series of blows falls on Pereiro. He attacks, but Wheesung does a brilliant elbow counter. Pereiro doesn't understand who called this monster a newcomer. Wheesung lands a right hand to his opponent's chin. Then comes a kick to the chin too. Knockout. Lee Wheesung won this match by knockout. Pereiro, the man who had won for the last 6 years, was knocked out in the first round. Wheesung exhausted his opponent and won in the first round. How far can Lee Wheesung go? All spectators give a standing ovation. Wheesung tells his coach that he did it, and now he wants to do what he wants today and not have his coach stop him. Coach Park promises him this. Journalists run up to Wheesung and ask how he decided to go online in such a critical situation. Wheesung replies that the situation was not critical. He needed time to recuperate. The protection helped him see potential openings, and when there was the best chance, he struck. Wheesung also told everyone who bet on his loss that they lost a lot of money, so next time they need to think about who to bet on. Next, Wheesung approached director Han with a request. He asked if the director thought he deserved a title shot. He says he has won all 4 of his matches this year in the first round. From the beginner level to his debut, he changed 2 weight categories and passed all the tests. And today he defeated the athlete whom everyone was afraid of. Lee Wheesung asked Director Han again if he deserves a title shot. The director replied that he cannot do whatever he wants. He needs to take into account the opinions of the current champions and the opinions of the veterans, so he will give an answer when he consults with them. However, Director Han continued, fighter Wheesung has reasons to ask for such a violation of the rules, so he will not give him an exact answer, but promises that he will give him the opportunity. X1 will continue to promote title matches. Lee Wheesung's coaches were very happy about this good news. 2 fighters are fighting desperately in the ring. Wheesung watches the fight, and the audience already recognizes him. Director Chan Young-woong, who had not seen Wheesung for a long time, approached him. He asked what Wheesung was doing here, and he replied that he came to watch Junghwan fight. Director Chan praised the guy for his brilliant victory over Pereiro. But Wheesung did not understand whether he was the only one who was confident of his victory. He asked if their organization tried hard. Would Wheesung join them? Wheesung answered evasively that first we need to see how much better they can become and how hard they try. Director Zhang turned the conversation to Huang's fight and said that Huang is a very good fighter, but he always faces difficulties in the ring. He had 4 opportunities all year, There are many fighters in each weight category, but Hwang is very promising and I feel sorry for him. But Wheesung said that Junghwan will do his best to achieve the goal. The athletes enter the ring. Fighter Lee Junghwan performs in the blue corner of the ring. Fighter Park Chan-sik performs in the red corner of the ring. Before the fight, Coach Tae-yong called Hwang for a talk. He asked the guy if he knew why the coach yells at him at every match. Junghwan replied that it was because the coach didn't think he was a good enough fighter. Tae-yong replied that he was screaming because he was worried about the guy. He apologized for yelling and said that Hwang had more potential than other fighters, and the coach was eager to see him debut. But in the ring, Hwang becomes a completely different person. His skills don't show. He makes mistakes at every step. The coach said that he was to blame for this because he yelled at Hwang, put pressure on him, did not believe in the guy, and as a result made him doubt himself. He realized that he was ruining Hwang's career, but he couldn't stop and think that such behavior was wrong. He once again asked the guy for forgiveness. In this octagon, Tae-yong asked Hwang to do whatever he wanted, and the coach would only guide him in important moments. And he asked the fighter to give his all in this match. Hwang was very encouraged by these words from the coach. The two fighters clashed immediately after the match began. Hwang's opponent became nervous and rushed into battle without hesitation. Because of this, Hwang's rhythm was disrupted and he also entered the battle. Blow after blow flies at Hwang. The enemy cannot be stopped. Hwang knows that if he matches his opponent's rhythm, he will be the first to break. But he still strikes back. His legs know how to move, but now they feel like they're stuck in concrete. Hwang feels his body aching and aching, a feeling he experiences every game, and it reminds him of past defeats. He feels like he will lose again. The opponent's fist flew at his face, and Hwang takes a step back to dodge. But he doesn't succeed and misses a blow to the head. Hwang falls to the floor of the ring. It fills up and the enemy is about to make a grab. Hwang is thrown into the ring net. Fighter Lee Junghwan blocks Park Chan-sik's hold and gives himself time to catch his breath. And suddenly he realizes that he feels the rhythm of his opponent. Tae-yong shouts to him that everything is fine. He needs to catch his breath and calm down. Hwang kicks Park Chan-sik in the leg, frees himself from the hold, and he strikes with his left hand to the opponent's jaw. Then he easily dodges a right hand and delivers a counterattack with crushing force. Tae-yong shouts that the enemy is already exhausted. We need to continue to put pressure on him. Hwang lands a successful series of 3 jabs. Director Jang says in surprise that Hwang completely destroyed the opponent's rhythm, and Wheesung noticed that his friend was throwing very unusual blows that caused damage to his opponent. Junghwan doesn't stop and continues the battle. Fighter Park Jong-sik moves sideways to get out of the corner, but fighter Lee Junghwan anticipates his intentions and gets closer, and then he delivers a magnificent uppercut. Park Jong-sik's knees look precarious. Another round of sustained punches from Lee Junghwan hits its mark. Lee Junghwan seems to be aiming for an unconditional victory in this match. Hwang himself understands that he can win, and his opponent has weakened. Park Jong-sik, furious, launches a counterattack. He dodges Hwang's punch and lands a counterpunch right in the guy's face. Fighter Lee Junghwan was so close to victory, but he was unexpectedly stopped by a blow from Park Jong-sik. Coach Tae-yong screams at the top of his lungs and calls for Hwang. Is it really the end for fighter Lee Junghwan? But fighter Lee Junghwan survived. Surprise is written on his opponent's face. He's about to launch another attack. Junghwan thinks that he has lost so many times. Will he really lose today? It will not happen. Now is the time to launch a counterattack. Tae-yong screams for the fighter to act. Hwan takes off and jumps high. Fighter Lee Junghwan successfully lands a knee strike. The commentator shouts that he has never seen such a perfect knee kick. All the spectators are in complete shock. Now Junghwan has a chance, and he begins to finish off his opponent. Kick, hit. Park Jong-sik is unable to escape the blows. But Junghwan doesn't stop. He shows wild rage. The referee stops the fight, and Lee Junghwan wins this match. He won. He overcame himself and won. Tae-yong runs to hug his student. Friends walk through Evening Seoul and discuss the match. Wheesung says that this is the first time he has seen Tae-yong so happy. Hwang agrees with him. Wheesung says that Hwan's dream of debut has finally become a reality. Hwang says he was able to survive thanks to his friend. Wheesung doesn't understand what he did. Hwang says he had thoughts of leaving the team. Each loss separated Hwang further from Wheesung and the rest of the fighters. The ring was the only thing he had left, so he didn't know what to do next. However, the thought of leaving Wheesung alone in this sport made Hwang change his mind, so he was able to last the match. And now Hwan feels relieved and can look into Wheesung's eyes. Although Hwan is still a long way from him, Wheesung says that Hwan is much cooler than him. He recalls how he quit Suryam Korean wrestling due to injury, but in fact he simply ran away. He had a minor injury and recovered in 2 months, but when it came time to return, he simply couldn't do it. His friends signed with teams, some received scholarships, but no one visited him. At first he held on, but then he gave up. But Hwang is different. No matter what circumstances he faces, he is ready to face them. Hwan was very upset when he heard this, and Wheesung continued to talk about how his friend still needs to grow and grow in acquiring skills. Finally, Wheesung came up with the idea that if he debuted earlier, then Hwang should be his mentor's name. After which Hwan attacked him to show which of them was the mentor, and Wheesung ran away from his friend and teased him. Wheesung entered the hall. All those present were busy with their own affairs. Wheesung thought this is how title shots work. After winning the match and signing the contract, 2 conditions were added. First, Wheesung will be paid 3% per viewership if his matches are shown after he is crowned champion. Second, for every win he will receive 1 million won in addition to his salary. This would make his salary 12 million won, excluding the 100% win bonus. Wheesung also received sponsorship of 4 million won monthly from X1's main sponsor, Tasty Chicken. In addition, Wheesung participated in the filming of a reality show about the everyday life of mixed martial arts fighters. Today, he came here to take photos for Fight Club, a mixed martial arts magazine published by X1. At this time, someone called Wheesung. It was his former rival Ho-seok-hyun. He asked how Wheesung was doing. Wheesung replied that he was very busy and asked how Hyun was living. He replied that he had recently received the role and was preparing to film. After the battle, Wheesung and Ho-seok maintained a relationship. The first impression of Ho-seok was not bad, and he turned out to be a good person. Now they communicate often, and their relationship has become brotherly. Ho-seok won 2 matches by knockout, and his acting career improved. He became popular. Now he is known as an action film actor. Photographers invited the 2 fighters to take paired photos. At this time, Director Han and his entourage arrived. Standing next to Director Han was X1 lightweight champion Kim Sung-chan. He greeted all the fighters in a friendly manner and shook their hands. Wheesung also introduced himself and extended his hand for a handshake, but Kim Sung-chan simply said his name and did not answer Wheesung's outstretched hand. The athletes stood opposite each other and looked intently into their eyes. In the cafe, Director Khan thanked everyone for their good work and said that he was treating everyone to plenty of meat. Wheesung treated himself to good meat. Kim Sung-chan didn't touch the meat. He said he had a match in 3 weeks and was on a diet. Wheesung sat opposite Song-chan, and he said that he would never believe that it was just a coincidence that they were participating in the same photo shoot and sitting next to each other. Wheesung replied that while Sung-chan was sitting opposite him like that, with his arms crossed over his chest and making such a grimace, it seemed like he was just an arrogant piece of shit. Next, Wheesung asked why Kim Sung-chan refuses to fight him. Kim Sung-chan replied that the guy is not worthy of this. He is just a beginner in battle. Wheesung asked how the concept of worthy or unworthy is related to qualifications. All ranked fighters were afraid of Pereiro. Only Wheesung came out and won the match against him with dignity. Isn't Wheesung worthy of fighting in a title shot against ranked fighters, but should only target those of a lower rank? Kim Sung-chan responded that he shouldn't fight Wheesung just because he beat Pereiro. This does not give him the right to choose his future opponent. Wheesung asked Kim Sung-chan if he was just afraid of fighting him. Kim Sung-chan jumped up and knocked over a bottle from the table. He said that he had been ceremonious with Wheesung until now, but now he had crossed the line. Wheesung modestly said that he did not understand what Kim was talking about at all. The 2 athletes looked at each other angrily. Ho-seok suggested that everyone calm down, because quarreling in front of the director was somehow indecent. But Wheesung continued to say that at the first meeting, Kim Sung-chan Po shook hands with him and looked down on him. Kim Sung-chan responded that because of this, he should not agree to the match. Wheesung said that now he no longer wants to fight with Kim, so Wheesung is not interested in his opinion. Now Wheesung is absolutely sure that his supposed rival has merged because he is afraid of Wheesung. From such a statement, Kim Sung-chan was unable to say a word. He bowed politely to Director Han and said that he was leaving the party first. He said that he would come to the director later and apologize again. The director let the guy go, and he asked Wheesung if he was going to leave too. Wheesung replied that he was not going to, and he added that he was not pretending to be a bad guy. Wheesung and Ho-seok had too much to drink. Ho-seok asked what happened between Wheesung and Kim. Song-chan? Song-chan doesn't usually act like this. Wheesung responded that Kim Sung-chan was being selfish. He had the nerve to say that he would not fight Wheesung because of his low rank. Ho-seok said that he would also be offended by such words. Wheesung continued that even if a person is a champion, he does not have the right to choose his opponent. If the match is scheduled, you just need to enter the ring with dignity. There is even a saying, heavy is the head that wears a crown. Ho-seok added that Shakespeare said this in the play Henry XV. Ho-seok asked Wheesung why he is always in a hurry. Wheesung didn't understand the question. Hwi-sung explained that the guy reminds him of a stallion who sees the goal, but does not notice the obstacles around him. And although he moves quickly, he misses a lot. He doesn't see how people live, make mistakes, and enjoy something. Don't waste your energy. Instead, use your free time to relax. Wrestling in the ring is the only thing life can offer a person. Hwi-sung used himself as an example and said that when he is sad, he admires nature. When he is lonely, he looks at every pretty girl who passes by. And Songchan is the same. And whether it's victory or defeat, you need to respect who you're competing with. Wheesung felt ashamed and said that he was not trying to belittle Songchan's merits. He achieved his rewards with sweat and blood. Hwi-sung replied that he always knew that Wheesung was a good person. Despite the fact that he beat Hwi-sung in the ring with a smile on his face, Wheesung said that his friend's words hurt him more than the blows in the ring. Wheesung said that his friend was absolutely right. He was too harsh, but now is not the right time to rest. He remembered his parents who needed help. Then Wheesung said he never received anyone else's recognition, although he always tried very hard. But everything is different here. Thousands of people scream, get angry, and celebrate with him, especially my teammates, who always inspire and support each other. They are really good people. Being with them is a real pleasure. Junghwan recently debuted, and everyone was very happy for him. Hwi-sung listened to his friend and thought that people will always like him because he can't even imagine how joyful he looks. He remembered the last time he was so happy. The friends really enjoyed spending time talking, but it was already late, and Hwi-sung said that he had to go. They said goodbye and Wheesung was left alone. Wheesung thought that he had been very busy lately. He recently completed his second year of training as a sports instructor and helped his colleagues with training from time to time. It's probably worth waiting and resting before the title match. The guy thought what would happen if Kim Sung-chan still refused the match with him. At this time, his phone rang, and Director Han informed him that Kim Sung-chan wanted to go against him as soon as possible. Everyone in the training room was very happy to hear that Wheesung would be participating in the match. Wheesung joked that when he becomes champion, Taeyong will become his bodyguard, and Junghwan will feed his dog. Coach Park entered the hall and said that the whole district already knew about the upcoming match, and his comrades did not bother to shut up Wheesung, but began to tease him. Coach Park said that the match with Kim Sung-chan has not been announced yet. And why is there such a rush to reveal everything? Wheesung said that the agreement was made in 3 weeks, and Sung-chan wants the match to happen quickly. Probably the match will be next year. Initially, Kim Sung-chan was supposed to compete against the second-ranked champion, Lim Sung-hoon. But due to injury, the match was cancelled. The 14th-ranked champion, Baek-hoon, was called in as a replacement. Baek-hoon is 23 years old, and made his post-match debut in the undercard match leading up to the main match. He only recently started and had little time to prepare. On the other hand, Kim Sung-chan is recognized as the best fighter in his weight category among all Korean athletes. For this reason, it is unlikely that the match will last long. Most likely it will be stopped for medical reasons. Coach Park explained this to Wheesung and said that Wheesung will begin training for the title match immediately. Wheesung thought that he still had a lot of time and couldn't believe his ears. He started shouting that no one was preparing for a match that hadn't even been scheduled. He had 3 more weeks before the start of training, and he wanted to rest. But the coach said that the idol match lasts 5 rounds. Wheesung does not have enough stamina, so the training must begin now. The higher your rank, the more difficult the job becomes, and continuous cardio training becomes the key to success. Wheesung agreed that he needed to train a lot and constantly. In addition, the director wants Wheesung to attend Sung-chan's next title match and reserve a seat for him in the VIP area. Wheesung didn't want to attend Sung-chan's match, but he had no choice but to agree. The director was already sitting in the VIP box. Coach Park and Wheesung walked up to him and greeted him. The director called Wheesung Mr. Sullen for not hiding his dislike of watching the fight. The director sympathized with Coach Park that he had such an obstinate student. Director Han suggested that after the match, Park should go to a nice place and have a drink. But Park said that he apologizes, but he will have to drink another time. Now he is responsible for Wheesung and cannot relax. When Coach and Wheesung went to their places, Director Hwang said that the guys from Tim Atuk are very good, from the mentors to the head coach and managers. That's why great fighters are born on their team. At this time, Coach Park gave the future great fighter a beating for behaving badly in front of the director. X176, the main event is about to begin. In the blue corner of the ring is the champion of the 14th rank, fighter Baek-hoon. In the red corner of the ring, the first place at the moment is Top Gun fighter Kim Sung-chan. The spectators in the stands explode with cries of delight. Sung-chan greets the audience and notices Wheesung sitting in the box. He thinks Wheesung can't stand him, but he came to watch the fight anyway. and Sung-chan is going to show him all his skills. Commentators say the fighters met in the match because opponent Lim Sung-hoo was injured. And now viewers will watch the confrontation between the first-class fighter Baek-hoon and Kim Sung-chan. Blue fighter is ready. The red fighter is ready. An interesting battle begins. Fighter Kim Sung-chan gains an advantage over his opponent, performs a confident deuce, and ends the combo with a body shot. Baek-hoon's body can't resist even in defense and loses his balance. Now Baek-hoon is gradually moving away from the center of the ring due to the excellent pressure of Kim Sung-chan. As the battle progresses, each fighter keeps his distance using direct blows. Both athletes can be seen watching each other closely. Kim Sung-chan is about to throw a left punch. He used a fake and threw a low kick instead. And another low kick. And now a deuce. After the deuce comes the high kick. Kim Sung-chan demonstrates his opponent's professional exhaustion. The force that comes from the punches will cause serious injury to any fighter, even with protection. The pressure on Baek-hoon continues. Now Kim Sung-chan has taken the initiative into his own hands. Kim Sung-chan's face remains impassive, a sign that a true champion is standing before his opponent. Wheesung watches the match and thinks that Sung-chan is not only strong, but also quite fast, combining both strong strikes and mobility in his technique. From the very beginning, the spectators knew the outcome of the match, and Baek-hoon had no chance of winning. However, the audience is wrong because they don't really know Baek-hoon, because in the ring you can't be sure of anything. Despite the overwhelming pressure from Kim Sung-chan, Baek-hoon began circling the octagon. After a few steps, Kim Sung-chan guessed the moment and made a jumping hook. He breaks Baek-hoon's defense perfectly. The blow received during the defense shook the fighter. And of course, Kim Sung-chan did not miss this opportunity. He didn't expect that it was a trap created by Baek-hoon. He lands a strong left jab right at Kim Sung-chan's head, and Kim Sung-chan falls to the floor of the ring. In order to lure him out of defense, he realized that he needed to be faster. This decision of Baek-hoon turned out to be a provocation that turned the entire course of the match. Baek-hoon began to attack. Kim Sung-chan had no chance to recover from the previous blows and came under a series of strong and merciless attacks. Baek-hoon slowly revealed his skills and used incredible striking techniques, especially the half-bent fast kick. If Kim Sung-chan were an ordinary fighter, he would have fallen long ago. But because of his inhuman endurance and strength, the match continues. Although several of his counters and simple straights landed, the stage was no longer his. In the end, Kim Sung-chan, who attacked as hard as he could, was attacked by Baek-hoon when he caught his moment and found a gap in his opponent's defense. A towel flew into the ring. The match ended with Baek-hoon winning. Kim Sung-chan was unable to pull himself together and fight to the last. However, the outcome of the match was impressive. After this title match, a new champion appeared. The new leading champion of the title match, Baek-hoon. A journalist immediately after the match asks Kim Sung-chan what he can say about the match. Sung-chan replies that he regrets how the match went. He should have studied his opponent better and formulated a battle strategy, but he didn't. He says that he is ashamed that he gave up halfway. He made such a decision to protect himself, and he had reasons for this. But this is not the end. He addressed all his fans who supported and believed in him, and said that he would become stronger and return to the ring. Wheesung prepared to leave. They came to say goodbye to Director Han. The director apologized for challenging them to the match, and they saw such a loss. Nobody expected such an outcome. At this time, reporters asked the new champion Baek-hoon who he would like to fight in his first title match. Baek-hoon replied that it looks like the matter is settled, and his opponent is Lee Hwi-sung. He continued that even Director Han promised this match, and as luck would have it, Lee Hwi-sung is also here today. Baek-hoon asked Hwi-sung from the stage if he was here if he wanted to say anything. He invited Hwi-sung to come up on stage and speak. Hwi-sung walked up onto the stage and the fighters looked at each other. Hwi-sung asked what Baek-hoon wanted to hear from him. Baek-hoon replied that he had just challenged Hwi-sung to a title match. Does he accept the challenge? Hwi-sung said that there is no need to provoke him. Before this, he was always the provocateur. Baek-hoon replied that this was the case before the championship belt changed hands. Baek-hoon pointed his finger at Hwi-sung and said that you shouldn't react like that. You could accept the challenge and say thank you. After all, he gives Hwi-sung a chance. Hwi-sung threw Baek-hoon's hand away and said, does he really believe that he won deservedly when he was only lucky enough to be a substitute and win the match? Baek-hoon asked in surprise. Why is his interlocutor so sensitive? After all, they didn't do anything bad to him? Wheesung got angry and replied that if Baek-hoon doesn't understand, then he's an idiot. If he's pretending, then he's a scumbag. Does he really think everyone around him is stupid? Wheesung continued that now that the guy has become a champion, he needs to attract attention. And to do this, you need to challenge some famous fighter to the match. And Baek-kun challenged him to a fight. Him, Lee Hwi-sung, who by chance happened to be here. Baek-kun, remembering Wheesung, was in a hurry so that Wheesung would not leave the stadium. And I dared to say that it gives him the opportunity. Wheesung said that he gives opportunities and will not fall for cheap provocations. Coach Park listened attentively to Wheesung's speech. Director Han listened with interest. Wheesung continued that, if Baek-kun wants to fight him, then he should make an official request and they will answer him. Baek-kun protested that there was a misunderstanding, but Wheesung told him to shut up. Wheesung was already shouting that what irritates him the most are the freaks who assert themselves by insulting others. And if Baek-kun wants to discuss misunderstandings, it should be done after the guy wins against Wheesung, although he is unlikely to succeed. After this speech, Wheesung turned and left. After a while, Sang-guk said that Baek-kun is a boxer. He explained that the fighter used a special counterpunch that only outfighters use. This is a boxing style in which the boxer fights from a long distance. Sang-guk, Coach Park and Wheesung watched the footage of the fight, and Sang-guk said that the next strike was a midway strike. And if anyone else had been in Song-chan's place, he would have fallen too. Baek-kun's steps are rhythmic and light. This is where Kim Sung-chan gave up. He defended himself from a hook with his left hand and, as a result, moved to the left. Baek-kun shifted his weight to the right and countered with his left hand. He has very fast hands, and his lines of attack are narrow and crisp. Plus, the fundamentals of boxing are such that the weight of the upper body must always be concentrated in order to have greater freedom of movement when changing positions. Wheesung noted that Sung-chan found it difficult to respond to his opponent. Sang-guk said he noticed Sung-chan opening up. It was at that moment that Baek-kun did a body shot. Sung-chan carried out a counterpunch. His opponent stopped as if he had lost control and allowed himself to be hit. Kim Sung-chan thought that his opponent would return to defense as soon as he came to his senses, but in boxing this is the perfect moment to counter. But Baek-kun will not be able to hold out for long, which means that everything in the battle must be completed very quickly. Now Wheesung needed a new coach. Tai-chun came into the training room and said that Sang-guk was saying everything correctly. It was an outfighter's blow. All you need to do is just slow down. He said that it's just one of many boxing styles, and he thinks it's realistic to teach Wheesung some techniques. Sang-guk said that Tai-chun will train Wheesung, and they need to organize sparring sessions twice a week. Sang-guk ordered Tai-chun's salary to be increased while he trains Wheesung. Coach Park asked if wrestling would be a better option against boxing. Sang-guk replied that wrestling will not help slow down the pace. Wrestling didn't help Kim Sung-chan. You can't tell from the video that he even tried to make a tackle, but wrestling veterans like Sung-chan don't just lose matches. There must be a reason for this. What this reason is, we need to find out, but for now we need to study Baek-kun's fighting style. The sparring in the training room has begun. Both fighters were in such sparring for the first time and agreed not to hit each other too much. Coach Park said there would be 3 rounds of 3 minutes each. Fighters must use light strikes, but in order to achieve results, hitting below the belt is prohibited. The athletes watched the sparring and said that Tai Chun-hyun was standing against Wheesung. He won the athletes' championship 3 times. The fight began. The guys went to the middle of the ring and took a stance. Wheesung attacked his opponent and threw a left punch to the head, but his opponent quickly avoided the blow. He thought that the speed of these punches corresponded to Wheesung's weight class. Wheesung decided that he needed to quickly close the distance and put pressure on his opponent, but he immediately missed a left blow to the head. At the same time, the opponent struck Wheesung in the body. Wheesung thought that Tai Chun-hyun was too fast, and his punches felt like an explosion. Tai Chun-hyun said that until Wheesung adapts to such blows, it will not be easy for him. The fight continued, Tai Chung landing a strong blow on Wheesung, but he instantly dodged him and inflicted a counterattack on the opponent. Tai Chung realized that winning the sparring would not be easy, and he needed to exert himself. At the same time, Baek-kun was training with a jump rope. The coach advised him not to push himself too hard in the morning. Baek-kun asked what the coach was doing here so early, and he replied that he received a call from X1. They said they wanted to do a trial match at the end of January, although not even 3 months have passed. Lee Wheesung probably contributed to this. Baek-kun said that he accepted the invitation, even though his last match was just recently, and we need to start preparing. Moreover, he was the first to start. The coach suggested that he wash up and they went to have breakfast. Baek-kun went into the locker room and stopped briefly near a cup that stood alone on a shelf. Then he left the room. On the cup was written in Japanese, "The winner is Hakuda Yoshihiro." Wheesung lay exhausted on the floor. Tai-chun came up to him and asked if the guy was okay. Wheesung replied that he did, and added that he didn't think there was such a big difference in skill between them. Tai-chun replied that Wheesung held up very well. Tai-chun said that Wheesung doesn't understand how Baek-kun uses counterpunching techniques. Wheesung asked, "Isn't it about shifting weight from side to side and speed?" Tai-chun replied that it was impossible to avoid attacks this way. Human reflexes are not that fast. Tai-chun recalled the moment in the match when Baek-kun received a powerful blow from Sung-chan. Baek-kun is a counterboxer. He dodges attacks by analyzing his opponent's muscle movements. That's why he reacts so quickly. However, his counterpunch has a big weakness, which is being perfectly timed. The body reacts unconsciously. This is a dilemma for the counterboxer. So this can be used against him. Tai-chun said that he is no less fast than Baek-kun, and if Wheesung learns to dodge his blows, then he can dodge Baek-kun. Sung-kook praised Tai-chun for his training and asked his opinion about Wheesung. Tai-chun replied that the guy is much better than many professional fighters. Training for the title match has begun. The enemy carried out a seizure, but Wheesung got out of the grip and threw his opponent away from him. The next opponent, Junghwan, tried to knock Wheesung to the floor, but Wheesung performed a move, and his opponent fell to the floor. Junghwan was carried away, and after a minute of rest, Wheesung was waiting for the next fight. Boxing training was next. They were led by Coach Park, who noted that Wheesung's strength had increased due to cardio training. The intense training for the title match was designed to increase Wheesung's endurance. In the mornings, he ran 10 kilometers. There was physical activity, a skill training category in the mornings, strengthening his condition with the help of circuit training, and wrestling against 5 people carried out in 3 circles in 1 set. Plus, after a short break, punching practice. The striking training was also aimed at increasing Baek-kun's stamina for counterpunching. Wheesung tried his best and practiced his strikes. Among them, there were a huge number of low kicks. This is one of the ways to prevent Baek-kun's fast leg movements, especially his fast steps. Wheesung was completely exhausted from the training, but a new coach and a new fight were waiting for him. Coach Park noted that Wheesung's hitting became so good because of Tai-chun's mentorship. However, Coach Park noted that Wheesung was still slow to respond to counterpunches. At this time, Tai-chun became ill. He said he was seasick. Coach Park sent Wheesung to get water. While Wheesung was away, Coach Park asked what happened, and Tai-chun said that the genius asshole beat him. Tai-chun said that during the fight, Wheesung began to lose rhythm during a combination. The trainer decided to attack at this moment and make a jab, which should have completely destroyed the rhythm of the fight. This was Baek-kun's style, but Tai-chun made a mistake and ended up getting hit in the face with a midway strike, a technique in which the fighter slightly dodges the enemy's blow and delivers a direct counterpunch during the resulting distance. Coach Park was amazed. The feint is a complex technique that is difficult for even experienced boxers such as Tai-chun to handle. Wheesung was able to trick Tai-chun and knock him down. In the early days, Wheesung was too busy trying to avoid getting hit. Changes occurred not only due to constant sparring, but also due to cardio training. 3 rounds of 3 minutes turned into 5 rounds of 5 minutes. Tai-chun said that Wheesung would have an easier time fighting Baek-kun than Sung-chan. Tired, Tai-chun stepped out of the shower. He was met by Wheesung, who should have been resting a long time ago. He wanted to talk to his coach. He said that he would soon be 24 years old, and time flies very quickly. Wheesung asked the coach what he usually does after work. Tai-chun said he plays games, meets friends, hangs out with his girlfriend on weekends, and travels on holidays. Wheesung was very surprised when he heard that his coach had a girlfriend. Tai-chun showed him the photo. Wheesung couldn't believe that Tai-chun had such a beautiful girlfriend. Wheesung himself admitted that after the army, he lived like a mythical creature. It's hard to date someone if you have something you're crazy about. Tai-chun reminded him that there is such a beautiful girl. Yu-jin. Wheesung choked on his coffee. He shouted, "Why did the coach even remember Yu-jin?" The coach said they look great together. Wheesung objected that there should be something more exciting and passionate between a girl and a guy. But Yu-jin is always difficult to communicate with. She is unfeminine, speaks rudely, and always says shut up. Tai-chun said that he understood Wheesung's opinion about the girl, and said that Wheesung had never talked to his coaches so openly before. Wheesung said that one of his acquaintances told him that there is no need to always rush somewhere, but rather stop to appreciate the surroundings. But stopping right now is a bad idea. The title match is very soon. But when Sung-chan lost, Wheesung saw the fans' reactions and realized something. No one can tell you when it's time to go dark. On the outside, you are fine, but in reality, you are nothing of yourself. Wheesung realized what he was missing. Colleagues who are always ready to help you further after many hours of training, just as they are ready to help each other, although they do not have an important reason for doing so. He realized that it was not Olin who was participating in the battle, but the whole team was participating in it together. He is grateful to many here. Wheesung said that after the match, he would try to communicate more openly with the other team members and be the initiator of such communication. Therefore, in this title match, he will rely on Taichun. End of January. Weigh-in day. Fighter Lee Wheesung has arrived. He was blinded by camera flashes. There was a lot of interest in the match. Wheesung was not at a loss and loudly said that the most anticipated star in Korea is himself. At this time, the current champion Baek-kun entered the hall. The rivals met and exchanged glances. The weigh-in has begun. Fighter Lee Wheesung, official weight 70 kilograms 200 grams. Fighter Baek-kun, official weight 70 kilograms 400 grams. Both athletes stood opposite each other. The press conference began. The first question was addressed to Wheesung. He was asked, now that Baek-kun has the winner's belt, are there any problems with preparing for the match? Wheesung replied that there were no problems. Unexpected events are always taken into account when preparing for a match. The second question was addressed to Baek-kun. Although he made a nice appearance in the title match, no one has any information about his background. Won't he tell you about himself? Baek-kun said that since he was 18, he has competed for Japanese organizations such as Extreme Move and Gladiator, but he did not gain much popularity there. Coach Park considered these responses to be countries because he knew about these organizations, but there was no Baek-kun in any weight class. A fighter couldn't lie in an official interview. Sang-guk thought for a moment and suddenly said that he needed to check something and left. He called somewhere, and the information he found out unpleasantly surprised him. The day of the title match arrived. 11,000 people gathered in the hall. This number was recorded as the largest number of spectators in Korean MMA. Wheesung was finishing his warm-up before the fight. Sang-guk asked Wheesung how he was, and Wheesung said that he was absolutely calm. Sang-guk said that MMA is a sport for different fighters. There is no such fighter who would master only one type of martial art. Baek-kun can use wrestling, jiu-jitsu, kickboxing, or all three. Therefore, when Wheesung enters the ring, let him forget about strategy. Just be himself and fight. And now comes the X1080 main event that everyone has been waiting for. In the blue corner, the provocateur fighter Lee Wheesung enters the ring. Lee Wheesung was truly loved by the audience. Shouts of support are heard in his direction from all sides. In the red corner of the ring is the current lightweight belt holder, champion and fighter Baek-kun. The audience supports him loudly. The commentator goes on to say that fighter Baek-kun is a third-generation Korean who came from Japan, where he used to be a fighter known as Hakuda Yoshiro. Moreover, he has an amazing record of 19 wins in 19 matches. Coach Park can't believe his ears. Overseas Korean, with 19 victories. Sang-guk said that he made inquiries and found out that Baek-kun is a variation fighter who knows a lot of martial arts. Wheesung was trained in one direction. It was too late to offer something new. Now all that remains is to believe in him and rely on his abilities. The commentator continues to say that the fighters have never locked eyes, but we are in a title match and both fighters look cautious and polite. Sometime before the fight, Baek-kun's coach asked the guy if he was afraid of Wheesung. Baek-kun replied that on the contrary, this was a great opportunity for him to eliminate a strong opponent. The battle has begun. The fighters stood up. Both athletes began the first round by analyzing each other. They only moved their upper body and arms, which is reminiscent of a match between low-ranking fighters. Lee Wheesung takes the first step and lands a straight left jab at his opponent. After he has made this feint, he low kicks his opponent. Baek-kun immediately responds with a punch, and then tries to throw a high kick. But fighter Lee Wheesung quickly dodges the attack and punches with his leg. Baek-kun caught Wheesung's leg during the kick. Now he is pushing his opponent like a bulldozer. Wheesung tilts his body to hinder his opponent. Baek-kun moved from Wheesung's leg to his body and finally secured his back. Wheesung's feet left the ring. A little more and he will be knocked over. Lee Wheesung used his right leg to prevent Baek-kun's takedown attempt. Both opponents got out of the grips and returned to their original positions. It's amazing to see this from fighter Baek-kun. He's not only good in close combat, but he also knows grips very well. The same can be said about fighter Lee Wheesung. He has now shown that he can withstand good tackling technique. Wheesung throws a low kick and Baek-kun defends, and he throws a high kick, but Lee Wheesung easily dodges the blow. Now Lee Wheesung throws another low kick, this time successful. Baek-kun does a combo. Lee Wheesung's body can't stand it, and the fighter bends over in pain. Baek-kun lands another successful combo. Lee Wheesung tries to find an opening, but Baek-kun's quick jab is already heading towards him. Lee Wheesung only manages to turn his upper body and counterattack. Lee Wheesung throws a counterpunch in response to a counterpunch. The direct blow turned out to be a feint. Lee Wheesung stops. Baek-kun immediately throws a straight punch. This time, Lee Wheesung responds with the same blow and lands. Lee Wheesung tries another low kick. It was a feint. Instead, Lee Wheesung jumped forward. This is a Superman jump kick. Baek-kun begins to move from the center of the ring. Taking this as a weakness, Lee Hwi-sung immediately tries to implement another direct one. But Baek-kun interrupts his attempt with a quick jab, and he makes a middle kick, taking the initiative away from his opponent. But Wheesung had already put up protection against the blow. Baek-kun performs a Brazilian kick. Lee Hwi-sung carefully dodges him and jumps to the side. The commentator shouts that this match reminds him of fights he has only seen in martial arts movies. He can't believe such fast reflexes as in this match exist. This is all beyond human capabilities. Wheesung's trainers are worried that while he was able to react quickly to hits at first, it is now much harder for him given how much damage he has taken. Baek-kun lands a clean punch right at Lee Hwi-sung's face. This is followed by the intersection of two counter-strikes, although Lee Hwi-sung is the first to take damage. As a result, he was unable to retaliate with the same blow, instead focusing on dodging. Baek-kun lands another high kick. Fighter Lee Hwi-sung dodges another high kick, disrupting Baek-kun's rhythm just a little. Lee Hwi-sung fell for the first time while dodging. Baek-kun's skills are really good. Fighter Lee Hwi-sung rises and lowers his guard. There is no logic in his behavior. Baek-kun stepped back and froze in place. Baek-kun attacks, and Hwi-sung easily dodges the attacks. But Baek-kun throws a hook that came out of a fake jab, and another hook lands on Lee Hwi-sung's jaw. Suddenly Baek-kun stopped moving, and his expression became very serious. On the other hand, fighter Lee Hwi-sung simply smiles. Song-guk says that Hwi-sung deliberately let his opponent beat him. He missed the first blow in order to calculate the distance of Baek-kun's fight. The second blow was missed, in order to figure out the dodge tactics. Both attacks did not cause any damage to Hwi-sung. Fighter Lee Hwi-sung provokes the enemy to attack. Fighter Baek-kun responds with cool calm. He does not give in to Hwi-sung's provocations. Both fighters study each other as they wait to strike. Suddenly Baek-kun throws a long jab. He missed, and receives an immediate counterattack aimed at his face. Even though this was the perfect moment for a strike that could knock down the opponent, Baek-kun dodged it. He has been waiting for this counterattack from the very beginning and leans back, at the same time raising his hand to strike. Top hook. Fighter Lee Hwi-sung is close to being countered, but Hwi-sung throws a triple counter, from one counterattack to another, and a finishing counterblow. Fighter Baek-kun is knocked down. He's on the floor. Baek-kun appears to be unable to rise to his feet due to his damaged jaw. Lee Hwi-sung bows deeply to the entire audience, like an Englishman who has performed a great piece. Who will stop this fighter? Baek-kun finally stands up. However, he received such damage that he could barely stand. Baek-kun thinks about how he trained harder than most. He defeated one opponent after another. After moving to X1, he received a chance for a title match. But so that people would not forget about him, he needed an opponent, defeating whom he would regain popularity. This opponent was Lee Hwi-sung, a star in his weight class, an athlete who everyone knew as a promising fighter for the title match. Baek-kun was more experienced than Hwi-sung in both fighting and skills, but he made a big mistake, and now a star fighter stands opposite him. Baek-kun attacks the enemy, but Hwi-sung stabs him in the head. The match is over. The referee enters the ring and stops the fight. Fighter Lee Hwi-sung defeated Baek-kun and took the championship belt. New record, victory in the first round in 4 minutes and 2 seconds. With 5 consecutive opening round victories, fighter Lee Hwi-sung now sits on the throne of the lightweight division. The coaches congratulate Hwi-sung. It is now number 1 in Asia. The new champion tries on the belt. Hwi-sung is being interviewed, and the journalist asks how the guy saw the match from his point of view. Hwi-sung replies that Baek-kun showed skills that were completely different from what Hwi-sung imagined. Therefore, Hwi-sung tried to learn about everything he had in his arsenal during the match. He tried to recognize his fighting style. Baek-kun was a difficult opponent, but not stronger than Hwi-sung. Then Hwi-sung makes a speech in which he notes that the Team Attack Club and mentor Hwang Sang-guk and the rest of the team played a big role in his fate. He wants to express his gratitude to the entire team and apologize for being rude and spoiled with them. And the last thing he wants to say applies to everyone who belongs to his weight category. If someone wants to take the belt from him, he will gladly accept the challenge, regardless of who the fighter is, because he has no prejudices. The journalists thank Hwi-sung for these words. The audience is delighted. This is lightweight champion Lee Hwi-sung. On one of his free evenings, Hwi-sung met with his classmate. Kim Hae-bum congratulated him on his victory and said that he quit his job. Previously in school, he thought that he would live a luxurious life, but his salary was small. He could barely make ends meet, and in order for him to have money, he had to not communicate with friends and girls, not buy anything. His family was in debt, and he could not support them in this world where even a qualified major from Seoul University cannot find a job. And Kim Hae-bong decided to become a hairdresser. This choice of profession surprised Hwi-sung, but a friend told him that he himself became an MMA fighter completely unexpectedly. One day he was walking around Seoul and saw in the window of a hairdresser's a girl cutting a client's hair. The girl was a newbie and she was not doing well. When Kim Hae-bong came home, he dug into the information and realized that he was very interested in this profession. He decided to try his luck and paint life with bright colors. Wheesung said he also wondered how long he could stay in MMA. Now he is in his prime and will be able to perform until he is 30, but what will happen by the age of 40? Although fighters have long careers, some are even doing it in their 40s, but with a career of 15 years, Wheesung will compete in matches twice a year. This is a total of 30 matches. The chances of being in the Octagon are not as many as he thought. He realized that the season's matches flew by for him like short moments in life. It was already late and the friends decided to go home. Wheesung advised his friend to pull himself together and give it his all together. The parents were at home waiting for their son. He sat on his knees in front of them and did not understand what was happening. He just sent his parents some money and it made them angry. They didn't expect to receive 100 million won. They did not believe that their son could earn so much money. The father said that his son could tell him anything. He would forgive any of his actions. Wheesung asked his parents to listen to him. He earned 63,300,000 won from the last match. The money turned out to be more than the payment for all the previous 4 matches. The prize was 24 million won. The bonus, the best fighter of the night, brought in another 10 million, and the match's box office receipts turned out to be 40 million. Plus an additional fee of 36 million won that he received for views. Usually he was not paid for views, but this time the viewership was huge. Views increased by 50%. Director Han said that it was thanks to Wheesung and gave him a special bonus. In addition to this, a new sponsorship contract has arrived, and now Wheesung has 4 sponsors. As a result, he receives 125 million won per month. He saved 120 million in his bank account and decided to send 100 million to his parents. Mom sighed with relief because her son honestly earned money, and the father silently listened to his son. Wheesung said that now the whole family can live in peace, pay off debts and move into normal housing. He said he was very happy to help his parents, to thank them for everything they did for him. The father covered his eyes with his hand and said that he was very ashamed. He got dressed and went outside. Wheesung asked his mother what happened to his father, and his mother replied that he left to think. Mom said that they are very proud of their son, but the father needs time to understand that his son has grown up. The father stood on the street and smoked. His wife approached him. Mom said that everyone understood that this day would come sooner or later, and the father replied that he did not expect it so soon. Now he can do nothing to help his adult son, but his mother said that he would forever remain a father to his son, and that he would be the one who could bring him down to earth if he ever became arrogant, and they will always be together. The father laughed and said that when such a sweet wife is nearby, there is nothing to be upset about. He suggested having a second child. Mom unequivocally refused him. Wheesung quietly listened to his parents' conversation and realized that he was again thinking only about himself. They need time for him to understand his father, and time for his father to recognize his son's growing up. After some time, a meeting began at the main office of the LeBranch company. LeBranch manager Douglas Womack asked how many competitions their company should prepare for the first half of the year. He was told that there were only 4. 3 had already been carried out. The fighters have been selected for the lineup, but they lack the main card. All famous fighters have already received invitations. The manager lost his temper and shouted that he would not listen to excuses. If there was a problem, then he needed a solution. SFC is the top MMA organization in the United States, with branches holding over 60 competitions per year. Each week, the various branches meet and share competition plans. As a result, the branch with large sales receives the desired attention from headquarters. The LeBranch branch is not in a good position right now, due to a reprimand from headquarters for a long period of uninteresting fighting. They need something new to impress headquarters. One worker said there were new faces in small and medium-sized organizations around the world. There are only 5 fighters, and the first candidate is from the Japanese organization Gladiator, who is now working for an unknown organization. The director looked at the list and was surprised that there were such fighters in Asia. He pointed to one, and the manager said that this fighter had recently become a champion in X1, but they had already rejected the offer from the main management. The situation was about money. This guy made $60,000 in his last match, and if he goes to them, his base salary will be $50,000, and that's before bidding begins. The manager ordered to find out everything about this fighter and send him information. The employee printed out a photo of an athlete who interested his superiors. It was Lee Wheesung. The Lunar New Year did not begin in Korea. Coach Park said that from tomorrow until Wednesday the gym will be closed, but if anyone wants to work, they can come, and if not, then let everyone have a good rest. Those preparing for matches are an exception. They will go to training with the coaches. Finally, everyone ran to the cafe to drink and eat. Hwan asked Wheesung why he didn't go with the others, but Wheesung said that he will go next time. Now he has work to do. He went to the bus stop, but he discovered that he had lost his wallet and phone. He remained standing at the bus stop in the snow and cold. His anger knew no bounds. A familiar voice was heard nearby. Yoo-jin said that the guy is so loud that he will scare everyone around. She handed Wheesung his phone and wallet, and she said that she found them on the floor in the hall, but a simple thank you is not enough. Wheesung promised to pay for her food, but Yoo-jin replied that she wants to drink now. Wheesung and a girl were sitting in a small cafe. Wheesung asked why Yoo-jin wanted to drink, but didn't go with everyone else. The girl replied that there would be a lot of people there and noisy, but she wanted to sit quietly and relax. Then Wheesung said that it is not good to pour your own drink and filled her glass. They drank and Wheesung asked again what happened to her. It's Lunar New Year and isn't Yoo-jin going to see his family? The girl replied that she had no one to visit. Her mother had died and her father was living with another woman. She hasn't talked to him for a long time. Wheesung didn't know about this. He thought that it was difficult to talk about a difficult situation in the family with such calm. What kind of life does Yoo-jin live? Yoo-jin asked if the guy was going to feel sorry for her, and he said he didn't think so. And he started talking nonsense about how she needed to ask him why he went with her. Yes, because she spoke about it casually. Suddenly she burst out laughing. She said that the situation in the family does not bother her. Everyone reacts like Wheesung when they hear this story for the first time. It was the first time Wheesung had seen Yoo-jin laugh sincerely, and he thought it was very nice. It turns out he said it out loud. Yoo-jin was very surprised when she heard Wheesung's words, and they both felt awkward. At this time the waiter brought the order, chicken on skewers. The tension disappeared, and Yoo-jin said that she couldn't believe she was having a drink with Wheesung on her first day off. Wheesung reminded that she was the one who invited him, and she replied that she didn't understand why she did it. Previously, she dealt with everything herself. The girl decided to change the topic and asked what Wheesung would do during her vacation. He said he would play games on the computer. Yoo-jin asked if he played Dragon Hunter World. Wheesung was surprised how the girl knew about this game. It is known for its high level of difficulty. Yoo-jin boasted that she had reached level 200. Then Wheesung said that he needed help to pass the boss. After discussing the game, they chatted nonstop. Yoo-jin smiled a lot while enjoying the chat and drinks. The young people did not want to talk about anything serious. The two of them drank 2 bottles of soju, a Korean vodka. Wheesung had to carry Yoo-jin on his back after the feast. He thought the area around the city looked very nice, probably because he was drunk. Yoo-jin whispered in his ear that she was very grateful that he had drinks with her today. She asked what he thought about her when he came to her during her illness. The guy replied that he was sorry to see that no one cared about her. Wheesung in turn asked why the girl took care of him earlier when she brought him nuts. Yoo-jin replied that she just wanted it that way. On the way home, they chatted about whatever came to mind, while time passed by on this warm day coming to an end. Wheesung was taking Yoo-jin home in the elevator. He was already very tired. He threw the girl onto the bed and thought that her room was a mess and it would be nice to tidy it up. Yoo-jin was fast asleep, and Wheesung realized that even when she was sleeping, she looked funny. He took off the girl's jacket and laid her on the bed. It was very hot in the apartment, and Wheesung undressed. He leaned over to the girl to see how she was feeling. Yoo-jin was fast asleep. She was very beautiful. Wheesung leaned towards her and was about to kiss her. But Yoo-jin moved. Wheesung jumped away from her. He half thought that he took advantage of the moment and almost did the irreversible. He scolded himself that this would not fit into any goal. And no matter how drunk he is, he acts crazy. He decided that he needed to leave, because if he lingered here, it was unknown what other thoughts would come to his mind. And he left. Yoo-jin sat up on the bed. She remembered Wheesung when he leaned over her. She fell on the bed and burst into tears, because Wheesung is an idiot. And Wheesung walked home deep in thought. A few days later, Wheesung thought that Yoo-jin didn't even contact him after that evening. He met a girl in the hall and said hello. She thanked him for seeing her off, or rather carrying her home that evening. Before Wheesung could say a word, she ran away. The guy thought that the girl really remembers everything that happened. He wanted to call her. At this time, the coaches came into the hall and loudly shouted congratulations to Wheesung. Wheesung thought with horror that Yoo-jin had told her colleagues everything. However, they congratulated him on the fact that he received an offer from the SFC, and even on special conditions. Wheesung couldn't believe it. The coach told him that if he won the defense of his belt, he could go straight to the SFC. The coaches told Wheesung that he and Yoo-jin would both compete in the main and minor matches in the same competition. Wheesung will defend his title while Yoo-jin will fight for the champion title. And they advised Wheesung that young people should support each other. Yoo-jin also heard the news but did not say anything. Director Han read the accounting reports and thought that when Wheesung joined, the number of fans had quadrupled compared to last year. The biggest sales come from 2 fighters. His secretary came into the office and asked to listen to him. It was about Pereiro. It turned out that he was clean and did not use doping. Instead, he used drugs containing EPO, erythropoietin, a hormone that regulates the production of red blood cells, or more precisely, xenon gas. If you take EPO, the number of blood cells increases, and the amount of oxygen also increases. The more oxygen in the body, the higher its endurance and strength. Basically, doping in tests is determined by an injection of EPO. But xenon gas is a catalyst that increases the natural number of blood cells in the blood. Modern technologies are not able to distinguish natural EPOs from artificially produced ones. Pereiro found a way to dope indirectly and disguised it. Director Han thought in despair that this asshole would never stop taking substances. He told the secretary to ignore everything unless there were visible signs. Secret continued. As for Wheesung, he is going to go to the SFC after the next match. And did Director Han foresee this development of events? After all, Wheesung is their gold mine. How can they let him go? Director Han replied that he could not keep the guy on a leash. He would like to have 2 more matches with Wheesung before he leaves. The secretary insisted that there was no guarantee that Wheesung would return later. The director said that's how investments work. He knew what was coming, but he made a conscious investment. He told the secretary not to worry, but to concentrate on the battles. The secretary said that Wheesung chose his opponent for the match, showed the dossier to the director, and he was very surprised by the choice of the athlete. After training, Wheesung talked with his coach about choosing an opponent. Coach Park said that as a champion he can choose. All the matches for May have already been allocated, so he can choose any date after May. He advised mid-June, 4 months from now. If you participate earlier, it will affect Wheesung's body. If you participate later, you may lose interest in the match. Coach Park said he still doesn't understand why Wheesung chose this particular fighter for the match. There are many easier fighters. Wheesung replied that if he chose someone easier, it would seem that he was afraid that he would lose and not get into the SFC. Coach Park said that if Wheesung loses, he will not qualify for the SFC. Wheesung replied that he knows, but now he needs to fulfill one promise and he will go about his business. Then he ran into Yu Jin, whom he had not spoken to since that day because he was so nervous. He really wanted to know what she thought about what happened. Yu Jin was the first to ask, "Didn't Wheesung do anything that night?" Wheesung said it was nothing. He just put her to bed. Doesn't she remember? Yu Jin replied that she wouldn't have asked if she remembered. Wheesung said that it was decided to hold the matches in mid-June, and whether this schedule was convenient for her. The girl said that 4 months suits her. She will even be able to rest. After that, she said goodbye and got ready to leave. Wheesung thought that there was no chance that she remembered anything after such drinking, and decided to treat everything that happened as her own mistake. The guy thought that thank God that everything ended well, and Yu Jin thought that thank God that Wheesung was so naive and did not understand anything, that she was not sleeping. Wheesung went to the baseball center. Some guy was playing baseball there and hitting the ball with a bat. Wheesung laughed and said that the guy can't hit the ball. Does he really have a problem with baseball? Top X1 lightweight champion Kim Sung-chan replied that he would now see how the idiot who came would cope. But Wheesung was able to hit all the balls. Sung-chan asked how he achieved such success, and Wheesung replied that he played baseball in school. Sung-chan asked the guy why he chose him for the match, and Wheesung replied that he was the best fit. It's not fair to give a second chance to the same person, so he skipped Baek-kun. Third-ranked fighter Lim Seung-hyun will not be able to recover for the match, so he is also unsuitable. Kim Ji-hyun from 4th place lost to Baek-kun before, and Pereiro is now suspended. As for those in the lower places, if they win easily, everyone will think that Wheesung wants to quickly leave for the SFC, and Sung-chan and Wheesung have a reason to fight. Thus, circumstances decided everything for them. But Sung-chan warned Wheesung not to regret his decision, because when he loses, it will be very shameful. Wheesung said that he very much doubts that he will lose. He said that does Sung-chan think that if Wheesung beat someone else and easily got into the SFC, Sung-chan would be fine without him? Sung-chan admitted that it would hurt his pride, but he warned that the SFC is a completely different platform. All of their fighters were champions on other teams, and he thinks that Wheesung needs to postpone this proposal for a while. Now Wheesung is the most promising fighter in X1. Sooner or later he will move on. But if he gets into the SFC now and loses, then everything he earned will be lost. Wheesung said that if Kim Sung-chan knew what was being offered to him, he would immediately agree. The fee for the match will be $55,000, plus a bonus of 100%. If Wheesung wins the next match, The fee will increase by $5,000. Free accommodation for 5 days, including overseas flights, transportation. Song-chan said that he was wrong and should agree. True, Wheesung will not get anything because Song-chan will beat him. Wheesung said that he was very afraid and might think about changing his opponent. They talked and laughed loudly at each other. They soon said goodbye to start training, each wanting to beat their opponent. Wheesung and Sang-guk watched Sung-chan's fight tapes. Sang-guk said that Sung-chan relies on one strategy: heavy punches, wrestling, and finishing off the opponent. In addition, he is constantly growing in skill. How will Wheesung fight such an opponent? Wheesung suggested that he could run away, but Sang-guk said that you can't do that in wrestling. He would soon be exhausted from such tactics and he wouldn't have a chance. Then use counterattacks. If you miss, you will immediately be hit on the floor. What if Sang-guk uses a combo? It's too much of a risk. They decided to watch the fight again. They noticed that Baek-kun was standing in a left-handed stance and changed them constantly. It must have been hard for Sung-chan to fight something like that because of the distance and the straight right hand. If he lowered his stance, Baek-kun would take a southpaw stance, and if Sung-chan attacked, Baek-kun would take a right-handed stance. When Wheesung throws a left kick, his body automatically returns to a specific position due to his center of gravity. Although this blow does little damage, because the fighter does it unconsciously. Sang-guk decided to use this technique, but he knew that a clash in wrestling is inevitable. So Wheesung needs to pump up his body to survive. Wheesung said that his motto now is, "I will die to survive." Taeyong was leading the training and said that Wheesung does everything right when he squats the barbell. Wheesung started training the day after his conversation with Sang-guk. Taeyong created a balanced mental health program so that Wheesung could prepare for his fight with Sung-chan. First, heavy weights, pumping the back and squats, all in that order for 3 sets. These exercises will help Wheesung strengthen his entire core from his hips to his back. Then a workout to stimulate the abdominal region, including L-shaped and V-shaped exercises. The upper body, which follows the lower body and the front of the thighs, is strengthened using dumbbells and ropes with rings, and so on ad infinitum. Wheesung was very tired. Taeyong clearly heard how his student wished him to die a terrible death, but he only laughed and added to the load. Wheesung was losing his balance after a particularly hard exercise, but his coach was always nearby and lent a shoulder. He gently said that now they would do a couple more sets, and Wheesung seriously wondered if he should kill Taeyong. When Sang-guk saw Wheesung after practice, he decided to express his gratitude to Taeyong for his good work. Sang-gu informed the guy that in 20 minutes he was sparring with himself, but at this time something jammed in his back. Finally the sparring began. Coach Park was very worried and asked Wheesung to be careful, because Sang-guk was no longer young. The battle began and the fighters took a stance. Sang-guk threw a left punch. Wheesung dodged, and he hit his sparring partner straight in the face. The coaches shouted at Wheesung to hit easier and more politely. Sang-guk very quickly closed the distance and approached Wheesung. He hit him in the body, and Wheesung was wondering if he should faint, and his fist slammed right into Sang-guk's jaw. He was very afraid that he had harmed his trainer. Viewers shouted that Wheesung should be ashamed of himself for such impolite behavior. Sang-guk sat on the floor, and Wheesung swore that he didn't hit him hard at all. He asked Sang-guk to tell him everything in theory. The sparring continued. Wheesung decided he would start with a light jab, but Sang-guk made a feint and immediately rushed to carry out the grab. Wheesung thought that the coach was too slow, and he would easily dodge. But to his surprise, Sang-guk's fist came up and crashed into the guy's jaw. Sang-guk said that this is how Sung-chan wins fights. Sang-guk was very tired and sat down on the floor. But Wheesung understood that he had missed a knockout from the coach, and this said a lot about his skill. Sang-guk began to explain why Wheesung could not dodge his blow. It's all about the square stance. Sang-guk pretended to make a tackle, aiming for his left leg, and this made Wheesung focus on this, when the real goal was the hook, which went unnoticed. In the upcoming fight, Kim Sung-chan's focus will shift due to his left-hand punches. If the number of grips increases, his movements will become limited. At this point, the training ended, and Wheesung thanked his coach and bowed to him. Wheesung trained alone and took various fighting stances. He also practiced new strikes. However, he was disappointed, because he saw that his stance was not stable, and he was in too much of a hurry. He decided to try again that night. He needs to work harder. In the corridor of the hall, he saw Yoo-jin. He called out to her and asked if she was leaving already. The girl said yes. Then he invited her to go together. They walked along the spring streets of Seoul. Wheesung thought that they live in different parts of the city, and what should he do now? Yoo-jin asked why he was silent. Didn't he want to talk to her about something? Wheesung said that he wanted to know how her preparations for the match were going. The girl replied that it was lonely and tiring as usual. Wheesung asked if she doesn't feel proud after training. and she replied that she had never felt this way, which really surprised Hwi-sung. Yoo-jin said that no one likes to experience pain and suffering. Hwi-sung countered that it is possible to feel a sense of success and completion. The girl said that she only feels this after winning a match. She continued to say that when she loses weight or does intense training, her whole body aches and even breathing is difficult and painful. At such moments, she thinks, will this suffering bring her wealth and luxury? And then she thinks about quitting the sport 100 times a day. No one trains hard because they enjoy it, Yoo-jin said. She said that Wheesung is an amazing person who has been training for 2 years and still finds training fun. Wheesung replied that when he gets stronger and learns something new, he realizes that he wants to use it in real life. Yoo-jin muttered that those who think this way are very different from other people. At this time, she slipped on the spilled water and began to fall. Wheesung picked up the girl, but he also slipped and they both fell. They looked at each other and asked if everything was okay, and then they stood up and turned away from each other. Yoo-jin said that it was late and went in her direction, and Wheesung went to his home. Yoo-jin walked away and turned around but saw only the guys retreating back. Along the way, he practiced his punches. Yoo-jin decided to follow his example and threw several punches into the air. She suddenly felt a surge of good humor and thought that she had become very strange because of this idiot. All the fighters and coaches gathered for a press conference before the match. The first question was asked by Yoo-jin. She was asked about rumors that she only fights weak X1 opponents in order to maintain her popularity. Yoo-jin replied that out of all her opponents, there were 2 in 4th and 5th place rankings, and she won not by chance, but because she was stronger. The next question was addressed to Lee Wheesung. He was asked about the fact that this is the second time he has received an offer from the SFC in the last year. Will he agree to this proposal? Wheesung replied that the SFC had not sent the contract yet. Everything would be decided based on the results of the match. But it is incredible that Sung-chan will be able to beat him, so he is guaranteed a job at the SFC. Sung-chan was skeptical about this statement and said that the fight will show everything. Sung-chan was asked what he, as a top wrestling fighter, thought about Wheesung's wrestling skills. But Sung-chan said that he could not evaluate them. He had not seen them in action. Director Han thought that the press conference was going very well, and the two were not quarreling. At this time, one journalist asked if everyone thinks that everything is too smooth here. Fighter Lee Wheesung became a champion in just 5 matches, and may be promoted to the SFC after just 1 belt defense. The journalist continued that he had been watching Wheesung's matches and interviews, and they were full of contradictions and double standards. The director wanted to leave this question unanswered, but Wheesung wanted to answer, even though Director Han told him that this was a representative of the brutal press. The reporter continued that when Baek-kun took the belt, Wheesung said that Baek-kun was using it to get attention. And when he fought Pereiro, he sparked public interest to demand a fight for the belt. Doesn't it seem to everyone that this is a situation out of the ordinary? I can do it, but others can't. Is Wheesung too much privilege? Last year, Wheesung said that champions can't choose who they fight, but if that's what the fans want, he'll fight anyone. And with these words, Lee Wheesung chose Kim Sung-chan to fight to defend the belt. Wheesung said that if Pereiro had won the match, he would have qualified for the title shot. But Wheesung won, and could ask for a fight for the belt. The reporter then asked why Wheesung was so aggressive with Baek-kun, who also got his chance. Wheesung replied that Baek-kun wanted to use him, so he used him back. Wheesung asked the journalist what publication he represented, and he was confused and did not answer. Then the enraged Wheesung jumped into the hall to the journalists and shouted that let his enemies not hide, but show their faces. The interview has come to an end. The reporter who asked awkward questions was banned and will no longer be able to attend press conferences. He insulted an entire organization. The coaches discussed what happened and came to the conclusion that Wheesung had to be stopped. Otherwise, it would affect his reputation. Wheesung exchanged messages with Yoo-jin. Yoo-jin laughed a lot and was in a good mood. The video from the conference, uploaded by X1, spread across many platforms, including abroad. The number of views grew. In addition, the shooting range of foreign channels bought the right to broadcast the match. All 15,000 tickets were sold out. Director Han smiled widely. The crowd was noisy like mad. Wheesung finished warming up before the fight, and Yoo-jin was still warming up. Even the coach told her to stop so as not to get tired before the fight. She sat next to Wheesung and said that she was nervous before such an important match. Wheesung said that he was completely calm. Yoo-jin said she doubts it. Will he be able to win, or will that be it? Whatever she was doing will go into the trash bin. Wheesung replied that when he trained in other sports, he felt both guilty and nervous. Now he is calm, but not because of his talent. While the rest of the team cares about them, worries about them, and believes in them, then how can you think about losing when everyone is confident in winning? Wheesung told the girl that she doesn't need to worry either, because just as she believes in his victory, he believes in her victory. He added that if she doesn't push herself too hard, she will be a champion. Yoo-jin suddenly laughed and said that she was taking that fighting spirit from the guy. And they bumped fists in a friendly manner. Wheesung promised the girl that he would wait for her after the fight. And now X185th Komain begins. In the blue corner of the ring, number 2 in the minimum weight category, super bullet fighter Min Yoo-jin. She focuses on striking, although her main basic martial art is judo. She has 7 wins out of 9 fights. In the red corner of the ring is the current champion, Lioness No Seung-jen. A veteran fighter who has retained her belt 3 times. She is a media personality and is rated as one of the top 11 strawweight fighters in the world. A monster among monsters, known for her knockout punch. It will be interesting to see how Min Yoo-jin handles No Seung-kyung's stunning and terrifying attacks. Touching gloves, the fighters went to the corners. The fight began. The rivals took fighting stances. Both fighters evaluate each other. Fighter Min Yoo-jin is the first to take control of the center of the ring. As usual, fighter No Seung-gen calmly gives the center to the enemy. They attacked each other at the same time. Min Yoo-jin counters Seung-kyung as she attempts a low kick, but No Seung-gen's fighter appears to have taken more damage. Seung-gen retreats to restore balance, but Min Yoo-jin won't let her do that. She ducks and quickly dodges the attack. Now No Seung-gen is trying to take over, but Min Yoo-jin quickly dodges, moving his body back, and uses this chance to strike with his knee. She puts pressure on her opponent's neck. No Seung-gen jumps out of the grip. What amazing mobility Min Yoo-jin has. She has destroyed her opponent's balance and is now trying to put pressure on her neck. And she continues with a series of knee strikes. What incredible strength is demonstrated by the athlete Nok. She literally broke free from Min Yoo-jin's grasp. Now we can see No Seung-kyung's face. The knee strikes were well landed. Their results are visible on No Seung-kyung's face. What a turn of events. Min Yoo-jin leads the fight from the very beginning. Athlete Seung-kyung launched attacks one after another, moving forward. But Min Yoo-jin dodged all the attacks. When her opponent opened up, Min Yoo-jin decided to land a body kick. However, fighter No Seung-kyung shows that she is a tough nut to crack by launching a close frontal attack straight to her opponent's head. However, this did not stop Min Yoo-jin, and she delivered another blow to the body. Fighter No Seung-kyung tries to take down Min Yoo-jin. She pins Min Yoo-jin against the net and hits her thigh. It looks like she's trying to interfere with Yoo-jin's mobility. Min Yoo-jin hosts the reception and knocks her opponent to the floor. She literally sweeps No Seung-kyung off her feet. Now she is preparing to capture her rival. Without the opportunity to recover, fighter No Seung-gen finds himself in a very dangerous position, but she very successfully dodges the attack. But before No Seung-gen can get up, she is met with a jab. She doesn't have time to dodge. She flies into the ring net. Leaving no chance for her opponent, Min Yoo-jin attacks again, and No Seung-gen attacks back. What incredible fighting spirit. In her unstable position, she was able to attack the enemy. The first round is over. What a hot fight. Min Yoo-jin went against Seung-kyung with a specific strategy aimed at winning. Sang-guk tells Yoo-jin that she is leading on points. Her opponent will try to catch up with her. She will become aggressive. She needs to stick to the tactics, hit and run. The coach hopes that because of their fast start, No Seung-kyung will lose patience and start making more mistakes. Second round. The rivals entered the ring. No Seung-kyung advances aggressively. She throws a jab, but Yoo-jin easily dodges it. And at the same time, Min Yoo-jin makes a counterattack. Then he throws a low kick. Sun-jen jumps up and swings, and a Superman punch lands in Min Yoo-jin's face. Min Yoo-jin did not have time to defend herself from the blow. No Seung-kyung first deceived Min Yoo-jin with a low kick. No Seung-kyung doesn't stop and continues with a series of strikes. Min Yoo-jin has no choice but to defend herself. No Seung-kyung tries to make a grab after a series of blows. Although she was able to make the grab, Min Yoo-jin was able to counter with a knee. But this doesn't stop Seung-kyung, and she takes Min Yoo-jin to the ground. But Min Yoo-jin took the opportunity and grabbed Seung-kyung, making a guillotine. Sun-jen crashes into the ring net. She did this to throw Yoo-jin off and prevent her from making the perfect angle of the tackle. However, Min Yoo-jin is not going to let her opponent go. She is going to wear her down, pressing on her with all her weight. Now No Seung-kyung is under such pressure that he can barely breathe. She is now taking enormous damage. The fifth round of the battle has already begun. No Seung-kyung tries to make a grab, but it was a feint. Her hand immediately appears in front of Yoo-jin's face. Yoo-jin misses a strong blow. Now No Seung-gen runs towards her opponent to finish her off while she is lying in the ring. Sang-guk yells for Yoo-jin to defend herself while lying down, but No Seung-gen does not give her the opportunity to defend herself. Min Yoo-jin's situation becomes dangerous. No Seung-gyong hits and hits and hits. She doesn't even think about stopping. To break the series of strikes, Min Yoo-jin tries to make a grab. But no matter how hard Min Yoo-jin punches her, athlete No Seung-gyong still manages to land punches. Yoo-jin thinks her opponent is an amazing fighter and could be a world champion. Previously, Yoo-jin would have given up. But now she remembered what Hwi-sung told her before the match. And with a sharp blow, she throws No Seung-gen away from her. No Seung-kyung has lost control of the situation. She was too focused on hitting. Min Yoo-jin grabbed her opponent's leg. She used a knee lock. No Seung-gyong is not going to give up so easily. She's trying to free herself from the grip. But Yoo-jin shows excellent technique and moves from a knee lock to an ankle lock. No Seung-gyong tries to get out of the grip by turning over to the other side, but Min Yoo-jin doesn't allow it. Both opponents are extremely tense. Finally, No Seung-gen was freed. It's worse that Min Yoo-jin didn't have enough strength to capture. Sang-guk shouts for Yoo-jin to see that her rival's leg is weakened, and the girl hits Seung-gyong on the leg. No Seung-gen's leg is trembling. She must have been very tired after 2 consecutive locks. Min Yoo-jin strikes. 3 jabs in a row. Min Yoo-jin puts all his strength into striking. No Seung-gyong tries to counterattack, but when she counters, she gets hit by Min Yoo-jin. Another series of punches and dodges occurs. Yoo-jin's uppercut goes through her opponent's guard. Nogsun loses his balance. She immediately receives a strong knee strike. She loses her balance and leans against the ring net. This is Yoo-jin's chance. The championship belt is almost in her hands. At the same time, Wheesung is preparing for his fight. The gong sounded. The fight between Seung-kyung and Yoo-jin is over. Now the judges are taking the cards. The winner will be chosen anonymously. Attention! The new lightweight champion is Min Yoo-jin. She receives the championship belt. The whole team is very happy for the girl. Wheesung tells Yoo-jin that he is proud of her, and she replies that she returned with the spirit of victory and wants to pass it on to her boyfriend. Wheesung says he will gladly accept him. The commentators say that now the main event has arrived. In the blue corner top, Gan Kim Sung-chan. Will he be able to get his belt back? In the red corner of the ging, the current champion, Genius Lee Hwi-sung. As always, it's a pleasure to watch him enter the ring. Now 2 athletes will finally fight each other, which they could not do last time. Wheesung asks Sung-chan what he thinks sounds better, a genius or a rising star. Sung-chan says that Wheesung needs to shut up because soon he will be on the floor of the ring. The jokes ended and the fighters stood up. Fighter Wheesung rushes into the fight without analyzing his opponent. He throws a jab, but Kim Sung-chan easily dodges and takes a step back. Kim Sung-chan counters with an uppercut and repeated punches. However, Wheesung does not move from the blows, but only breaks forward. He immediately makes a straight jab. Kim Sung-chan prepares to defend, but it was a feint before a blow to the stomach. Behind us, Wheesung performs a middle kick, but this time Kim Sung-chan blocks the blow. Wheesung lands a double leg circle. This is a double round robin of Taekwondo wrestling. The blow lands on the side of Kim Sung-chan's head. Immediately after this, fighter Lee Hwi-sung jumps up and throws a knee strike. Kim Sung-chan barely manages to block this blow. Before Kim Sung-chan can stabilize his stance, Lee Hwi-sung attacks again. He delivers repeated finishing blows. As soon as Kim Sung-chan's defense weakens, he misses a blow to the stomach. What an incredible combination from fighter Lee Hwi-sung. Kim Sung-chan breaks off his series of punches and stabs Hwi-sung in the side. Sung-chan feigns a jab and tries to make a grab. Lee Hwi-sung takes a stance specifically to prevent the tackle, but the capture turns out to be a deception. Right hook lands right in Lee Hwi-sung's face. Coach Park thinks Sung-chan had a very good coach. It was a serious blow. Lee Hwi-sung retreats. Now Kim Sung-chan is moving forward. He lands a big hook and breaks Lee Hwi-sung's defense. The next hook lands for the head, but Hwi-sung dodges and slips behind his opponent, and strikes from behind with his elbow. Kim Sung-chan loses his balance, and his defense completely drops after such a blow. At the same time, Lee Hwi-sung hits his opponent with a back kick. Kim Sung-chan is pinned to the ring net. Lee Hwi-sung lands a knee strike. Kim Sung-chan dodged this dangerous knee strike. Both fighters quickly switch from punch to punch. They manage to talk to each other, and Wheesung says that the opponent's blows are very gentle, and Sung-chan advises him not to show off. Both fighters analyze each other and return to their stances. They throw cross punches, but Lee Hwi-sung was a little faster. A side kick immediately flies. Kim Sung-chan quickly recovers and puts up a defense. Lee Hwi-sung lands a Brazilian kick. He demonstrated the technique he suffered from in his fight with Baekun, and then he accompanies the Brazilian strike with a back kick. It's so amazing to see something like this from Lee Hwi-sung. After all, he is not that good at this type of wrestling. Lee Hwi-sung seizes the moment to break through. After a decent defense, he tries a side kick, but Kim Sung-chan dodges it. The fight will continue between fighters demonstrating incredible strength. Kim Sung-chan notices his opponent's opening and throws a low kick. Lee Hwi-sung answers him immediately, and immediately strikes him with a front kick with a straight leg. but Kim Sung-chan catches his leg. He quickly pushes Lee Hwi-sung like a bulldozer, but somehow Lee Hwi-sung twists out of the grip and falls, managing to stretch out his arms first and lean on the floor of the ring. Kim Sung-chan tries to stab Lee Hwi-sung before he wakes up, and then Lee Hwi-sung's neck is caught. Does Sung-chan really want to use a rear choke? Somehow Lee Hwi-sung manages to break out of his constrained position. He demonstrates an exemplary counter grip. Sung-chan goes on the attack. He wants to fight Hwi-sung and grab hold of him. He's going to knock him down and reduce his opponent's stamina, but he is met with a right jab. Kim Sung-chan is stopped and receives another blow with his right hand. Suddenly everyone notices that Hwi-sung has changed his stance to the right. Even top SFC fighters have a hard time switching between stances freely. Kim Sung-chan performs an incredible combination. However, Lee Hwi-sung easily dodged all the blows. Kim Sung-chan gets hit with 2 jabs right to the face. He steps aside, but Lee Hwi-sung is not going to let him go and throws a high kick. Fighter Kim Sung-chan grabs Hwi-sung's leg. Lee Hwi-sung used force to switch positions and flipped Sung-chan over. Hwi-sung puts his opponent in a chokehold and attacks directly into the unprotected area. Kim Sung-chan stands up. He shows that he is not so easy to defeat. Incredible power comes from him. Lee Hwi-sung lets go of his opponent and falls to the floor. Kim Sung-chan is not going to miss the opportunity and tries to strike, but Lee Hwi-sung dodged the blow. Kim Sung-chan tries to hit again, but Hwi-sung holds the move. This is an omoplate, a painful hold. Despite this, fighter Kim Sung-chan quickly escaped from it, preventing his opponent from taking the desired position. As expected from Sung-chan, a quick response from a real wrestler. But before he could get up, an uppercut landed on him. Kim Sung-chan didn't have time to react. He flies back to the ring net. Lee Hwi-sung grabs him by the neck and knees him. Kim Sung-chan bends over. It looks like the blow went through his defenses. He gathered all his strength and began to carry out the seizure. But Hwi-sung breaks his hold with a fall, leaning on Kim Sung-chan, thereby allowing him to fall to the floor. He then applies the anaconda submission hold on Sung-chan. Lee Hwi-sung demonstrates many different techniques today. Next, Lee Hwi-sung also grabbed the opponent's leg. This is very dangerous for Sung-chan. The fight is over. The referee stops the fight. Hwi-sung successfully defended the first attempt on his belt. He turns to Sung-chan, extends his hand and says that it was a great fight. Sung-chan agrees that the match was great and shakes Hwi-sung's hand. Sung-chan stands up and says that he is very ashamed. Hwi-sung is surprised. Who is he ashamed of? Just then, a child runs into the ring and punches Hwi-sung as hard as he can. A woman enters the ring and calls the child to her. Sung-chan says that this is his wife and daughter. Hwi-sung can't believe his rival is married. He thinks he just beat up the woman and child's hero in front of them. But Sung-chan's wife tells him that he was irresistible and congratulates Hwi-sung on his victory. Hwi-sung bows and tries to apologize. But Sung-chan's daughter is still upset, and Sung-chan says that if Uncle Hwi-sung upset her, then he will punish his uncle now. He punches Hwi-sung in the jaw. He falls to the floor and Sung-chan shouts that he defeated the evil uncle. But the daughter decides to avenge her dad once again and jumps on Hwi-sung. She begins to beat him with her strong fists. Hwi-sung thinks the girl has a good shot. The photographer sees this picture and he really likes it. Everyone in the bar drinks to both champions. In today's match, Hwi-sung won the event of the night, and because of this, Sung-chan also received a bonus. The evening was ending and Hwi-sung decided it was time to go home. Suddenly he saw Yoo-jin sitting alone at the table. She cried and drank vodka. Then she silently left the bar. Hwi-sung ran after the girl. She was sitting on a bench outside, and Hwi-sung asked permission to sit next to her. He said she could tell him everything if she wanted. Yoo-jin said that she received a message from her father saying, "Congratulations, you did a good job, daughter." They didn't communicate for 5 years. The girl was tormented by the question, why did her father write right now? Who was he to congratulate her? She said she hated her father, who made her life miserable, brought her a lot of pain and eventually abandoned her like she was nothing. How dare he congratulate her when he knows about her miserable life? And the worst thing is that Yoo-jin is still biting about his father. Hwi-sung listened to the girl and thought that he could not calm her down or verbally support her. He believed that no matter what bad feelings parents cause in children, they always remain parents. Hwi-sung was sure that his father loved Yoo-jin very much in the past. Perhaps these good memories are what torment her so much. He suddenly realized that the girl's rude behavior had always been a defense mechanism. But in fact, she was beautiful, and she smiled so much that she could outshine everyone. Yoo-jin looked at the guy and asked him to fight with her. He replied that he couldn't swear at her father. He didn't even know him. Then the girl suggested that he just swear into the air. Hwi-sung cleared his throat and yelled that all the fucking bastards should leave them alone and let them live in peace. Otherwise, he'll use his uppercut and kick their asses. After finishing yelling, he asked Yoo-jin if she felt better. Yoo-jin also started shouting curses at the whole street. Then she threw herself on the guy's chest and burst into tears. They stood hugging each other on the street in the middle of the night. Finally, Yoo-jin pulled away and said, "Thank you for being there for me." Hwi-sung leaned towards the girl and touched her face. While the snow slowly covered the city, at a moment when it seemed that everything around was melting, two people timidly reached out to each other. But Yoo-jin returned to her feelings and pulled away. Hwi-sung asked what happened. She screamed that she'd just eaten sausage and onions in a restaurant. Hwi-sung shouted that he could handle this. He said that first they would do what they wanted, and then they would think about it. But Yoo-jin was adamant. She said she hasn't sorted out her feelings yet, and needs time because she doesn't want to start something she's not sure about. Hwi-sung decided that he had jumped to conclusions about how Yoo-jin felt about him. She walked up to him and kissed him on the cheek. At this moment, his soul left his body. The girl said that she also takes this seriously, so she doesn't want to rush things. Hwi-sung laughed and agreed. Everything they felt was written on their faces. An elderly passerby walked by, looking disapprovingly at the couple and muttering loudly about where this world was heading. The young people laughed loudly. At this time, both of them received messages from colleagues who wanted to continue the celebration and were waiting for the heroes of the occasion. However, Hwi-sung demanded that the girl kiss him again, but Yoo-jin punched him on the cheek, and she ran away down the street, leaving the guy to complain about her cruelty. She shouted to him that she was not as simple as she seemed. Hwi-sung followed her. He thought that he would wait until Yoo-jin sorted out his feelings. At the SFC office, they watched the recording of Hwi-sung's last fight. Over the course of a few months, his punch became wider. He learned to change stances, and even in wrestling he is growing incredibly quickly. Perhaps he is a talent who will take first place in the SFC. A secretary came into the office of SFC President Dave White and said that a schedule of events had been drawn up. The president said he wanted to look at the schedule again. Yoo-jin called out to Hwi-sung, who was relaxing on the sofa in the living room. She said that Coach Park Sung-hoon is waiting for him. Hwi-sung asked why. The girl replied that it was probably about the salary. She already received hers. Hwi-sung blushed whenever he met Yoo-jin. The girl thought he looked like an idiot. She decided that alcohol could become a problem for her. Otherwise, how did she think of kissing this guy? Hwi-sung went to see the coach and thought he was irresistible to Yoo-jin. Coach Park said that he had a lot to discuss with Hwi-sung. He had heard that recently, some people were using all sorts of excuses to justify their indecent behavior. Hwi-sung asked indignantly, "Who says that?" Coach Park replied that absolutely everything. Then they got down to business, and the coach showed Hwi-sung the receipt from the last match. Hwi-sung's eyes widened when he saw the amount. He asked the coach if he was sure the amount was correct. Coach Park replied that he also could not believe that such a sum would come out for a regular tournament. Hwi-sung earned 124 million won. Among other incredible components, pay-per-view stood out. It jumped to 100 million won. No fighter has ever won 100 million won in a regular tournament. This proved that Hwi-sung had become the most valuable fighter in Korea. Park told Hwi-sung that he had offers from Elite FS, Golden Glove, Wild Tudu, and SFC. He said that he himself had experience with the Golden Glove and the Elite, but Veil Tudu also looked promising. $10,000 signing bonus, $65,000 per fight, and 100% winner's bonus. For each win, the standard fee increases by $500. Hwi-sung asked if there were any additional benefits. Park replied that they cover all the costs of flights and housing fees. Hwi-sung asked, "Wouldn't SFC be a better choice? Veil Tudu does not have cable television." Park replied that they would have it soon. The MMA market in Korea is growing rapidly. Park said that if Hwi-sung went to Veil, he could quickly increase his popularity in Korea. Park continued that SFC was previously the best choice, but now it has many unfavorable conditions. For example, health insurance. The good thing is that the fighter receives an amount of $1,500 to cover the damage, but this money is paid in installments over 12 months. If medical expenses are $10,000, then payments of $900 a month will not cover that cost. In other words, the fighter doesn't get support when he needs it. Moreover, this money covers injuries received directly during the match. Injuries during training do not count. Secondly, after signing a contract with the SFC, the organization receives the right to the fighter's photo. Wheesung will not be able to post or use his photos without the approval of the SFC. Use of photos for commercial purposes is prohibited. Thirdly, a fighter needs approval from the SFC for sponsorship ads. During the match, the fighter is required to wear only sponsor clothing and products. Veil Tudu offers very good conditions. They pay up to $10,000 for treatment of injuries and respect the rights of fighters. Sponsor fees are variable as long as it does not harm the organization itself. Hwi-sung still couldn't choose. Puck asked what his conditions were. Wheesung said that he thought the participation fee was somewhere around $80,000. Park asked if the guy wanted to request this amount from SFC and Veil Tudu. Wheesung said that if he stays in X1, he will receive 100 million won for winning. Does he have to go somewhere? Puck indignantly said that the guy was completely arrogant and thought that he would always win. But suddenly he stopped shouting and said that it might work. He contacted the agent and said he was calling about the contract. The agent replied that he would try to resolve the issue. The head of the SFC company listened to the employee's report. He said that the guys were asking for $85,000 and to leave the option of a 100% winning bonus. He asked the employee what he thought of this proposal. He replied that this investment has a price. Half of the paid views came from views from the US. The man continued that the same offer had been made to Veil Tudu, and given the broadcast rights and amounts, there was a good chance they would go to Veil. The director said that SFC should be the best option for Wheesung. He added that if they have character, then you need to show who is in charge and not let them become arrogant. Top talent agent James Kang met with Wheesung and Park. He said Veil Tudu had refused their offer, and SFC had changed the terms. Special conditions remain unchanged. They proposed increasing the fight fee to $75,000. If Wheesung loses in his debut match, they will lower the amount back to $55,000. Wheesung opened his eyes wide. Do you mean they will reduce the amount? James Khan said they are trying to lure them in by pretending to agree to their terms. SFC often applies this practice. He said that he added conditions. First, if Wheesung wins his debut match, then the fee for the next one will increase to $100,000. After that, the bonus for winning will be $5,000. He continued that they also agreed to expand the terms of the sponsorship. The next 6 wins would keep him in touch with the X1 sponsorship. If Wheesung wins the first match, he will receive $100,000 and an additional $5,000 from sponsors. Park asked if the SFC agreed to such conditions, and James replied that of course they agreed. Wheesung and Park decided that James Kang was the almighty god of deals. Khan said there are unspoken conditions not stated in the contract. They wish to schedule matches for mid-October. They want to quickly include Wheesung in the game while his popularity is at its peak. Although everyone understands that October is too early. Park said that we need to delay the schedule until the end of October. Wheesung was more interested in who his opponent would be. James Khan said there are only 3 potential opponents. The first is Antoine Bryan, winner of the SFC Fight Show program. He's a rising star who recently made it onto the list. The second one is Drake. He had a series of victories in a small organization before joining the SFC. After a streak of victories in 3 matches, he fell into 14th place in the lists. The last one is Henry Schiltz, an old man who made it to 9th place. Known for his stubbornness, for which he received the nickname Stubborn King. Wheesung thought that he had heard about all 3 of them and seen them on TV. James told Pak that he knew better as a coach, but he would recommend Drake. He doesn't have any particularly big weaknesses, but he lacks defensive skills. Additionally, a win over Drake would help Wheesung get into the lead. But first, a contract must be signed with the SFC. Do Park and Wheesung agree to the terms? Wheesung replied that if the coach agrees, he is ready to sign the contract. Before signing the contract, James asked if they were familiar with the unpleasant conditions of the SFC, such as medical assistance, photo rights, advertising, sponsorship. They replied that they knew each other. Wheesung signed the contract. James said that if any problems arise, the agency will take care of them. He got ready to leave and, in parting, remarked that it was better to quickly choose an opponent, because he also needed to prepare. Wheesung said he could choose. James asked who Wheesung will fight, and he confidently answered that this is the guy. The fighters were training in the MMA training room. One of them said he was tired and called a break. The second one was carefully looking at something on the phone. He said he was watching something very interesting. An MMA critic just uploaded a new video of the amazing fighter. The coach came up to him and asked, "Is the guy yelling and annoying everyone with the video?" He replied that it was very interesting. The coach said he just received an offer for the guy to fight. The guy insisted, and the coach looked at the screen to tell him to back off. His face changed. He took the phone and began to look carefully. The guy said that this fighter is incredible. Wheesung himself was on the screen. The guy said that this monster of Asia is just in his weight category. He would really like to go to battle with him. The coach asked if Tony was sure he wanted this. Tony said that the guy was from Asia, but the coach showed him a photo of Lee Wheesung, and he said that this Lee just signed a contract with SFC and wants to meet Tony. He agrees? The answer was, of course, yes. Wheesung was waiting for the training to start, lying on the floor and looking at his phone. He read that Anthony O'Brien had confirmed his participation in the match. In the comments, users wrote that although Wheesung is the best in Asia, he is no match for the TUF winner. Wheesung thought that everyone reacted skeptically to his fights at first. He didn't care what anyone thought. With each match, his instincts become better. Analyzing videos helps him better understand his opponent's technique. He imagined Anthony standing in front of him, and he attacks with his right. Wheesung dodges the blow, turns around, throws a kick, and he perfectly hits the neck of Junghwan, who unsuccessfully entered the hall. Hwang does a somersault and flips over from the blow. He falls to the floor, not understanding what is happening. With difficulty, he gets up and goes to the wall. Wheesung shouts at his back where Hwan came from so unnoticed. Hwan doesn't answer. He mutters to himself that Wheesung has become a real bandit. The guys are sitting next to each other. Wheesung asks how Hwan is, and he replies that everything hurts, and Wheesung is a rare asshole. Hwang says he came to visit a friend. They have been growing apart lately. Wheesung replies that when Hwang's match ended, he was there, and Wheesung will be there after Wheesung's fight. Hwan says that he heard that Wheesung chose Brian. Wouldn't Drake be a better choice? Wheesung says his position on the list will increase as long as he defeats the strongest and most famous fighters. Brian is the winner of TUF. If he beats him, he will get everyone excited. Hwan says that Wheesung has always been strange, and now he wants to tell him one piece of news. He has become a coach. There were many more team members, so more specialists were needed. Hwang thinks he will return to competition later, but now the number of offers has dwindled. For now, he will focus on coaching. Junghwan scored 2 debut victories. He still has a 3-game winning streak. On paper, this is a serious number of victories, but all triumphs were won with great difficulty and were decided in controversial situations. Hwang's main problem was the inability to stop trembling. If an athlete cannot cope with this, it becomes difficult to achieve high goals. Hwang seems to think he can't handle this problem. Hwang said that starting from this training, he will be Wheesung's assistant coach. Wheesung was very happy and asked Hwan how his aunt was doing. He had not visited them for a long time and had not seen her. Hwang said that she was sick, she was overworked, she needed to take a break from work, and Hwang didn't earn much. He hopes that he can help his aunt better now. Wheesung understood the reason for Hwang's transition to coaching. Because Junghwan was young, his aunt supported the family. Hwan understood this, so he couldn't afford much. He sacrificed a dream that was just beginning to come true in order to improve the stability of his family's finances and help his single mother. Hwang said the timing may not be right, but being promoted to coach will help him a lot. Hwan admonished Wheesung by shouting to him to try as hard as possible, especially in his training. And they started training. After practice, Wheesung suggested that Hwan go out for a drink. Hwang said that tomorrow Wheesung begins serious preparation for the match. What kind of drink is he thinking about? Wheesung replied that it will be tomorrow, but today we can have a drink. They happily ran to the bar, where they ate pork and drank beer. The next day, serious training began, and Wheesung regretted that he was born. Wheesung has never had such training before. They are part of the Korean Training Center's wrestling training program. Hwang walked next to him and said that if the brat lowered his leg below his waist, he would start all over again. Then there was training with ropes. Hwan counted Wheesung's movements and shouted that he needed to do more and better. Wheesung was very tired, but Hwan did not let him go. Wheesung lifted the weights, and Hwan praised him for his good rhythm. Throwing away the weights, Wheesung ran towards the rope. Hwang warned him that if he used his legs, he would start all over again. Wheesung hung angrily on the rope. The last exercise was an orgo tire, to which Wheesung ran after jumping off the rope. He exerted all his strength and lifted her, and he turned it over, raising clouds of dust. Wheesung lay almost unconscious, and Hwang looked at the stopwatch and said that Wheesung completed 4 sets in 19 minutes and 58 seconds. Wheesung asked why Hwang Dao needs something he can't handle. Hwan replied that Wheesung did it. On the contrary, he is in very good shape. Wheesung said that he watched Bayon's matches during the TUF season. The fighters in their organization train hard and have incredible mental strength and self-confidence. Brian is an amazing fighter. With these words, Wheesung fell to the floor and fell asleep. Hwang covered him with a blanket, and he lay down next to him. He really wanted Wheesung to give it his all. Brian sat in the oxygen tent and looked at his phone. The coach came up and said that it was time for him to train. Brian ran in a very good rhythm. He had a mask on his face. Having finished running, he took off his mask and caught his breath. The coach told him to have Brian come see him after practice. We have to talk. When Brian came to see the coach, the first thing he asked was if they were alone in the gym. Brian said yes. He checked. The coach gave him aerosol xenon. Brian asked if it was necessary. The coach said that Brian knows everything, and this is not the first time for him. Brian replied that he spends a lot of time in the oxygen tent, but the trainer said that helping to produce red blood cells lasts no more than 2 hours. There are 2 weeks left before the competition. He said that Xenon would not show up on a drug test. Brian really didn't like what he was being asked to do. The man said that Brian should do this the day before the weigh-in and right before the match. The aerosol must be hidden from everyone. Brian left the hall. Around the corner of the building stood a figure with a camera. The day finally arrived for Wheesung to leave for New York. Airport. Sang-guk, who was also traveling with Wheesung, left the hall to Soo-hook. He was very worried. Soo-hook said that he will not be alone, and that there will be no problems with Tae-yong. Wheesung asked where Yoo-jin and Hae-bum are. Soo-hook replied that they were busy and expressed their regret that they would not be able to see him off. Wheesung couldn't believe Yoo-jin said that. Soo-hook replied that Hae-bum said it. The plane was boarded. Wheesung promised that he would return victorious. Wheesung, Sang-guk, Coach Park and Hwang went to the plane. They arrived in New York 14 hours later and arrived at the hotel that they had prepared for Wheesung and his team. They were met by reporters. Thanks to active advertising, there were a lot of journalists and photographers. In addition, fans also came to see their idol. The escort said that a guide would join them soon. There will be no main or additional competitions yet. During these 5 days, Wheesung will only undergo a medical check. The attendant continued that the most important event for Wheesung right now is the open training and press conference. The schedule was sent to Wheesung in advance. In addition, Wheesung needs to avoid various interviews other than those certified by the SFC. Wheesung asked why. Because some journalists, like Daniel Elwani, exposed the corruption and secrets of the SFC. As soon as the competition starts, he and his colleagues immediately flock here. Sang-guk left, but Wheesung and Hwan stayed in the room. The guys screamed with delight. The beds were soft. The night view from the window was beautiful. The New York air was intoxicating. They did not believe that this was not a dream. Wheesung really wanted all of New York to know who had arrived. Hwang slapped his friend on the head and called him an impudent man. Wheesung hit back and shouted how dare Hwang hit the champion's body. After a friendly fight, the guys lay down on the bed. Hwan thanked Wheesung. It was because of him that he ended up in New York. Wheesung said that Hwang did not come here for fun, but to help him. Hwan asked if Wheesung was nervous before a fight, but the guy replied that he was always confident that he would beat anyone. Hwang said that he was very worried, not because Wheesung might lose, but because of what might happen in the future. The world stage is very different from the Korean one. There are many organizations and fans here. There will be many people who will love and hate Wheesung, so he needs to be careful. Wheesung said not to worry. If someone doesn't like him, won't Wheesung himself care? All he personally needs is to win and rise even higher. What problems might there be? The problems still arose. James Caan reported on it. Anthony O'Brien made it to the front pages of the newspapers that he denied everything. Sang-guk asked Kang if what they wrote in the newspapers was true. He replied that he was not sure, but if everything turned out to be true, then the fight could be cancelled and a check would begin. Sang-guk asked, "What about the fee for the fight then?" James shook his head. Sang-guk said that everything is very bad. Wheesung asked if this newspaper article can be trusted. James replied that Elwani wouldn't go so far as to lie, so the probability was over 80%. SFC will not sit idly by. An emergency press conference will now take place. Wheesung thought there would be an opportunity to justify himself to the public. The fight is just around the corner. If everything is cancelled, SFC and all participants will suffer heavy losses. Wheesung said that if everything goes well, he will have to fight the guy who doped. Sang-guk said that in such a situation, Korean organizations will confiscate all the fees from the fighter who was doping. A press conference has already been scheduled, and Wheesung said that he wants to find out the truth. James was concerned that the guy would not ruin the reputation of SFC. James said that the consequences could be very serious. Wheesung could also be affected by this whole situation with the SFC. Wheesung understood this very well. Sang-guk supported Wheesung, and the guy began to prepare for the press conference. Day of the press conference, all journalists are assembled. Lee Wheesung and Anthony Bryan are already there. Each journalist received his own serial number and was the first to ask a question. He asks Bryan, according to the information received, he was taking illegal drugs. This is true. Bryan will answer that if the journalist did not personally see this, then why is it true? He says that Daniel reported this on social networks. Bryan replies that Daniel Elwani is the one who criticizes many players. The guy asks for facts, not the chatter of a journalist. The second journalist asks a question. He says that Bryan was suspected of using drugs last year, and the journalists also heard about the testimony of other people that the fighter made a deal with his assistant, Alex Griffin. Bryan replies that Alex forced him to train, and his training methods were very harsh. As for the testimony of other persons, this is a lie. How can you accuse a person of something like this, based on the testimony of unknown persons? The next journalist says he received CCTV footage. The meeting between Brian and Coach Griffin took place, as always, in the training room. Brian replies that Griffin is his coach. Naturally, they meet in many places and in the gym too. The journalist objects that the meeting took place after work. Brian says they discussed finances that day. The topic was unpleasant, and he ran out of the office in anger. In addition, he has problems in his personal life, but he is not obliged to talk about them publicly. Brian says that if the journalists have focused too much on his modest person, maybe they will ask Mr. Lee questions too. James Caan thinks this is very bad. The reporters are professionals. If they can't break Brian, they will try to attack Lee Wheesung. Moreover, during this time, they did not ask Wheesung a single question. They try to show Brian's importance and destroy Wheesung. If we continue like this, Wheesung's importance will fall in the eyes of the viewers. The reporters ask Brian if he would be okay with a drug test, and Brian says he's willing to take it immediately. The journalists did not expect such confidence and were confused. The journalists had no more questions. The host says that in that case the press conference is over, but he is interrupted by Wheesung. He says he will give his opinion too. He says that he liked the whole performance. It was a lot of fun. He continues that Brian has a great acting game. It was so realistic that he even believed it at first. Wheesung stands up and says that everyone is being scammed now, and he will tell you how much of a piece of crap this guy is. The reporter asks if Mr. Lee thinks they are trying to save Mr. Brian's reputation. Wheesung says, of course, and why ask if you already know the answer? He continues that journalists asked Brian about his coach, so he has a lot of them. What's the point of asking such questions? Why doesn't Brian want to talk about his personal life? Does the guy who Wheesung will soon beat in the ring have any secrets? Wheesung continues that Elwani's article mentions substances that promote the production of a hormone that increases physical strength and ensures rapid recovery. If the substance is inhaled, the effect will last 72 hours. Today there are just 72 hours left before the fight. That's why Brian hasn't taken the dope yet, so he calmly suggested doing a test. Wheesung continued that Brian posts a lot of videos of himself training in the oxygen chamber on social media. This is a defensive measure to deceive everyone. The duration of the hormone increase in the gym takes 2 to 3 hours, not 72. In addition, hormone levels can only be confirmed through a blood test, but as everyone knows, if you are an athlete, drawing blood with a needle through a blood vessel can cause injury. Therefore, it is very difficult to detect doping, but you can inspect Brian's body for needle holes. Hui. He turned to Brian and asked if he would mind. After all, Brian is not a drug addict, right? Brian jumped up and walked towards Wheesung, shouting what was he trying to achieve. Wheesung replied that if he is wrong, he will apologize publicly. Brian yelled that it was all nonsense. Wheesung said that he saw Brian fight in Tuaf and it was cool. He hoped that he would fight against a highly qualified professional athlete, and Wheesung was silent throughout the press conference because he hoped that Brian will reveal the whole truth himself. But now he doesn't see Brian as an opponent, and he doesn't care whether he comes to the fight on drugs or not. Wheesung said that as soon as the fight starts, he will bury Brian alive in the ring. Articles appeared in all media. Lee Wheesung, a crazy SFC fighter, revealed the secret of a drug addict. SFC is inactive. Lee Wheesung goes all in. James said that this press conference was the best he had ever seen. Wheesung was very strong and tough. He said that even Walmick, the host of the press conference, was surprised. James said he was surprised that Wheesung was so knowledgeable about doping. Wheesung replied that he doesn't understand at all. It was director Sang-guk who helped him. Sang-guk said that he himself does not understand how this guy was able to make such a fuss from the information he told him. He managed to blow up the entire audience. James had no idea that Brian was now mentally shaken by what was happening. Brian screamed loudly and hit everything he could get his hands on. He shouted that he said that it was all unnecessary. He put in so much effort and now everything is tainted with the stigma of a drug addict. I should have admitted my mistake and apologized. The coach approached him and told the guy to calm down, otherwise he would get injured. Brian couldn't calm down. The coach said that everything had already happened. Brian replied that Tareen had nothing to lose. But the coach said that it was also his fault, as the head coach, that he was not able to take control of everything. But now the main thing is to calm down and make the right decision. Brian asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about, and the coach replied that no one knew for sure about anything. Besides, Brian was not taking doping now. So it's okay. Brian thought about it. The trainer told him that Brian should take out his anger and resentment against Lee. After all, he is the culprit of everything that happened, so he needs to take proper revenge. The coach continued that if Lee had not interfered, the press conference would have been quiet. Lee sent Brian into the abyss to win. Will Brian really forgive everything that easily? Brian's face changed and he growled that he would kill Lee in the ring. Brian's coach thought he was being cruel, but if the guy wins, then public opinion will immediately change. At this point, there is nothing else to do but awaken feelings of revenge in Brian. Brian kept repeating that he would kill Lee. Match day, Lee Hwi-sung's waiting room. James doesn't understand what's happening. Wheesung and Junghwan watch the video and laugh until they cry. Are these guys really preparing for an SFC match? Usually before such a fight, everyone is nervous. James approaches Sang-guk and says that the match is only half an hour away. Sang-guk says they know. They are already warmed up. James thinks this is a strange team. Ladies and gentlemen, the match we've all been waiting for begins right now. Blue corner, MMA fighting style. Professional record of 6 wins and 6 fights. Height 6 feet. Weight 155 pounds. Undefeated Korean fighter, Lee Hwi-sung. The spectators enthusiastically greet the fighter. Women shout, "What a handsome man." Red corner, professional record of 3 wins and 3 fights. 6 feet tall, 155 pounds. Winner of the last TUF, fighter Anthony O'Brien Jr. The audience shouts that he is very cool. The match will last 15 minutes and consist of 3 rounds. Wheesung and Brian stand opposite each other. Brian is angry and determined to get revenge. Wheesung is relaxed and indifferent. They didn't even say a word to each other. Both fighters are ready. The commentator wishes them luck. The battle has begun. The commentator prepared for a long report, but then he screams in surprise. Brian is lying on the floor of the ring. After all, the fighter Lee Hwi-sung came up against him. Brian was beaten badly within the first second of the first round. He gets up and quickly walks the distance between the fighters, but he still looks confused. Commentators say news about Brian has made headlines. Brian approaches Wheesung at this time. He tries a surprise jumping knee strike, but before he can finish the jump, Lee Hwi-sung hits him in the jaw. Lee Hwi-sung has incredible reflexes. Wheesung waves to Brian with a smile. He provokes him. Brian is being provoked. Brian needs to get his act together. The difference between the fighters is huge now. The fighters exchange simultaneous blows. Lee Hwi-sung struck first and managed to dodge Brian's blow. Brian attacks Wheesung again, but he runs into another blow. Wheesung throws a series of punches at Brian. He dodges all of Brian's punches, and all of Wheesung's punches land. With one powerful blow, Wheesung knocks Brian back, and he crashes into the ring net. Brian falls, his second fall of the match. Marvelous. The difference in the level of striking technique is obvious. This Korean amazes with his abilities. The spectators in the stands scream with delight. Brian gets up immediately, but he's in pretty bad shape, although he doesn't seem to have suffered too much now. This time Lee Hwi-sung will be the first to attack. He delivers continuous strikes and increases the distance. Decisive right kick. Brian can only defend himself. He tries to attack, but Wheesung deftly blocks his opponent's blow. Brian will attack his opponent from different angles, and an overhand hits Wheesung. Brian has potential. Despite how many hits he took, he holds up well. And before that, all of Brian's fights were interesting. Brian ducks a top kick and blocks a direct blow. Did both really decide to fight to the end? Lee Hwi-sung never stops throwing punches. Brian begins to attack his opponent, but Lee Hwi-sung anticipates the angle of the attack, dodges and delivers another blow. Brian attacks again, but Lee Hwi-sung again lands a strong blow to the side. Brian has not yet come to his senses when Wheesung hits again. Lee Hwi-sung demonstrates the perfect combination of all the punches. Each of his attacks is incomparable. Sang-guk watches the match and thinks that usually during a fight, fighters get nervous and confuse their actions, performing them differently than in training. Wheesung is completely different. Even in a desperate situation, he thinks with a cold head and calculation. His improv skills and work ethic are unmatched, but Brian is not an easy fighter. No matter how many blows he receives, he will not be defeated. Sang-guk sees that Brian is only using short punches and kicks, as if he is waiting for something. Brian pretends to throw a normal punch. Lee Hwi-sung seems to know this and avoids it, but Brian abruptly adjusts his blow, and he delivers an unexpected jumping blow right into Wheesung's face. This is madness. Lee Hwi-sung loses his balance, and Brian attacks again, preparing to deliver another crushing blow. Lee Hwi-sung has not yet come to his senses, but he managed to dodge a direct left blow. From a right blow, Wheesung dodges Brian's attack. During this time, he recovers and hits Brian. Commentators wonder how Wheesung can still move after such a blow. Wheesung asks Brian if this is his best shot. Lee Hwi-sung gives a thumbs up and shows that he is fine. Brian is led by Wheesung's provocation and becomes more and more incensed. He completely loses control and is hit hard in the side by Lee Hwi-sung. The commentator says that the fight today promises to be very interesting. Wheesung is in the middle of the ring waiting for his opponent to attack. Now he is showing his index finger. Apparently he is serious. Brian rushed forward. The battle continues. Lee Hwi-sung confidently dodges attacks. But Brian also dodges Lee Hwi-sung's attacks. Brian throws all the punches furiously. Lee Hwi-sung crouches and a kick goes over his head. The commentator notes that Lee Hwi-sung barely dodged the blow and increased the distance. He runs his fingers through his hair and gives another thumbs up. Even in such a situation, he is calm. He's just playing with Brian. Brian thinks about how he can avoid the enemy's attacks. He didn't expect Hwi-sung to be so strong. Brian deliberately approached him and kicked him. As expected, he ducked, sticking his head out for the trajectory of the next blow. The blow missed his head. In that brief moment, he reacted and bowed his head down. How can you even defeat such a guy? Lee Hwi-sung attacks Brian. A continuous series of blows follows. Brian can only defend himself. A powerful blow to the thighs follows. Brian manages to block the blow. Grabbing Hwi-sung's leg, Brian pushes him away from him. And then he receives a sudden blow with his knee. Brian can no longer stand on his feet. He is staggering. Lee Hwi-sung quickly approaches and tries to land the finishing blow. All Brian can do is put up a defense. Lee Hwi-sung breaks through Brian's defense with a false left hook. This blow is definitely the last one. Lee Hwi-sung's fight amazed everyone. Brian falls. He should get up now. Lee Hwi-sung runs towards his downed opponent. He falls on him, immobilizes his lower body and begins to strike. Brian tries to break the hold and get back up, but the enemy does not let him go and continues to strike. Brian managed to free himself and stand up. He is a true fighter who does not give up. Brian thinks he wouldn't have been able to get out if Hwi-sung hadn't let him go. He was clearly up to something. Lee Hwi-sung attacks head-on. Regardless of whether his opponent is defending or not, he attacks directly. This time he lands a knee strike. It looks creepy. Brian's trainer shouts that there are 30 seconds left in the round. Brian pushes Hwi-sung away from him. He wants to increase the distance. He decided to take his time and wait for the end of the round. But Lee Hwi-sung does not allow him to do this and throws a jumping knee strike. Brian was pushed straight into the bars. Lee Hwi-sung does not give his opponent time to come to his senses and delivers a series of blows. The iron bars almost dug into Brian's back. They keep beating him and he can't do anything. Brian thinks, how could this happen? He trained a lot and was sure that there was no one stronger than him. When he saw Lee Hwi-sung, he realized that he was a strong fighter. Yet Brian was confident that he would win. Brian feels like his body will soon give out. He gets a left hook, and his head almost falls off his shoulders. He remembers the first time Alex doped him to win TUF. He understands why he is no longer such a strong fighter. Lee Hwi-sung lands a flying knee strike. Game over. Lee Hwi-sung knocked out Brian in the first round. He's a real monster. Why did the SFC keep such a fighter a secret? This is a clear victory for a real fighter. Brian lost a lot because of his defeat, but SFC will not regret it. They have a promising favorite. Viewers see the birth of a new popular fighter. Hwan happily greeted Hwi-sung. He shouted that Wheesung is a world-class fighter. Director Han carefully watched the footage of Wheesung's fight. His secretary asked why Wheesung left them. Director Han replied that he would return it soon. The secretary asked how, and the director replied that, of course, with money. They went out to meet their guests. X1 director Han Gun-ho greeted them. He was visited by a delegation from China, led by Mr. Hu Yin, general director of Dan Capital. X1 was preparing to become a global organization. A secretary came to the director of a large SFC organization in his office and said that X1 had attracted $200 million in Chinese capital over the next 5 years. They recruit famous players all over the world, and we have already been in contact with 4 players from their organization. The director said that the first 3 are irrelevant and can go wherever they want. The director asked if the secretary watched the last fight with fighter Lee. Did this Korean take doping? The secretary replied that it was unlikely. There are no Korean athletes who take drugs. The director asked how he then beat Brian himself. This looks like a cheap script. Secret replied that Lee's skills are very good. Each of his fights stuns the audience. He is the best not only in Korea, but throughout Asia. The director thought about it, and he asked how long it had been since they held competitions in Korea. The secretary replied that about 3 years. The director said it was time to start again. They need to break into Korea when the X1 is getting ready for global release. Right now, they need to strengthen their influence in the Korean market. Besides, they have Lee in their organization. 2 weeks have passed since the fight. Wheesung was relaxed. Coach Park called him and asked if Wheesung would like to go to the recording of the show. The guy didn't expect such a question. The Life Bar is a place where there is an entertainment show, where you can drink and chat. Wheesung didn't know that Park liked places like this. Puck said it's just a vacation. There's nothing wrong with it. Park said that he was invited by TV's Do Kyung-hoon and Yoo Jin. There may be footage of fighters living their everyday lives. Yoo Jin passed by Wheesung after training. He remembered that he had not communicated with her for a long time, although they had often chatted before. Hwi-sung decided that going to the variety show's taping was a great opportunity to meet Yoo-jin and agreed. Yoo-jin listened carefully to their conversation. No one knew then that Lee Hui-sun would go so far that day. The goal of the project was to create a nice group of friends who cook for each other. Kyung-hoon and Hwi-sung stood next to each other at the stove. Hwi-sung heard that Kyung-hoon was helping Yoo-jin on TV. Although there is a preconception that actors are arrogant, Hwi-sung thought Kyung-hoon was a nice guy. Kyung-hoon asked him how long he and Yoo-jin have known each other. Hwi-sung replied that it was about 2.5 years. The recording of the show has begun. The presenter said that today they had special couples. The first guest is actor Do Kyung-hoon, who has been very popular lately. New actress Seo Tae-hee, who appeared as his girlfriend. The third guest is famous athlete Min Yoo-jin. And finally, the popular martial artist Lee Hui-sun. Hwi-sung was complimented on how he looked more like an artist than a fighter. He said that he did not become friends with Yoo-jin right away. At first, they had a strained relationship. To everyone's laughter, Hwi-sung said that at first Yoo-jin was aggressive against him. She always walked around with a dissatisfied face. The members confirmed that Yoo-jin always walks like this. Hwi-sung turned to Yoo-jin and said that they are now the closest of colleagues. The meeting went great. Everyone was friendly and nice. The conversation continued, and Hwi-sung was asked if he was now in his early 20s and at the peak of his energy. Has Hwi-sung ever seen Yoo-jin as not only a colleague, but also a woman? Hwi-sung replied that this is unlikely to happen. Yoo-jin is of course a good friend and has a cute face. Yoo-jin asked since when did he call her cute. Kyung-hoon laughed and asked if there was any chance that Hwi-sung and Yoo-jin would become lovers. Hwi-sung did not expect such a question and was dumbfounded. Yoo-jin admitted that when she was sick, Hwi-sung brought her food, gave her medicine, and cleaned her house. She said he also washed her underwear. Hwi-sung yelled that he didn't touch her underwear, and her socks stank so much that it was impossible not to wash them. Ken-hook still insisted on the answer. Is there really no possibility that they will become lovers? Hwi-sung was beginning to understand what was going on. The actor deliberately focused on this topic of conversation. Apparently he is interested in Yoo-jin, so she keeps her distance from him. And so she conveyed an invitation to Hwi-sung through Park. He said there's a 99% chance that it won't happen. He would say 100%, but he is afraid that he will be considered selfish. Hwi-sung said that Yoo-jin and Kyung-hook are regular guests on this show. So Yoo-jin said that she was very uncomfortable being on the same show as the actor, and now Hwi-sung understands what she meant. The actor said that he only sees Yoo-jin as a cute little sister. Hwi-sung replied that Yoo-jin needs a good person. Ken-hoon asked, is he bad? The quarrel grew. Yoo-jin intervened in the conversation and silenced the guys. The filming ended and Hwi-sung stood next to Yoo-jin. He apologized for how things turned out this way. She said that everything was fine, but Hwi-sung was worried that he should have been more rude to the actor. Ken Hong came up to them and said that everyone was going to have a party. He asked Hwi-sung to go away with him for a minute. Yoo-jin said that he can talk to Hwi-sung here, but Hwi-sung said it's okay, he'll talk and come back. The guys went out into the yard and Kyung-hoon offered Hwi-sung a cigarette. Hwi-sung replied that he doesn't smoke. The actor lit a cigarette and asked if Hwi-sung thinks Yoo-jin is beautiful. Hwi-sung replied that objectively, yes. Ken-hoon said that she is a beauty, and few girls can compare with her. But despite this, Kyung-hoon thinks that Hwi-sung is going too far. Everyone sees that Hwi-sung has a crush on the girl. He admitted that he was drunk, and that was the only reason he started this conversation. He is a famous actor and Hwi-sung has his eye on the wrong girl. He asked if Hwi-sung ever hit on Yoo-jin, or did he decide to play the role of the right guy in public? After all, friendship between a man and a woman is nonsense that cannot exist. The expression on Hwi-sung's face spoke volumes, and the actor said that if he wants to hit him, let him hit him. But let him remember that he is forbidden to use his power outside the ring. He continued that all girls are the same. They need money and power. And why did Hwi-sung surrender to them? With these words, Ken Hong left. Hwi-sung knew it was time to go home and went into the hall to say goodbye. Yoo-jin rushed to him and asked if things had come to a fight. Hwi-sung replied that it didn't come through. Yoo-jin said that Kyung-hoon will provoke the guy, but he doesn't have to react. Ken Hong invited the young people to have a drink with him. Hwi-sung walked over, took a bowl of soup from the table and poured it on Kyung-hoon's head. Those present did not know how to react to this hooliganism. Hwi-sung did not stop and further dipped the actor into the plate that was in front of him. The actor jumped up shouting what the bastard was doing, and Hwi-sung asked him to repeat all his words. About the fact that there are a lot of women who only want money and power and everyone dreams of sleeping with him. Kyung-hoon shouted that this was slander, and he didn't say that. But Hwi-sung showed him the recording on his phone. Ken Hong realized that things were bad. Hwi-sung said that he would release the recordings if Kyung-hoon behaved inappropriately, after which he politely said goodbye and got ready to leave. Yoo-jin left with him. They walked along the night streets of Seoul and Yoo-jin asked what Kyung-hoon said. Hwi-sung replied that Yoo-jin ignored him, so he got angry. Yoo-jin said that she was also disappointed with the show, and Hwi-sung's words about 99%. Hwi-sung noticed that he couldn't say that they were in a relationship or that they were dating. This is not the case. Yoo-jin replied that he did the right thing. She said that before she didn't care who said anything about her, but now Hwi-sung's words hurt her. Hwi-sung stopped, sighed heavily, put his hand on the girl's shoulder, and he asked her to go on a date with him. Yoo-jin was dumbfounded and asked what got into Hwi-sung. Hwi-sung said that friendship alone is not enough for him. Kyung-hoon will not stop, and Hwi-sung will not be able to put up with this. Yoo-jin reminded him about 99%, and Hwi-sung yelled that he couldn't risk it. Yoo-jin threw herself on the guy's neck and said that they would be dating. They had 1% and that was enough. The two lovers finally kissed. On a November morning, Hwang was checking the director's email. He looked at the computer and realized he needed help figuring it out. Coach Park looked into the office and asked what happened. Hwang said that a letter arrived addressed to Wheesung from SFC, proposal with venue, Seoul. Park also didn't believe that SFC would come to Seoul. In addition, it is proposed that the first fight should be fought by Wheesung. This is an amazing opportunity for him. And who is his opponent? The journalist asked his interlocutor. He's worth £6 million but still fights in MMA. What's the point? His interlocutor laughed and replied that MMA is a hobby for him, to which he wants to devote himself without reserve. The journalist said that this is a dangerous sport and you can get injured. The second one told him that he enjoys the ups and downs, which is why he became a stockbroker. But he has an unquenchable thirst. He loves to fight and his energy cannot be fully expressed even in the ring. He likes to fight in the Octagon, where among many there is only one winner. But with such a life, of course, it is difficult to start a relationship and take care of your personal life. At this time the phone rang. The man apologized, picked up the phone, and the news he heard made him very happy. SFC lightweight fighter Robert Taylor said that he is not in a relationship. He will have a fight. Wheesung finally bought a car and met his friend. A friend congratulated him on his purchase and said that 6 months ago Wheesung said that he did not need a car. Wheesung replied that circumstances had changed. The friend realized that Wheesung had a girlfriend and asked how he could meet him if he was busy training all day. Wheesung said that it happened and showed him Yoo-jin's photo. The friend immediately recognized the famous athlete. He got really angry and said that he had actually been a fan of Min Yoo-jin for a long time. He asked Wheesung why he called him to meet, just to brag about your relationship with a girl. Wheesung replied that not only that, he said that he has a match scheduled in Seoul in March. The friend was surprised that SFC came to Korea and that Wheesung grew to such a level of fighting. Wheesung said that this time his opponent is very difficult. Robert Taylor takes 7th place in the ranking. He is known for his straightforward and exciting fighting style. In the past, Wheesung was always confident that he would win, but now he has doubts. He just wanted to talk to his friend so that he could dispel his doubts. A phone call interrupted the conversation between friends. Wheesung received a call from Kim Sung-chan and said that he knew that Wheesung had a fight scheduled with Taylor. Taylor himself called Song-chan, said that they were holding a training camp and asked if Song-chan wanted to come as a sparring partner. The pay there was attractive, but Song-chan refused. Not because of Wheesung, but because Sung-chan is the X1 champion and has nothing to do with SFC. Wheesung thanked Sung-chan for informing him. Sung-chan said that Taylor called many of the fighters that Wheesung fought, and they agreed. Bob Taylor happily welcomed his guest into the training room. He said he was glad that he agreed to help him prepare for the fight. Bok-hoon replied that he would do his best to be helpful. Taylor went to warm up. He was warming up very actively. Baek-hoon is already prepared for training sparring. The fighters prepared for battle and stood opposite each other. After the fight, Baek-hoon sat very tired and thought that none of his techniques worked against Taylor. Bob Taylor is like an iron wall. Taylor, cheerful and not tired, thanked Baek-hoon for a great fight. Baek-hoon was half-hearted. Is Taylor only in 7th place? How will Lee Hwi-sung fight such a monster? In MMA, muscle tone is extremely important, since active combat can only be carried out when the fighter's body and endurance are in perfect balance. Wheesung trained constantly. If we are talking about a fight against a person from the West, then we need to intensify our training even more. Wheesung sat down to rest. He spent most of his time watching videos of Taylor's fights. Coach Park was doing paperwork and thought he could use another pair of hands. Wheesung knocked and walked into his office. He said he noticed something about Taylor's fighting. His tactics are dominated by the same techniques. He is aggressive and likes to fight in his own way. That's why he sticks to a constant pressing style. Wheesung showed Park one of the matches that he found while looking for countermeasures and asked what the coach thought about it. Park said that this fight is not an individual style. There is a connection with martial arts. Park said that there were 70 days left before the match. It was unlikely that Wheesung would be able to master something like that in such a short time. In addition, the guy may develop reflexes that will interfere in battle. But Wheesung insisted, and Park decided to discuss his proposal with Sang-guk. He said that this martial art is called hard Muay Thai. It is a style created by former SFC athlete Dwindrew, and is a martial art that has been modified and enhanced to suit the Muay Thai style of MMA. It contains many non-standard combinations, false attacks, and can be used to harass opponents with sudden movements. The best student of Drew Dallas even became the SFC lightweight champion, having mastered hard Muay Thai. This martial art, optimized for modern MMA, was unanimously liked by experts and won the hearts of many athletes. But Sang-guk firmly said that hard Muay Thai should not be used. Who can teach Wheesung thoroughly? Wheesung said that we could invite a coach. Sang-guk said that there are many people who studied with Drew in Colorado, but there are no such fighters in Korea. Hard Muay Thai requires deep understanding. The fighter must not only have the skills, but also the strong motivation to put everything into practice. Sang-guk said that he wanted to master this style himself, but it didn't work out for him. Park asked why he didn't know this, and Sang-guk replied that it was when he went to Denver to watch American MMA fighters. Wheesung said that he felt that this particular style would help him close the gaps in his defense. Coach Park and Sang-guk agreed to teach Wheesung the basics of hard Muay Thai. Wheesung threw punches. He came up with an interesting combination. Sang-guk called Hwan and asked him to help them. Hwan should have attacked Wheesung and then gone on defense. Wheesung again performed his new combination of strikes. He attacked from different sides, used arms and legs. Hwan could not predict from what direction Wheesung would attack in the next second. Sang-guk told Park that Wheesung is already an excellent practitioner of hard Muay Thai. Time passed and March arrived. During this time, there have been many changes in the MMA market. The most discussed news was investments in X1. Based on this, official documents were drawn up on the reorganization of the fighters' budget. It was stated that it would approximately double, and bonuses would be paid for winning. X1 have established themselves as the #1 organization in Asia. To improve the ratings, it was decided to exclude athletes who did not show significant progress, which the unrated fighters did not like. To keep up with X1 and prepare for the SFC tournament, which was scheduled for Seoul in mid-March, the SFC visited their headquarters in Nevada. Taylor arrived in South Korea. A few days later, Hwang was tying his tie, and Wheesung asked him why Hwang needed a suit if he was the only one having a press conference. Hwang replied that everyone needs to look good. Park told Wheesung to watch his language and not talk randomly. Wheesung said that the main thing is not to argue with Taylor. In the hallway, Wheesung met James Kang and he complimented him, saying that Wheesung was an outstanding fighter. Wheesung saw Taylor, who also entered the hall. The fighters took their places at the table. James Kang began translating Wheesung Woo from English. The director of the SFC turned to Wheesung and said that the last match was great. He hopes that this match will be no worse. He said that they are giving the guy an opportunity, and how he uses it is up to him. The press conference has begun. The first question was asked to Taylor. Lee is a newcomer, but he received an offer to participate without reservations. Is it true that if he wins one more fight, he will take first place in the number of victories in the SFC? Taylor said it was nonsense. There is no point in making predictions now. They are both strong, and anyone who watched Lee's fight with Bryan knows about his capabilities. The second question was again for Taylor. He was asked why, given his status, the fight was not booked in the UK, and why he agreed to come to Korea. Taylor replied that he didn't care where he fought, he had a lot of experience. And Lee is a beginner. It's more convenient for him to fight at home. Taylor was asked if it was true that he invited the fighters who fought Lee as sparring partners. Taylor confirmed this. He noted that Lee has serious strength, so Taylor will do anything to defeat him. Finally, the question was asked to Wheesung. He was asked how he felt after 2 victories in the main competition. Wheesung said that if the reporters expect him to make a fuss like he did at the press conference with Bryan, then they are wrong. Now he is all in anticipation. The SFC scene is every fighter's dream, and Taylor is one of the top players. Wheesung admires him as an athlete and looks forward to the fight. But Wheesung also had questions for Taylor. He said that SFC is a paradise for sports pharmacology lovers, but Taylor never had a single problem. Did he not accept or did he not get caught? Taylor laughed and replied that he had not taken doping and had no plans to. After all, he is also a stockbroker. He needs a clean brain and body. He asked the same question to Wheesung. Did he really never take doping or was he lying? Wheesung said only vitamin C. Wheesung was asked how he felt about Baekhoon's invitation to the shadow camp. Wheesung replied that this is a great opportunity for Baekhoon. He said he has a lot of respect for Taylor and will put his heart and soul into this fight, because to show respect to a fighter like that is to fight him with everything you have. For the sake of the economic development of Great Britain, Wheesung promised that he would do everything to get Taylor to leave the ring and return to the securities industry. Taylor laughed. The fighters stood in front of each other. They looked piercingly at each other. They each spoke in their own language. There was no translator, and the fighters did not understand each other. Taylor said that Wheesung talks a lot, and Wheesung introduced the guest to the best dishes of Korean cuisine, in his opinion. The director thought that both of them had such a fierce look that they seemed to attack each other at any moment. This match is worth looking forward to. At this point, the duel of glances ended and the fighters were ready for battle.